from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, prolific as they may be, all of them covered by this program, Coast to Coast AM, weekend version. I'm Art Bell. It is my pleasure and honor to escort you intellectually through the weekend, beginning this night in the next hour, with one of our nation's leading theoretical physicists, a man searching, the co-founder of string theory, and a man searching for the answer to everything. That expression of math, perhaps about the size of your thumb, that would explain everything, literally everything. Dr. Michio Kaku. He is something you don't want to miss. All right. So we've got a bit of an hour here to fool with, and we'll do open lines and note a few things for you. Number one, the picture on my webcam tonight was taken yesterday morning, actually early yesterday afternoon, now I know for many of you, you will laugh. You will think this silly, but not here. Not where I am in the desert. You've got to remember I'm, about 20 miles or so from Death Valley? Well, we don't get snow here. Snow is something that little children run out and amaze at because they've never seen it before in the desert, this part of the desert. But lo and behold, I awakened to a white blanket. Pointing it at the house next door, you'll see what it looked like. Midday, unheard of. In fact, amazing. And part, of course, of the slam dunking the entire West is getting right now as storm after storm after storm, some of them combining into the somewhat less than perfect storm, and just dumping water and moisture on the West. God knows we need it, but as usual, with so many things, it does not need to come all at once, and if it so desired, it could take a break of a day or two. I mean, we have seen nothing but clouds and rain and clouds and rain and snow and rain and wind. So a day or two of the sun coming out in the desert would be refreshingly normal. Other than that, I also want to mention many of you were intrigued, a few bored to death when I played the Spiricom tapes on Halloween. Well, my friend Brendan Cook, who collects EVP, electronic voice phenomena, and comes on this show and astounds me constantly with what he has, Brendan and Barbara, have posted the full, and he's the guy who turned me on to the Spiricom tapes in the first place, the work of one George Meeks, and a two-way communication with somebody on the other side. It's an amazing thing to listen to. And I know it's hard to listen to. They were using certain tones that were then modulated from the other side or by somebody on the other side. And they have posted on their website, which is ghostpix.com. That's GHOSTPIX.com, the entire Spiricom tapes. So if you were intrigued by what you heard, and it is amazing, you've got to listen very carefully, but what you hear will, I guarantee, will stand your hair on end. I guarantee. So ghostpix.com has it, the whole thing. The United States military said that it dropped a 500-pound bomb on the wrong house outside the northern city of Mosul on Saturday, and 5 people are dead. The man who owned the house said, well, you can imagine he wasn't happy at all. He said the bomb killed 14, and an Associated Press photographer said 7 of those were children. And I don't know, there's a big debate going on right now about how we're doing in Iraq. How do you think we're doing in Iraq? Are we winning? Or if we're not winning, if we're sort of in a status quo situation, then are we losing? Or are we getting rid of would-be terrorists or current terrorists, those who would attack us later? People say that. And that could well be true. Rescue workers pulled thousands more More rotting corpses, that would be, from the mud and the debris of flattened towns along the Sumatran coast on Saturday, 2 weeks after the terrible tsunami. The death toll now is beyond the estimated, usually these estimates are high. The UN estimated 150,000. They've already gone well over that, and they're still pulling bodies out. About 100 people, including some who spent more than 12 hours stuck in deep snow in the San Bernardino Mountains, were rescued Saturday as the latest in a series of storms struck California. Storms quickly moved eastward, closing all 3 major highways over the Sierra Nevada. Up to 10 feet was expected over the weekend at the Sierra's higher elevations, according to the National Weather Service. Earlier, my wife said that they got another, 3 feet or something in Reno on top of what they already had. Reno is buried. It's buried in snow. No question about it. In a moment, we'll have more news. We'll get to the phones shortly. Other news, I think, important to note, a U.S. nuclear submarine ran aground about 350 miles off the Pacific Ocean territory of Guam. There were about 20 injuries, one of them apparently critical, according to the Navy. And according to a petty officer, there was no damage to the nuclear reactor that powers the U.S. San Francisco. That was the one that went aground in the accident that occurred noon Saturday Guam time. They say the Los Angeles-class sub was able to resurface and head back to its base in Guam, where it was scheduled to arrive on Monday, so I guess all is well. 2004 was one of the warmest, wettest, most violent years in the history of weather forecasting. This according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And this is, by the way, data that goes back to 1895. As predicted in global warming models, Arctic temperatures rose most dramatically, with an approximate 1.8 degree Fahrenheit increase in Alaska above the 71 to 2000 average. Alaska had a record warm summer, with temperatures averaging 4.6 degrees Fahrenheit above average. Had late summer not been cooler than average across much of the Midwest, 2004 could have been a record year all the way around. And I got this from somebody named RJ. RJ says, "Hey, Art, it's been a long time since I've written an email to you, but today I thought I'd share this with you. I work in the Arctic on the Prudhoe Bay oil field. Now, I've been up here for about 3 years, and what I've learned during those 3 years is that this place is unforgiving during January. Oh, baby, I know. It is. The cold," he says, "during this time of year normally can freeze exposed flesh in minutes, actually seconds. Today, the only thing I saw frozen solid were the faces of the old-timers who've been here for a number of years, wondering why it could possibly be raining on January 7th in the Arctic. Temperatures this year have been considerably warmer than usual, but rain in January? Strange indeed, RJ." Way up there. And oh, RJ, you are so right. What's going on at the top, and I might add bottom of the world, is inescapable. And then this, related, Brazil has so few tornadoes, it doesn't even have any equipment to forecast them. They simply don't expect them in Brazil. But guess what? A town of 180,000 got hit with 2 of them on Monday in parts of Alaska. It is strangely, very strangely warm, they note in this article. So warm, the annual winter dog weight pulling contest in south central Alaska has now been canceled because of not enough snow. Icebergs have been seen now in the waters of New Zealand for the first time since 1948. And if you listen every weekend, I try and chronicle much of what's going on with the climate, and I've got a whole lot more here. By the way, this is one story you might not have heard with regard to the tsunami. I find this amazing, but apparently true. A veteran surfer has told how he was forced to ride that towering tsunami to save his life as it engulfed an idyllic Sri Lankan village. Martin Hambrook, 40 years of age, from South Wales, was, it seems, in the sea off the island's northern coast, waiting for what he hoped would be the perfect wave. His partner, Vicky Maxwell, 42, and son, Jai, 7, were watching from the beach as the horrific form of the tsunami appeared on the horizon. So there it was behind their friend building, and of course he didn't see it. The family of 3 fly to Sri Lanka every year, and they were staying at the Hansfa Surf Lodge in Hikkaduwa, I think that's how you pronounce it, when the giant wave hit on Boxing Day. His partner and son were forced to flee to the safety of their nearby hotel balcony and then watch in horror as the waves scooped them up. It was, quoting now, the surfer, that is, it was really terrible, because I was surfing on a wave I wasn't supposed to be on, Mr. Hambrook told Wales on Sunday, a newspaper that did this exclusive interview. He said, as an experienced surfer, when I saw the wave come, I realized something was very wrong, but I couldn't escape because the surfboard was tied to my ankle. Despite the ferocity of the wave, believe it or not, he stayed on his board as he was carried over the sandy beach right up to the hotel. He jumped off in the restaurant as the sea withdrew, and a second wave about 10 meters high rolled in. The family then all fled to higher ground. All 3 did survive the devastation, which has claimed thousands of lives, and have opted to stay on the island to help local people clear wreckage and so forth. But, I mean, that's the truth. That guy surfed the tsunami in, saving his own life. Sounds like an urban legend, doesn't it? But it's a legit news service, so apparently a legit story. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good evening or morning or something. Hello?
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I was calling to, it was more of a question than a story. I'm an amateur recording engineer, and I was recording a band one time, and I was using a digital 16-track recorder, and once everything was all finished and mixed and everything like that, at the very beginning of one of the songs, there was a weird voice. Huh. And my question is about EVP. The voice is actually coming in backwards. And backwards voices, when you're recording with analog,
yes,
is fairly common because, on the other side of the tape, it'll play back backwards.
That's
but on a
right.
Digital recorder,
yes, it's
quite odd. And also,
very odd.
It was the voice of a female, and it wasn't the voice, the only females around for the recording was my wife and the girlfriend of one of the band members. And the
yes,
drummer,
sir. Well, were you able, sir, hold on. Take a pause. Were you able to make it, in other words, if it was backwards digitally, it would be easy to turn it around and listen to what was said. Could you do that?
Yeah, and my name's Lee, and it almost sounds like it says, "Help me, Lee."
Really?
Yes, I just wonder if anybody that knows about EVP has ever known of instances of it coming in backwards.
Yes, the answer is a clear, unambiguous yes. Those things do happen. EVP, I think, is perhaps one of the greatest proofs of the afterlife there is. There are anecdotal stories that you hear from people that have crossed over to the other side, the typical white light in the tunnel, the whole thing, right? But EVP is something that you can control. In other words, you can exercise controls in the science of trying to collect these voices. You can make very sure, if you're using old analog tape, that it was a brand new tape, absolutely empty. If you're using digital equipment, you can be absolutely sure of what you're doing and the authenticity of what you're receiving. And after having listened to how much now, EVP? I guess I've been doing years of EVP. I conclude that I first of all, I don't see fraud. Definitely do not see fraud. It appears to be contemporary communication. In other words, in many, if not the majority of cases, what's said on the EVP recording is meant to be digested or is a direct communication to the person attempting to get the EVP. So it is one of the best proofs, I believe, of the possibility of life existing elsewhere and modulating their voice into our modern world. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
This is Stephen from Columbus, Georgia, listening to you on WDAK AM.
Welcome.
Just wanted to call and ask. Well, by the way, I hope you and your wife had a wonderful holiday season.
'Twas jolly indeed.
And Happy New Year to you, sir. I was just wondering, since you're a techno freak, did you visit the Las Vegas Consumer Electronics Show?
No. No. I have many friends who are there at the show now, and I'm expecting visitors on Monday if the 45-mile-an-hour winds and driving rain doesn't keep them away. Otherwise, I'm expecting to see them on Monday. I have a very bad back, and I love going to those shows, but you know what they are. If you've ever
a lot of walking.
Man, you walk and you walk and you walk and you walk, and then by the end of the show, you have 2 bags full of brochures, and now you weigh 20 pounds more than you did when you started.
Same as the SHOT Show there in February every year.
Yeah, that's right.
Just wanted to tell you that here in Columbus, Georgia, for the past 9 days, we have had temperatures above 70 degrees. And our normal our normal high should be in the neighborhood of 54 to 56.
Right.
And it's incredible. I mean, people are wearing sandals and shorts here now.
Well, it's changing everywhere. Thank you very much. And as I mentioned here, we're being inundated. I wonder if perhaps the desert is in the process of rejecting its desertness. In other words, I wonder. I mean, pretty soon, certainly the amount of water we're getting is reaching down to seeds that have not germinated, I'm sure, since dinosaurs tromped around the earth. And if this keeps up, they're going to grow. And I have no idea what will come out of this stuff we call, well, this dirt, if you want to call it. It's not really dirt. It's more like baby powder. One of my neighbors describes our dirt as more like baby powder. And you can imagine what that does when it gets wet. But deep down, way deep down, in areas that haven't seen water perhaps in thousands of years, lay seeds of, well, who knows. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
My name's Wade. I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky.
Welcome.
Okay. The reason I'm calling you is let you know and the audience know out there of a potential serious problem that may be about to develop very soon in the Middle East involving Russia and Israel.
Oh?
Yeah, it's reported in the Israeli press earlier this week that a special meeting was convened by Ariel Sharon and his top military and intelligence leaders.
Yes.
And that, I'll read the 3 paragraphs. It was a very short...
No, don't do that. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
That, the sources who told us it was a highly classified problem. They were sworn to secrecy, but that the relationship between Russia and Israel is now at a crisis. And that after the meeting, the statements made by the Sharon's office that the meeting was held because of statements made that were considered anti-Semitic nature was partial and tenditious,
You're saying that the Russians made anti-Semitic comments of some kind and that strained relations to the point that they're going to have conflict? Is that what I'm getting?
That was the official reason, but the sources who told the Israeli newspaper that was actually a cover, that the real reason is being kept secret, and that Sharon has ordered it concealed at this time, and that but it is very serious, and it seems to imply that Putin has made some threats towards Israel.
Well, You wouldn't think they would act on just something that the Russians had said. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but nuclear bombs will rock your world every time. In about a half hour, we're to be honored with one of the brightest men on the planet. One of the brightest men on the planet. That's quite a guest to have, Dr. Michio Kaku. And remember I told you as an amateur radio operator, we've been having big disturbances, unusual ionospheric disturbances, and then here comes this story. Sudden ionospheric disturbances. It says there have been some episodes over the past week, only week here, of some very strange sudden ionospheric disturbances, or SIDS. Now, these have not been caused by solar flares or anything like that, but rather by GRBs, gamma ray bursts, from very distant objects like several hundred light years away. And then I ran into another story appearing to suggest, well, here's the headline: immense space explosion discovered. Shapes of nebula, robotica, and there's some of the other stories. Anyway, the Chandra X-ray Observatory discovers the largest known explosion of immense size in space involving supermassive black holes. Scientists have observed, I'll just read a little bit of this, the largest explosion in space, a finding that suggests that supermassive black holes, which produced the blast, are a bigger force to be reckoned with in the universe than previously thought. Scientists always put things that way when they're surprised. Than previously thought is a much used phrase. But I guess in this one, I'm not sure what we're talking about. The collision of two black holes? Is that what it is? That will be a question for Dr. Kaku. Once again, back to all of you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Cheers.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hi.
When you mentioned the story about the AP reporter suggesting that maybe 5 children had been killed in the bombing,
Yes.
in Iraq,
Yes.
I got the idea to call because one of my nearest and dearest friends and oldest friends is an agent for Project Blackwater. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
Nope.
Well, it's a security company. It's a private organization that contracts out to the government and does ambassador detail, amongst other operations in war zones. He was at 60-day leave just last month, and I managed to talk to him. And he said that during the last month of his time there, that he had to battle every day, and that he was actually having to kill women and children because they were fighting back.
Yeah, I know.
He probably had to kill 20 or 30 of them in the last month that he was there.
There was a big article in The Economist recently. You might want to look it up about, the state of affairs now in Iraq. And, I hate to do it because everybody, I guess, does it, but it's impossible not to see the incredible parallels between what's going on in Iraq now and what went on in Vietnam. We're fighting an enemy who's hidden. We're fighting women, sometimes children, people with a dedicated cause, which in this case, I guess, is our death. And it just seems so much like Vietnam.
Absolutely. And I can't see any way out, for us in the short term, unfortunately.
I certainly also do not see the exit strategy. And, that was supposed to be the big lesson of Vietnam, that before you engage in any military adventure, you manage to see the end of it as well as the beginning of it.
That's true, but, those of us that don't pay attention to our history lessons are doomed to repeat them, eh?
But so quickly.
I know. It's every day I'm completely flabbergasted by the amount of difficult stories that are coming out of the situation, and to hear firsthand from my own friend who's by his own hand had to take these lives. It's very heart-wrenching,
Yes, it is. And as I would like to recommend to you, the rest of you, the article in The Economist, if I can dig it out. That's going to take a little bit of digging, but it was a really good article. So let me see if I can find it. I think I probably can. I'm trying to keep pretty close track of what's going on in Iraq, and that's not easy to do. Anyway, it's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. Very, very good. About an 8-page article in The Economist, or at least it'll print out as 8 pages if you print it out. And, well, it's just as well I didn't find it because there was a lot of language used in it, in eyewitnesses, describing what's going on in Iraq. And it's a place where you don't know exactly who your enemy is. It's a place where people are laying bombs that are set off by cell phones. And clearly we have an inspired enemy that we're fighting there. And it gives me little chills to see the parallels. And I'm sorry, but I do see them. I know it's a worn thing, but there are parallels to Vietnam. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell. How are you doing this evening?
Quite well. Where are you?
I'm calling from Kentucky.
Yes, sir.
And our weather here is about 20 degrees above where it should. Normally, we're running in the neighborhood of the 30s or the high 20s, something like that. Right now, for the next couple of days, we're going to have weather in the 60s and 50s. And I've looked a week ahead in the weather forecast, and on Friday, it's supposed to drop down into the normal area for this temperate zone.
All right.
It's going to drop down to about 27 degrees. And what I was wondering is if maybe around the country the listeners could watch and see what their weather does over the next 7 days. For example, if the weather is, let's say, 20 degrees below where it should, see how it stays there over the next week. And if the temperature goes high where it's supposed to be high on Friday and goes low where it's supposed to go low on Friday, then there may be a connection.
Well,
but there seems to be a pattern between cold places being warm and warm places being cold.
There does, but we're looking at macro changes in the weather here, sir, and I'm not, even though I screech and moan about the blustery, windy, wet, even snowy, unusual conditions here in the desert. Oh, man, it's been miserable. It's still a micro look at anything and may not by itself mean anything. However, if, as the caller suggested, people begin exchanging information and over a long period of time detect a profound change, well, even then, it's still basically at the macro level. Our climate is a very complex mechanism that is not altogether understood at all, and so for it to do anything at any given time is sort of possible. But, over the longer period, I think we are seeing changes. Again, that's very difficult for any human being in any point of a given human lifespan to make a judgment about, but it seems that way. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art. This is Neil in New Kent, Virginia.
Yes, Neil.
Listener. I just have a little article here about how the quake affected well water in Virginia, and it was just kind of amazing that an earthquake on the other side of the world could it actually sloshed well water and made it raise several feet, like 3 feet, and it
really.
It kept bouncing around in the wells for several hours. And
really?
It was,
and where did you get this info?
This was in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and they mentioned that let's see here, it's like the...
So you've got an actual hard copy of the newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any chance you could look that story up and email it to me?
Yeah, I could try and do that.
If you go to their website, they might have it. That's really fascinating. I mean, the other side of the world.
I know, and it just floored me because it said that the shock wave travels through the Earth at 7,400 miles an hour, and then apparently was strong enough to slosh the well water here for several hours.
That is astounding. I know tsunamis go about 500 miles an hour. I mean, I've learned more than I guess I wanted to know about tsunamis, like we all have since this began. But that's amazing. The other side of the world.
Right.
Okay. If you can, I'd very much appreciate it. By the way, if you want to get hold of me, there are two ways. I am Art Bell, ARTBELL at AOL.com or artbell at mindspring.com. Both. And by the way, when you write, understand that my email addresses have been, open email addresses now for 10 or 15 years. So because of that fact, I may be one of the greatest spam collection points in the entire universe. And so I get a lot of it. And put something in the subject line that will grab my attention and in some way perhaps assure me it is not spam. Because, I get, 1,500 messages a day typically, and I have to sort of use a system of triage to read. Otherwise, I'd never get through it. So put something in the header that grabs my attention. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Yeah, I called because I had a theory. I don't know if it's, if it's concrete or anything, but...
Well, I won't know until I hear it.
They said that there was because of the earthquake, that the Earth wobbled on its axis.
On its axis, yes.
Right. And I'm thinking that maybe that's why we're having all the storms that we're having now. Because it seems like they came right after that happened.
I listen. I don't think so, and I'll give you my reasoning. Yes, in fact, we changed time slightly. It was a millionth of a second, or a thousandth of a second, or some portion of a second, which, if it were to continue, would eventually require the scientists, as by the way they are required to do every now and then anyway, add a leap second to the year. And the Earth apparently or allegedly moved on its axis about an inch. But that's well within the confines of the normal wobble. There's a kind of a wobble to the Earth, and it's far more than an inch. But they were able to detect that. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I just have a comment about the relationship between the Dr. Bose experiment that he did back in the...
I'm sorry, Dr. who?
Bose speakers.
Okay.
Their slogan is better sound through research.
Yes, uh-huh. And
Dr. Bose made a machine and hooked it to a plant and found out that the Earth has a heartbeat. And he recognized it. He held it up to an EKG, and it mimicked an EKG.
Well, so, I don't think the Earth actually has a heartbeat, sir, so to speak. But it does have a sort of a resonance vibration at a very low frequency. I wonder if that's what he meant.
It's a vibrational frequency, and the vibrational frequency is also intercellular in our bodies.
Uh-huh. Well, that would make sense all the way around. I mean, we are creatures of this Earth, right? And so anything the Earth is doing, we are part of, and we are influenced by. And I think that's where a lot of Native American lore comes from, and I think a very great deal of it is true. As they look back on it, they find scientific evidence for a lot of Native American lore for exactly that reason, because it was true. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art, how are you this evening?
Quite well. Where are you?
I'm in Hazleton, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And I wanted to share a little story kind of concerning the weather, but with a little twist to it.
Sure.
We've been having some nasty weather out this way for some time, last few days with a lot of rain. It's been a lot warmer than your typical January, mixed with a little bit of ice and just all kinds of nasty stuff. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so I work in a restaurant right on Interstate 80, right outside of the Pocono area. And, well, tonight our power went out because of that. We even saw the transformer go.
Oh.
And so, obviously, we closed down early. And afterwards, the guys and I were sitting around talking about it and whatnot. And started talking about, it's kind of strange here at night, when it's dark and people are here late and whatnot. We started talking about the supposed ghosts that haunt the place.
Uh-huh.
And not too long after that, we started, telling a little bit of stories about it. And before you know it, boom, the power's back on.
And you think the stories brought it back on?
Well, I don't know. It was kind of strange because, as I say, we actually saw the transformer go.
Yes.
There wasn't time for things to be fixed.
Oh, I see. I see. All right. Well, maybe there was, who knows? When you talk of those things, you open doors. And maybe a cosmic lineman popped through and fixed your problem. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello. I'm Sandy Gonzalez. I'm Sandy, and I'm in Pensacola, Florida.
Okay, Sandy. almost spit out your last name, didn't you?
Almost did. Okay, what I wanted to say was we have the black mold that is affecting our soybeans.
Oh, yes.
We have 90 acres right now in Florida, a lot of Alabama, but also our agriculture said that it would be affecting the Midwest by planting time next year.
And what does this black mold do?
It kills the leaves on the soybean.
Well, soybean would be a very, very important crop.
Yes, it is. We also have some acres here in Florida that has black mold in the cotton, and
Really?
they can no longer plant cotton on these acres.
Really?
Yes.
Do they give you any idea of what's bringing it on?
They have no idea.
No idea.
No.
So this black mold, I mean, is it like, there was a time when in the American Southwest of all places, because it's generally dry here, you wouldn't think you would get mold, but there was mold all over the place, and it was in the headlines for a while. Now you're telling me it's in the soybean crops.
It's in the soybean crops.
I wonder if it's the same kind of black mold.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Well, that's, and how much of the country do you think is now affected?
Most of South Alabama, parts of Florida around Pensacola and Milton.
Right.
That's all been affected. And they were just saying that it was moved by next planting season to the Midwest.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, there's something to be concerned about when you begin to hear about mold or new blight of some sort that's affecting a major crop that we grow here in the U.S. You want to pay attention to that. Haven't heard that one in the headlines, but there she was. What's to the Rockies? You're on the air. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to know if you could interview Patch Adams again.
Oh, it's been a while. Patch was something else to interview. Wasn't he something?
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about his theories about pathologizing every kind of human behavior.
Uh-huh. All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
All right. You're very welcome. First-time caller line. You're on the air. Hi.
Art Bell, Steve from Lincoln, Nebraska.
Hello, Steve.
I wanted to talk about that movie White Noise.
Okay. Well, you'd never hear any voices on this phone line of yours, buddy. Crackle, crunch. You ought to hear all the noise on it.
Oh, sorry about that. One thing about that movie that just didn't sit well with me toward the end, the idea that the spirits...
No, wait. Don't tell the end of a movie. Never tell the end of a movie, sir. That's nasty.
Oh, dang.
No, never tell the end.
Well, let me phrase it in a question that's not going to spoil the end.
Listen, what did you think of the movie overall?
Overall, it was interesting. I felt that a few parts were exaggerated. One thing, when you did the show and you had guests doing the show about white noise, they never really said anything about spirits with evil intent.
Yes. Well, okay. Thank you very much. I think that all of these things underdo the possibility of evil intent. And for some reason, we always almost automatically assume these are warm, fuzzy little creatures, or they're warm, fuzzy with nothing but good intent, and the very best for us, because after all, they're smart. They can communicate across the barrier to the other side or to other star systems or whatever. Well, I've always been very cautious about this kind of thing. And I think it's at least 50% possible that whoever these people are, whether they're from the other side of the veil or the other side of the cosmos, they may well not have our best interests in mind. Something you should all keep locked away in the back of your brain someplace, especially when you hear of attempts to transmit to ETs, or to the other side, for that matter. Just be careful out there. Coming up on the other side of the news, Dr. Michio Kaku, one of America's brightest physicists. It is, and what a treat you're in for right now. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Michio Kaku. Dr. Kaku is an internationally recognized authority in theoretical physics and the environment. He holds the Henry Summit, I hope I'm not slaughtering that professorship in theoretical physics at the City College and the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. He has lectured around the world, and his PhD-level textbooks are required reading at many of the top physics laboratories. Dr. Kaku graduated from Harvard in 1968, summa cum laude, and number one in his physics class. Number one, received his PhD from the University of California at Berkeley Radiation Lab in 1972, held a lectureship at Princeton University in 1973, then joined the faculty at the City University of New York, where he has been a professor of theoretical physics for 25 years. His goal is to help complete Einstein's dream of a theory of everything. That would be a single equation, perhaps no longer than 1 inch, which it is said will unify all the fundamental forces in the universe. That's quite a goal indeed. In a moment, Professor Kaku. Well, all right. A friend of mine, an amateur operator, Cliff, K7RR, sent something to me, said he didn't know the worth of it, but he sent it to me. You know, these ham stations around the country have been experiencing this unusual absorption going on recently, which absolutely ruins shortwave, usually reliable communication. And we may have an answer for what's doing it. Here's the first article. The Chandra X-ray Observatory discovers the largest known explosion of immense size in space involving supermassive black holes. From Athens, Ohio, scientists have observed the largest explosion in space, a finding that would suggest that supermassive black holes, which produced this blast, are a bigger force to be reckoned with in the universe than previously thought. Again, I love that line. The study published in this week's issue of the journal Nature details the discovery of enormous cavities, each about 650,000 light years across, that's big, surrounded by hot gas in a distant cluster of galaxies. The two cavities, sounds like bad teeth, right, created by an outburst from a supermassive black hole could explain why some galaxies don't create new stars as they cool down in temperature, the typical recipe for star formation, said Brian McNamara at the University of Ohio, an astronomer who's lead anchor on the research. So this was absolutely a monster of gamma rays. Now, in another article fortuitously sent to me, it's called Sudden Ionospheric Disturbances. Now, normally, radio operators and the ionosphere is controlled pretty much by activity on the sun, flares and such. And we always look to the sun when we're concerned about strange conditions. But lo and behold, quoting from this Sudden Ionospheric Disturbance article, it says, it was the initial explosion on December 27th that showered gamma rays into the Earth's ionosphere. So it begins, there have been several episodes over the past week and more of some very strange sudden ionospheric disturbances, or SIDS. Now, these have not been caused by solar flares or the like, but rather from GRBs, gamma ray bursts, from very distant objects like several hundred light years away. The most recent event on December 27th, when a massive gamma ray burst hit the Earth at about 2130 UTC from a magnet star called SGR 1806. This GRB was so powerful that it was able to ionize our ionosphere, just like a solar flare, and cause ionospheric absorption right down to the VLF frequencies, very low frequencies. And Dr. Kaku, I've been searching for what in the world could be disturbing our ionosphere to the point that it ruins radio communications. And, of course, we always look to the sun, but lo and behold, here they're telling us it may be something like the collision of black holes, or what?
That's right. These are gamma ray bursters, which may be generated by what are called hypernovas. Hypernovas are gigantic, supermassive, gigantic explosions in space that lead to the formation of a black hole. And there is speculation that perhaps on the other side of the black hole, there's a white hole. And
really?
if the matter that falls in falls out of the other side, you have a white hole that spews out energy. And there's even a theory that says that the white hole is actually a Big Bang.
Really?
That is, that we may be, and this is just a theory, we may be witnessing the creation of a baby universe, a baby Big Bang taking place, where our universe is actually fissioning, and the matter being sucked into the hypernova blows out the other end and creates a white hole, which excretes enormous amounts of energy. And, of course, that looks very much like a Big Bang, doesn't it? A tremendous amount of matter and energy spewing out of a single point.
Well, it does. And, Professor, we're short-lived beings. And in my life now, in modern days, it seems 2 or now 3 times, Professor, I've heard these stories about these sudden monstrous explosions detected, each one larger than the last one, and they compare them to the original Big Bang in strength in some way. And it's amazing, these things. What is this, Professor? Ongoing creation?
Possibly. We astronomers, the physicists, used to think that the dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago by a nearby supernova that took place maybe 20, 30 light years from the Earth. That would be enough to scorch the Earth with an electromagnetic pulse. It would fry the ionosphere, boil the oceans, and it would be sufficient to wipe out the dinosaurs. However, we've looked, and of course, we have found the crater in Mexico that is the most likely candidate for the extinction-causing event. However, these gamma ray boosters are more powerful than hypernovas. And so it's conceivable that if a nearby hypernova were to blow up and we're right in its path, then it could definitely cause atmospheric disturbances. A close one, like I said, would actually burn off our atmosphere.
So we would just sort of be incinerated instantly.
We would be fried, that's right. However, most of the gamma ray bursters are in other galaxies, millions to billions of light years away, fortunately. However, their power is absolutely staggering, second only to the Big Bang itself. And we do believe that forming out of this is a black hole. And like I mentioned, there is a possibility that as matter gets sucked into the black hole, it has to go someplace, and it could blow out the other end, creating what is called a baby universe. And that is also, in part, the subject of my new book that I have coming out this week, In Parallel Worlds.
This week?
This week it's coming out, right. We physicists are speculating on what kind of conditions would it take to create another universe.
Yes, and it's called Parallel Worlds, A Journey Through Creation, Higher Dimensions, and the Future of the Cosmos.
That's right. And so we believe that, perhaps in the future we'll be able to send probes in the distant future to some of these things to really analyze in detail the formation of hypernovas. Satellites today, of course, can photograph scores of hypernovas every day, but some of the big ones are truly staggering in their power. And with the Hubble Space Telescope, for example, we've been able to see black holes eating lunch, gobbling up whole star systems for lunch.
Yes.
They just gobble up stars and barely burp. That's how massive some of these black holes are.
Not planets, mind you. Remember, planets, folks, are like what we're on, that go around, suns, like our sun. And and the professor's talking about entire systems, suns with presumably planets, and all the rest of it just instantly sucked into a hole.
And in my book, I also profile the fact that we physicists are now spending millions of taxpayers' money searching for evidence for these parallel universes. This is a rather new development just within the last few years. The idea of parallel universes is now a fairly well-established concept in the theoretical physics community. And as a consequence, now several experiments are being conducted right now to search for physical evidence from a parallel universe.
Well, Professor, I know you'll toss your cookies but when I say this, but the concept of parallel universes was pretty well established by the metaphysical community long ago. And, of course, I understand that what I'm talking about is not science exactly, but, in fact, people in metaphysics have been talking about something that approximates a parallel universe for a long time now, and now all of a sudden people like yourself are coming along and saying, yeah, in fact, it's science.
That's right. We're catching up in some sense. If you read the psychic literature going back to 1900, especially in England, you realize the Psychical Society there included physicists who would later win the Nobel Prize.
Really?
So physicists at the turn of the century, including Crookes of the Crookes tube, which is now called a cathode ray tube, which is found in your TV set, was very much interested in psychical phenomena around 1900. But, of course, the experimental data was lacking 100 years ago. Now we have satellites. We have gravity wave detectors. We have laser detectors. In the last 5 years, a real battery of scientific instruments are gradually coming online, which may once and for all establish the identity of a parallel universe. For example, gravity should go between parallel universes. We cannot jump into a parallel universe unless we have a looking glass. But gravity freely goes between universes. And as a consequence, by looking at tiny little deformations in Newton's laws of gravity, we should be able to detect the presence of a hovering nearby universe. So think of two parallel sheets of paper. On each parallel sheet of paper, you have ants walking and living and doing their chores, oblivious of the presence of the other. However, each ant has gravity. And as a consequence, if you get close to an ant in the other parallel universe, you can sense its gravitational pull. This means there should be shadow matter, a shadow universe, which should be detected by our instruments. Now, there are some astronomers who actually believe that this is the explanation for dark matter. Dark matter, it makes up most of the matter of the universe. It's invisible. It surrounds the Milky Way galaxy.
We have some clicking going on here of some sort. So dark matter, is dark matter that which is in between universes?
It could be matter in the other parallel universe.
Altogether in the other universe.
That's right. We realize now that surrounding our own galaxy, there is a sphere that weighs 10 times more than our own galaxy, which holds our galaxy together, by the way. It's very well established now that our galaxy should have flown apart. It should have been blown apart billions of years ago because it spins too fast. But what holds our own Milky Way galaxy together is a sphere of dark matter which surrounds it. But every time we try to photograph it, we come up with nothing. The Hubble Space Telescope has given maps of where dark matter should be, but there's nothing there.
Nothing
it's
there.
Invisible.
Should dark matter, in what manner would it be visible?
It bends light, and so the Hubble Space Telescope, by looking at the bending of light, like light going through glass, for example, has given us beautiful maps of dark matter throughout the universe, but there's nothing there. We look, and it's invisible. So there's an invisible matter that pervades the universe, which has gravity. And there are two theories about this. One theory is that it's shadow matter. It's matter from this parallel universe that's very close to our universe, and it has gravity.
So it has mass. It has real mass in another universe.
That's right.
And gravity that mass is being exhibited as measured gravity.
That's right. That's exactly it. Gravity goes between universes, but light does not.
Gotcha.
Light and matter are stuck on each sheet of paper. The gravity freely goes between these universes because gravity is the warping of space. And therefore, by looking for invisible matter, we should see the outlines of objects in a shadow world.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hubble Space Telescope has given us beautiful, gorgeous maps of dark matter. And so one theory is that dark matter is the presence of shadow matter, dark matter existing just above us.
Shadow matter. So, in other words, this would be something you could conceivably, theoretically, I guess I had to say, you could theoretically see it, only we haven't yet.
That's right. The second theory is that this new type of matter, dark matter, is something made of something called sparticles, superparticles, which are higher vibrations of the superstring. So we could be listening to a new higher octave. We are the lowest octave. Neutrons and protons would be the lowest octave of the superstring. The next octave would be superparticles or sparticles. They would be invisible. And the second theory, also coming out of superstring theory, says that perhaps they're nothing but higher vibrations within our own universe.
Oh, God, I can't stop myself. Professor, I've got to stop you for a second for, again, something that will probably cause you to toss your cookies. But on this program, we've had these discussions involving what people have chosen to call shadow people. Just bear with me here. Here's the theory. These so-called shadow people are beings or something that we imagine to be perhaps from another universe. They are seen only very occasionally, sort of in the periphery of your vision. Just a very fleeting glimpse of these people. Now, get this, Professor. A lot of the people who claim to have seen these beings have been spending a lot of time in front of a computer and a computer screen. And as you know, a computer screen is refreshing at a certain rate. It's got a vibration to it, in a sense. The refresh rate is a vibration. And people theorize that their brains are somehow being, what's the right word, reset in some manner by this refresh rate, by spending hours and hours and hours and hours staring at a computer screen, and then finally being in a situation where you see something that you ought not see, that some people in the metaphysical community choose to call shadow people. And it sure sounds a little like that shadow universe you're describing.
Well, in my book, Parallel Worlds, I quote from H.G. Wells' famous novel, The Invisible Man. And in that original novel, a medical student discovers the secret of the fourth dimension. So if you have two parallel sheets of paper separated by the fourth dimension, and one person is hovering higher above your universe, he is invisible.
Right.
However, he can look down on your universe.
That's right.
The invisible man looks down from his sheet of paper onto yours, but light travels beneath him, so anyone in the lower sheet of paper sees nothing, sees something that's invisible. So that's how H.G. Wells explained invisibility in the original novel of The Invisible Man by the Fourth Dimension. Now, today we physicists are taking this idea very seriously. Like I said before, millions of dollars are being spent, taxpayers' money, grant money from the government, searching for disturbances. Slight disturbances.
That would be the proof that you're hunting for, that there is that mass there.
That's right. Shadow matter, the presence of a nearby universe, perhaps a millimeter away. In the literature,
yes, sir,
physicists often talk about it being perhaps no more than a millimeter away, but invisible because it's hovering just above us. And even though we cannot send a space probe there because we're stuck on our universe, gravity freely goes between them. So the presence of the other universe may actually be felt in our universe. And like I said, this is shadow matter or dark matter. And dark matter, you can look in any astronomy book, and you see whole chapters devoted to the mystery called dark matter, which somebody was going to get a Nobel Prize trying to figure out what dark matter really is.
All right, Professor, hold it right there. Oh, boy, if you could see the big smile on my face. Big, broad, Enzyte-like grin because of what he's saying and what so many of you have said. And I'm not saying one absolutely underwrites the other, but, I don't know, like Iraq and Vietnam, I see lots of really good parallels. From the high desert in the middle of the darkness is exactly where we do our business. This is Coast to Coast AM. Well, heck, folks, the ride is half the fun. People keep saying, are we there yet? Well, the ride is half the fun, and the ride is what you're on right now. Good morning, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Professor Michio Kaku, who is one of our nation's premier theoretical physicists, and the big, broad smile I have is still there. To hear what all of you have said to me, and then to hear this coming from the professor, I don't know, there's just too many parallels. Wicket from Minnesota writes, yes, shadow matter, shadow people, parallel universes, upper and lower planes that someday we're going to be able to travel to. More from the psychic spiritual world I've done it. I know. Or John, I myself sit at my computer at night, and every now and then I see these shadow beings out of the corner of my eye. I know. Eyes out there are rolling, and it goes on and on. Yup, I see shadow mice when I'm sitting in front of the computer. And I'm glad I'm not losing my mind. Well, Kathy, I can't guarantee that, but you never know. And people just go on and on. I get these computer messages, Tom, Johnson City, New York. You just described me. I've been seeing shadows, spent an awful lot of time at the computer. So it's just, waves of agreement with that out there, and me too. I don't think it's so strange to imagine that what, for example, the Hopi have been saying, what others have been saying, things that we regard as lore and the metaphysical, things that people have seen that are inexplicable. If what Professor Kaku is saying right now, then maybe they're not so inexplicable. Maybe there will be a meeting of science and the metaphysical. What do you think? Okay, so gravity, if I'm correct, I think I am, is a function of mass, right? Gravity is mass, or it comes from mass. You have mass, you have gravity. And so what Dr. Kaku is saying, I think, is that we're detecting the gravity, which means something is there, but doggone it, we can't see it. But the fact that there's gravity there indicates that there's mass there. So that means there probably is another universe there. Dr. Kaku, if we tried to imagine what the nature of this universe might be like, is that so impossible as to not even be worth a try, or can you make guesses at what it might be like?
Well, this is a very active area of theoretical physics. We physicists create universes with our equations, and each universe, we think, could be a well-defined parallel universe. String theory predicts millions of different kinds of universes, and we think that our universe is one of the universes predicted by string theory. Millions, billions of universes can be found within string theory.
Would there be any similarity, do you suppose, in nearby universes? Would there be any commonality in the fact that they were nearby, or would the next universe be as likely as different as A to Z?
Well, most of the universes, we think, in the multiverse, in fact, that's what my book is all about the multiverse. In the multiverse, most universes are probably dead, in the sense they're lifeless. They probably consist of electrons, neutrinos, lightning bolts, but not much more than that. However, some of them probably look just like our universe. They probably have stable matter, stable protons, meaning stable DNA. And if you have DNA, then of course there's a possibility of creating life in these universes. And as we mentioned, there is one theory that says that when these hypernovas take place and all this matter implodes at one point, the matter blows out the other end, creating a universe which is actually quite similar.
Well,
quite similar to our universe.
Okay, all right. Remember when you and I discussed what might happen if you went back in time and committed a no-no of some sort, that instantly another universe would be formed, a bubble on a bubble, so to speak, something like that, right?
That's right.
Okay, well then, wouldn't it stand to reason that if time travel had been going on, we might be accompanied by several other universes that are very much like ours if there have been a series of time travel accidents?
Yeah, this is the many worlds theory.
Yes, sir.
In which case, at every event, the universe has to make a choice, and both universes spring into existence. This resolves the famous Schrodinger cat problem. That is, how is it possible to have a cat that is simultaneously dead and alive? In quantum physics, we do this all the time with electrons, and that's called laser beams and electronics. The entire electronic age depends upon the fact that electrons can be two places at the same time. They can disappear, reappear someplace else because of uncertainty.
Right.
And the entire electronic age does this. However, the question is, if electrons do that in a laser, can we do this as people? We are large objects, and can we be two places at the same time? And according to the many worlds theory, the answer is yes. That is, the universe splits in half every time a different kind of decision has to be made.
Well, that would create a number then of very similar but somewhat different in minutia. I mean, it could be the same except for some very small.
One quantum event separating us from that parallel universe.
Quantum event.
Like a cosmic ray that went through Hitler's mother. If a cosmic ray went through Hitler's mother and Hitler was never born, perhaps World War II didn't take place and 50 million people didn't have to die.
So there could be worlds in which a World War II never happened, Hitler never happened, but otherwise what?
In other words, in the many worlds theory, it says that in your room, in the privacy of your room, there is the wave function of dinosaurs. There's the wave function of aliens. There's the wave function of a world where the Nazis won World War II. Think of radio. In your room, there are many radio frequencies that fill your room, but your radio is only tuned to one frequency, the Art Bell Show. But you simultaneously exist with all these radio frequencies in the room, but you're tuned to only one. According to the many worlds theory, in the very room that you reside in right now, there's the wave function of dinosaurs, because that comet missed us 65 million years ago. There's the wave function of pirates, because pirates were not exterminated centuries ago. There's the wave function of Nazi stormtroopers beating down people's door.
Okay.
It exists simultaneously with these wave functions.
That's so fascinating. Before you would be able to transport a human being from one to another, as you pointed out, very complicated. But if we can have light in two places at one time, then somewhere along the line, it seems like we could have information in two places at one time. So couldn't we imagine a situation where somebody invented, say, a television screen or, whatever it would be, plasma at least, I suppose, and we could look at a parallel world as it happened? In other words, the transfer of information.
Well, it's not so easy because according to string theory...
Well, I never said it was easy.
Right. According to string theory, our sheet of paper, we are prisoners of our sheet of paper. That is light, matter, electrons. Even though electrons dance many places at the same time inside our PCs, in our universe, they're confined like a prison to our universe. However, gravity is the only force.
I was going to say, what about modulated gravity?
Well, in my book, I actually discussed the question of what it would take in order to create holes, which would allow us to see what's on the other side of the universe.
Yes.
And to do this, you have to do what is called boiling space. If I have a microwave oven, for example, and I turn up the microwave oven, I boil water, I turn it up some more, and the water dissolves into hydrogen and electrons and protons. I turn it up some more, and the protons dissolve into quarks. I turn it up some more until I hit what is called the Planck temperature. At the Planck temperature, even space itself begins to boil. Space itself becomes unstable at the Planck temperature, and bubbles begin to form, except these are not bubbles of water, they're bubbles of space. And each bubble is then a gateway to another universe.
Holy mackerel. What is this Planck temperature, by the way?
Oh, it's fabulous. You're talking about 10 to the 19 billion electron volts, which is a quadrillion times more intense than more energetic than our most powerful atom smasher. But again, in my book, I speculate that far in the future, when the universe gets very cold, and the universe will die trillions of years from now as it gets very cold in a big freeze, civilizations do not have to die when the universe dies trillions of years from now in a big freeze. Civilizations will be type 3, type 4, type 5 by then, and they will boil space. They will create machines, and I give blueprints for what these machines may look like in my book.
Really?
Yeah, in the last chapters, I give detailed blueprints of the temperature, the size, the energies necessary to boil space, to create a microwave oven with enough temperature, enough pressures and temperatures and densities and energies, so that space itself begins to boil, wormholes begin to form, bubbles begin to form, each bubble being a gateway to one of these neighboring universes.
And an escape.
An escape. Now, I also point out that if you calculate the size of these wormholes, most calculations that we do show that they're very small. However, perhaps in the future, if they're just big enough to shoot molecules through,
yes,
an advanced civilization may shoot nanobots through this tiny hole. These nanobots are molecular robots, and they would land on an asteroid and create factories to create carbon copies of themselves like a virus, and they would form a DNA factory. And the DNA factory would then clone their own masters in this other parallel universe.
Holy mackerel.
So even though their bodies may perish as their old universe dies and gets very old, they may send nanobots through this bubble to a younger universe to recreate their race, which then leaves the question open.
Fairly egotistical on their part, I might add.
What happens if one of these universes dies and they go into our universe? Our universe is still pretty young.
Right.
We can see the end, of course. Our instruments can see the time when our universe will die. However, our universe is still warm and is still young. And perhaps one day, in desperation, a neighboring universe will send a lifeboat through one of these holes and visit our universe.
And they wouldn't necessarily have our best interests in mind.
Well, they'll be, by that time, Type 4. They'll be beyond galactic, and I think by then they'll have resolved all their sectarian, religious, fundamentalist, racial passions. They will have had millions of years of existence since rising out of the swamp, and I would assume by then they will have the wisdom that goes along with this incredible technology of being Type 3 or extragalactic being Type 4.
But does even greater wisdom assure that it would be benign from our point of view? Not necessarily, right?
Well, we are Type 0. We're quite savage in terms of our instincts. Whenever Arthur C. Clarke once said that there either is or is not intelligent life in outer space, either thought is frightening.
Yes, it is.
Either thought is frightening, because if there is intelligent life in outer space, we're suspicious of them. We get very antsy and very worried about their intentions.
Well, Professor, they should be there, shouldn't they? I mean...
I think they're out there. I think
indeed. From your point of view, with what you know about really what is out there, which is far more than the average person, to imagine that, just the sheer numbers alone wouldn't dictate that it would happen is almost unimaginable.
Well, in the year 2014, NASA is going to send the terrestrial planet finder into orbit. It will detect 500 Earth-like planets in neighboring constellations.
There you go.
And this is in 2014, not that far away, when NASA will have a probe sensitive enough to detect 500 Earth-like planets in nearby constellations. And we will have an existential shock with our little telescopes looking up, knowing that perhaps somebody's looking back at us from one of these Earth-like planets in outer space.
With that many Earth-like planets, what are the calculated odds that, or is there even any way of calculating such odds that at least one of them would harbor life?
Well,
intelligent life.
In our nearby sector of the galaxy, that's what the terrestrial planet finder will find, these 500 Earth-like planets.
That's still quite a few.
Right. However, in the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy has 100 billion stars, and we believe that about half of them, up to half, may have solar systems. The other half are probably double stars and therefore uninteresting. But perhaps half of the 100 billion stars in our own backyard have planetary systems, of which maybe 10% have Earth-like planets.
Why are the double stars uninteresting?
They're probably unstable. If I have like two stars chasing each other, like chasing each other's tail,
yes.
Two stars chasing each other,
right?
Then a planet would have to be very, very far away to orbit around this double star system. If it gets too close, it'll be ripped apart. So triple star systems are very uncommon. The nearest star to the Earth, by the way, is Alpha Centauri, which is part of a triple star system. But the nearest star to the Earth is a triple star system, but again, it's two stars chasing each other's tail, with the third star being quite far away. So a planetary system like that would be probably unstable. But we think that about half the planets, half the stars in the night sky are solitary, without partners, and that means that perhaps 50% of the stars you see at night could have solar systems, and perhaps 10% of them have Earth-like planets. And
so
like
that's
I
a
said before,
gigantic number then. So
it's astronomical.
yes. So then a person like yourself would almost have to lean in the very high percentages that life is likely, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are, of course, reasons for believing that even Earth-like planets may be unstable. For example, you have to have a large Jupiter-sized planet accompanying it to throw out comets and meteors, to clean out like a vacuum cleaner.
So you don't get destroyed by a rock.
Right. Also, you have to have a large moon because our Earth may actually tumble without the moon. The moon stabilizes the Earth. Without the moon, the Earth would have tumbled, making life very difficult on the Earth as the axis tilts and wobbles.
Okay, but again, just the sheer numbers alone indicate there are going to be situations like that.
Oh, I think it's without question.
I mean, even now, we're leaning toward discoveries that are suggesting there's life on Mars, microbial perhaps, but life on Mars. That's just our nearest number one neighbor. So if that's the case, then life must be common. If it's common, well, then, of course, I get down the line a little bit and I say, okay, fine, then where the hell is it? Why haven't we heard somebody knock?
Well, my attitude is that if they really are type 3, that is, if they're galactic, and they really have the energy capable of going between star systems, which means they have access to the Planck energy, that would mean that the distance between them and us is like the distance between us and an anthill. And we don't visit anthills too often, right? We don't give beads to them, trinkets to ants.
No, but I mean, I'm sure that when you were a child, I know I did. I leaned down and I watched
on a few of them, right?
Well, I did, but mostly I looked at them and the industrious little suckers carrying these giant hunks of bread and stuff. It's interesting, so I stared at them.
But for how long? We're type 0. A type 3 civilization would stare at us for a little bit and then get bored very quickly. And then simply walk away. Type 0 civilizations are probably dime a dozen in the galaxy.
Why would you? It sounds like you imagine that a type 3 is benign, peaceful, past all of the political, religious hang-ups that the world has right now. Why do you make that assumption?
Well, because we evolved on a very savage Earth. Resources were scarce. Food was scarce, shelter was scarce, mates were scarce, and the way we got access to shelter and food and mates was by force. We have a very, it was only a short while ago, a few million years, that we were really savages in the forest. And a type 3 civilization would have had perhaps 1 million years of evolution away from their savage past.
Or that much savagery, and they're the winners. I don't know.
And the search for resources, the search for energy, the search for mates, that would not be first and foremost in their mind, I think.
All right.
So that's why I think that by the time they're type 3, they are going to be benign.
Well, okay. Professor, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. Being the type 0 I am, I still have to take commercial and news breaks. That's all right, because it brings you all of this. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, with one of the smartest people in the world. My guest is Dr. Michio Kaku, and he is indeed one of the world's leading theoretical physicists. It's fascinating to listen to, so I suggest you stay right where you are. Once again, Dr. Michio Kaku. All right, I guess we better do this. Mark in East Lansing, Michigan, obviously may not have heard our early programs, Professor, and simply asked, what is a type 3 civilization life form as opposed to, say, a type 1 you were just talking about? Please explain. Now, you've done that a number of times, but there are new people out there, so by all means.
Okay, and before I do that, let me just mention my webpage, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
It's www.mkaku.org, mkaku.org. And you can see a description of my new book, Parallel Worlds. And I'd like to thank Michael Phillips and Corey for setting up the webpage. They've done a great job monitoring the webpage. 40 million hits on that webpage so far.
40 million hits.
A fraction of your number of hits, of course.
I'm
sure a lot of my hits are spillovers from yours.
Happy to be delivering whatever hits you can take.
Okay. Well, briefly, a Type 1 civilization is a planetary civilization that harnesses planetary power. They control the weather. They would control earthquakes, and that tsunami, for example, that devastated the Indian Ocean, that would be easily controlled by a Type 1 civilization that controls anything planetary.
All right. Stopping there for a second, folks. He's describing a Type 1. We are a 0.
We're 0. We get our energy from dead plants, oil and coal.
Right.
We cannot predict we can barely predict the weather, let alone modify it or change it. We're at the mercy of earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis. A Type 1 is about 100 years away from us in technology, but they control planetary forces.
That's not very far, 100 years.
Not very far.
Really
you can see the beginnings of it. You know, the Internet is the beginning of a Type 1 telephone system. That's what the Internet really is. English will be the language of Type 1.
Can you even imagine, Professor, how a Type 1 might have, say, controlled or stopped or prevented or I don't know, whatever, with that tsunami?
Well, first of all, they would be able to look inside the Earth. We're very primitive in terms of using earthquake waves to monitor the inside of the Earth. They'd be able to look inside the Earth and be able to predict well ahead of time and be able to release the energy slowly of these earthquakes before they build up. And we're at the mercy of these forces because we cannot see inside the Earth. However, with supercomputers, with sensors, and eventually neutrino telescopes, we may be able to actually see inside the Earth.
But how would even a Type 1 civilization control the movement of tectonic plates against each other? That's what it is, right?
Yeah, well, for example, it's known that if you flood certain areas, just ordinary water will loosen some of the fault lines and actually initiate some rumbles in the fault. They would be able to precisely, in three-dimensional geometry, locate where all the pressure points are and relieve them using water, lubricants, or whatever kinds of advanced technology they have. They would know exactly where the pressure points are, relieve them so they're not going to build up, so the tectonic plates slide over each other without locking.
Is
the
there
locking of these plates?
Yes, is there research like that going on, Professor? I've heard little bits and pieces about injecting water and its effect.
It's very primitive because we don't know where the pressure points are. Just only in the last few years have we got the first map of the inside magma of the Earth. If you were actually to look at the core of the Earth and see all the streams of magma, it sort of looks like an onion with thin tendrils coming out of the onion. I was quite shocked when I saw that picture. We have just a rough approximation now of all the magma channels that are inside the Earth. Very rough picture.
That's fascinating.
Quite astonished when I saw that picture.
How far down do we have knowledge of?
Well, this picture was taken of the entire core of the planet Earth, and it was done by looking at supercomputer analysis of waves caused by earthquakes as they went through the planet Earth itself, bounced off different layers, and then using a supercomputer to reconstruct in 3 dimensions the shape of all the junk inside the Earth.
Okay, so this is kind of on a scale of what a geologist does when they're looking for oil. They drop some dynamite in a hole, they let her rip, and then the vibrations come back and are put together by a computer.
Right.
Is that the same sort of thing?
And a Type 1 civilization would have monitors over the entire planet Earth and have very precise sensing devices that allow a supercomputer to then reconstruct the entire shape of the interior of the Earth. The magma in the Earth looks very much like a potato, by the way, with tendrils and vines coming out of it in all sorts of irregular ways.
Well, you say you saw that. Where did you see
this? It's been published in science magazines. I'll look for it, and maybe I'll put it on my website. But seismologists have been able to construct the first crude picture of the inside of the Earth. Wow. Now, Type 1 civilization would have an accurate description of all the pressure points and where all the tectonic plates are jammed, and be able to loosen them precisely rather than using witchcraft and all sorts of different kinds of imprecise ways of trying to locate where the pressure is building up. And of course, the pressure is building up miles underneath the surface of the Earth.
Yes.
So a Type 1 civilization would have the energy, would have the know-how, the supercomputers, to accurately reconstruct not just the inside of the Earth, but weather patterns also. They'd be able to modify the weather, be able to stop hurricanes before they form, they would have a tremendous understanding of the weather patterns, and any planetary force they'd be able to control. Now, type 2 has exhausted the power of a planet.
Before you start out on a type 2, how much distance in time, Professor, would there be, say, between a type 1 that we're fairly close to and a type 2?
Between type 1 and type 2 is about 5,000 years. And you can calculate that number by looking at the rate at which the gross domestic product of nations increases. Energy consumption is very closely tied to gross domestic product, which grows at about 2% a year. And at a rate of 2% a year, we will hit type 1 in about 100 years. We'll hit type 2 in roughly 5,000 years. And we'll hit type 3, which is galactic, at about 100,000 years to maybe 1,000,000 years, depending upon whether we can perfect warp drive. So this is the progression of civilizations. And, like I said, we're about 100 years away from type 1. And every headline I see in the newspaper leads me to believe that we're seeing the birth pangs of type 1. The formation of the European Union is a type 1, beginning of a type 1 economy. And they formed to oppose NAFTA, which is us, North American Fair Trade Agreement.
Right.
And culture is even becoming type 1. Blue jeans, rock and roll, rap music. That's a universal type 1 culture being formed right before our eyes.
Rap music is part of type 1?
Well, beginning of a planetary culture, blue jeans, rock and roll, youth culture is becoming universal and planetary. Also, there are people who, in their gut, understand that we're headed for type 1 and don't like it. These are the terrorists. In their gut, they know that a planetary civilization is in formation, and they feel more comfortable living 1,000 years in the past at a -1 civilization. And so terrorism is a byproduct of the fact that we are marching toward type 1. And I think that a planetary civilization is in the cards. You can see signs of it everywhere.
And do you think that those people who oppose our present momentum, Professor, would, if they could, destroy what's left of our type 0 and 7/8 to prevent us from getting to type 1? In other words, would they destroy the entire planet and all those who live on it if they had that capability to prevent the type 1?
Well, I think that one reason perhaps why we don't see lots of aliens in outer space is that perhaps they did not make the transition between 0 and 1. That's the most dangerous transition of all time. By the time you're type 2, you are immortal. Nothing known to science can destroy a type 2 civilization. But type 0s are extremely vulnerable.
Yes, being absolutely honest, this is the sad, hard-to-take part, folks. The hopeful part is that we could get to be a type 1. The downside of this is that the odds of a 0 getting to a 1, especially through this dangerous period that we're in right now, are approximately what, Professor?
Well, my friend Sir Martin Rees, who's the Royal Astronomer of England, tried to make that estimate, and he put it at 50-50.
Oh.
Which I think is a little bit generous.
Oh.
But the Royal Astronomer of Great Britain put it at 50-50 that will make type 1.
Well, it's extremely optimistic. Some of the numbers you imagined, I don't know, a year or so ago, much worse.
A lot worse, right?
Much worse, yes.
Yeah. However, like I said before, there are people who want to resist the transition to type 1, and they want to get access to nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, biological weapons, and create all sorts of mischief.
That's right.
Not to mention global warming. And all the havoc that could happen if the jet stream were...
Let's do it. Let's mention global warming for a second. I just read a book that I'll tell you about after the bottom of the hour that was anti-global warming. It's a brand new book called State of Fear. I'll tell you about it. Anyway, if you look now at the north part of the world and the south part of the world, and you really look at these satellite photos that go back, 50 years or whatever, it'll just scare the pants off you. I mean, the North Pole is melting, the Antarctic is calving, and
Alaska is thawing out. Every glacier on the Earth is receding.
Yes. This seems so important to me, Professor, as though there's a change going on that eventually might not allow for, human life on the planet?
Well, maybe one day when we reach other planetary systems, we'll find that their atmospheres are too hot to support life because they had a greenhouse effect, or their atmospheres are radioactive because they had a nuclear war. So I think it's a warning to us that not every civilization makes it to Type 1.
Well, when you look at present environmental trends, are you encouraged or discouraged?
I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think it's going to take a major shock. I think it's going to take a major shock before politicians get off their butt and do something. We're talking about major storms that are going to inundate cities because of the rising of the sea level, the warming of the water to create hurricanes. We're going to see the disruption of the seasons so that, again, farmers are going to complain that their crops are devastated. We'll see dust bowls forming. We'll see mosquitoes rising north, carrying malaria. It's going to take a major catastrophe before the politicians do anything. And that's human nature, unfortunately. Humans don't do anything until they have to. But I think that's what's going to happen. Basically, nothing will happen until some catastrophe happens that threatens the breadbasket of the nations, swamps cities, inundates whole nations, and creates unmitigated havoc.
Can you imagine what sort of event or the magnitude of the event it would take to actually do that?
Well, for example, a nor'easter almost paralyzed all of New York City, where I live, putting water into the subway system.
Yes.
As water levels rise, New York City will not go underwater, but storms will easily loft water right into Manhattan and paralyze America's metropolitan center. Wall Street could be flooded. And again, sea levels will not inundate Wall Street, but storms will lift water right into the subway system and basically grind New York City to a halt. So I think things like that in San Francisco, New Orleans, Los Angeles, things like that will make the politicians really begin to wonder about this global warming business.
And you do anticipate an event of that magnitude?
I think that's what it's going to take. Right now, Alaska is thawing out. However, Alaska does not have that many electoral votes. Already in Alaska, we see the tundra beginning to thaw out. The highway systems are collapsing because the tundra underneath is melting.
Absolutely.
Apartment complexes are beginning to crack because their foundations are melting.
The news of what's happening in Alaska is not making it to the lower 48 in the way that it ought to be. What do you make out of that?
Well, unfortunately, the media is concentrated in places like New York City. So when Alaska thaws out, people say, well, it's nothing but a bunch of polar bears. But when Wall Street is underwater, I think people are going to think twice about this global warming business.
Well, they definitely would at that point. But right now, there are they're canceling traditional dog races because there's no snow. I got an email from a guy up at Prudhoe Bay. Earlier tonight, I read it. It's warm up at Prudhoe Bay. Let's see. Here it is. I see. Here he is. He's up at Prudhoe Bay at the oil field, and he's writing that it's raining up there right now. Professor, raining. This is January in Prudhoe Bay. Raining in Prudhoe Bay. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the seasons are all getting knocked out of kilter. The early bird may not get the worm anymore because worms and birds have different cycles.
Yes.
And they're being set a kilter because the seasons are being disrupted now. Farmers are getting increasingly worried about when to plant their crops because of the changing of the seasons.
This lady called me in the first hour of the program from, I forget, somewhere in the South, might have been Georgia. Anyway, she was saying that there was black mold, this really weird black mold growing on the soy crops down there. And there were projections this black mold may make it to the Midwest within the year or so. It would affect many crops. Wouldn't this kind of thing, this mold or other weird little things like that, sort of be a sideshow event to a major climate change?
I think so, and wait till it starts to disrupt the economy. America produces food, exports large quantities of food, has tremendous bread baskets in the Midwest and California and Florida. Wait till the agriculture of this country is disrupted. then you're going to see a lot of angry farmers taking it to the ballot box. So I think, the politicians are being very coy about this. They're saying it's not going to happen during my watch.
That's right.
So why should I worry about it?
That's right.
But yeah, it'll happen. It'll begin to affect the ballot box as people's pocketbooks begin to get affected.
Well, we're not long-range thinkers.
No, and that's why, some people say that we're not going to make it to type 1.
Well, wouldn't those people be the place to put your money?
Well, we'll wait and see. But,
I don't want to be that dark, but it just seems like maybe I'm not seeing the good parts of the course we're on right now.
Yeah, well, I think it's up to all of us to put a little heat underneath the rear ends of some of the politicians who say it's not going to happen in my watch, so I'm not going to do anything about it. Let the next politician take the heat for global warming. That's their attitude.
Well, what about other nations around the world?
Well, China's coming up really strong now in their economy, and they're under a lot of pressure now to get their act together to make sure that they don't start to belch tremendous amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
But that is what they're beginning to do. I visited China. A friend of mine just got back a week ago from Shenzhen province, for example, which has now, I don't know, there were a couple 100,000 when I was there, and now I'm told there are millions and millions and millions of people in Shenzhen, and the amount of commerce would just scare you to death. So that's the direction they're going in. In fact, they're beginning to take over. So
as the world industrializes, I think that we all politicians are going to have to wonder what kind of world are we going to live in. We're going to create a vibrant economy with a living standard that people can afford, and air that's breathable, and a weather system that we can predict and is friendly, or will the weather turn on us? That's a question that all of us are going to have to ask, but it's happening right before our eyes now.
Well, I can tell you this. It's only a microcosm at any given snapshot moment with regard to the weather, but the number of calls that I've been getting just from people around, well, the world, including Alaska. The Alaskans come on here and warn us like crazy. They say you wouldn't believe what's happening up here. But it's not, I don't know, somehow it's heard, but it's not registering, or I can't figure it out.
Yeah, well, I think that when I look in the night sky and look at all those planets out there that perhaps are lurking and perhaps harbor life, they may have had the same problem centuries ago, thousands of years ago, and some of them may not have made it.
Maybe that's why it's so dark out there and we don't have any signals yet. Professor, hold on. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. We will be right back. It is, and my guest is Professor Michio Kaku, one of the brightest men in the world. And we're talking about all sorts of things that indeed impact our world. If you'll just stay right there, we'll be right back. Every now and then, it's very important to know what the other side is doing. Now, I, too, fancy myself to be an environmentalist. Michael Crichton has written a book, ostensibly, yes, fiction, but very much on the edge of fiction, much in the way that I think the coming global superstorm was framed. We made it fiction for a number of reasons, but there were nuggets of truth in it, as there are in Michael Crichton's book. But boy, I thought it was a hack job. Nevertheless, I like Michael Crichton as a writer, so I read it. It is the antithesis, of course, of global superstorm, and the essence of it is, and this is what I want to discuss with the professor, the essence of the book is, again, called State of Fear, and it's suggesting that the American people, indeed the world's people, must constantly be kept in a state of fear about something, whether it's the communist menace, or it's, the Nazis, or whatever it is. The world must be kept in a state of fear. And the current state of fear being perpetrated is the environmental movement. And that the whole thing is absolute bunk. The environmental movement is bunk. And in this fictional story, environmentalists are seen to do things like I don't know, calving icebergs from the South Pole with bombs in order to forward the affecting the weather, doing various things to show that the global warming is real. In other words, the global warming people are running around perpetrating these things in order to forward the idea that global warming is real when actually there's not an ounce of truth to it all. It's a remarkable book. You should read it if you get the opportunity, Professor. So there are a lot of people who believe that, Professor, that the whole environmental thing is absolute bunk, and it's just the state of fear that we need to be kept in. And I think it's time somebody said straight out whether or not this is real. I mean, if it's bunk and just a state of fear, then we should ignore it and pay attention to other things. Or is the whole environmental question a very real, pressing question, real or not?
Well, I think Michael Crichton is a very good science fiction writer. He writes these techno-thrillers. He takes the germ of truth and then blows it out of proportion. They're techno-thrillers and they're science fiction. So I think we should treat this book just like that, as science fiction. However, you don't have to have eco-terrorists calve icebergs with dynamite. They're doing it by themselves. You don't have to have environmentalists create all the problems of Alaska, the North Pole, the South Pole, the glaciers. Mother Nature is doing that by itself because it's being egged on by human activity. And so I think that he's giving the environmentalists too much credit. It takes an enormous amount of effort to go to the South Pole and knock off an iceberg.
I wonder if he proposes the Alaskans en masse have turned their hair dryers on the tundra.
Yeah, and the atmosphere is heating up all by itself because of all the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. When this debate was first emerging, I was a little bit skeptical myself. However, what turned my mind was a graph showing temperature and carbon dioxide level correlations going back 100,000 years. Mm-hmm. We can now go back actually several 100,000 years by drilling into the North Pole and South Pole and extracting ice cores. And by analyzing the weather patterns hundreds of thousands of years ago, you find that there's a lockstep between carbon dioxide and temperature levels, like a roller coaster, two roller coasters in lockstep, and it's peaking now. The 1990s went down as the hottest decade ever recorded in the history of science, going back 100,000 years.
That's right.
Now, you have to really be, I think, stretching it to think that humans had nothing to do with the fact that just now, because of the Industrial Revolution, and just within the last 10 years, we've had the hottest decade ever recorded, going back, I think the record now is 400,000 years is the latest number I've seen. So I think that, to me, really clinched it. It's human activity. And it's not just, sun cycles, and it's not just weather patterns and normal fluctuations. We see the normal fluctuations going back hundreds of thousands of years. But why now? Why in the last decade? And 2004 went down as, the third or fourth hottest year ever recorded in the history of science.
All right, well, as a scientist, that convinced you. Mm-hmm. Somehow the charts didn't make it to the Oval Office morning briefing or something. At any rate, certainly the politicians haven't registered one little bit with them yet, not at all.
Well, there is a problem, and that is economic activity correlates with carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
The United States produces 1/4 of the world's carbon dioxide, but it also has 1/4 of the world's economic activity. There's almost a 1-to-1 correlation between conventional wealth, the wealth of petroleum, and carbon dioxide production. And that's why, the people who do produce carbon dioxide, the oil companies, the coal companies, they're going to resist any measures to rein in their profits by tooth and nail.
Gee, though, Professor, it's just being realistic here for a second, and looking at China and looking at the other emerging nations that are coming in.
They watch Hollywood movies, and they want the Hollywood lifestyle.
They absolutely do, and it's headed in that direction, whether we like it or not. I don't see any force on Earth that can stop it.
And so instead of trying to resist it, I think we should go with the flow and get the nations of India and China to wake up to the fact that they're going to be sacrificing their future generations by, building coal plants and oil plants rather than going into conservation and solar energy and wind power and renewables.
But how do we convince them of that when we're having our success consuming our 25% or whatever it is of the world's reserves in this area?
Yeah, well, I think we're beginning to look like a bunch of hypocrites, right? On one hand, telling people that they have to get their act together, and, America's always lecturing other countries.
Yeah, it doesn't sell well.
And it doesn't sound good when we're the biggest spender in terms of carbon dioxide and dumping the most pollution in the air. It doesn't look good at all.
Well, so just for the sake of the conversation, we should assume that they're not going to take our advice, and they are going to proceed full speed ahead into probably being the leading, China, for example, the leading emitter and user, and so forth and so on. So what I guess I'm interested in is, what does that mean, and how soon does it mean it?
Well, like I said, unfortunately, I don't see much happening with regards to the big nations until there is some kind of catastrophe that affects everybody. You realize that, 150 years ago, there were no sewer systems in the major cities of the world until there were huge cholera and disease epidemics that killed rich people as well.
Right.
And when that happened, then the rich people clamored to have a sewer system. Well, a little bit of self-interest was involved, but that's what it took. It took a disaster that wiped out rich people before the rich people of Paris and London decided to build their sewer systems. And I think it's going to happen that way, too. People that live in, have limousines and nice offices on Wall Street, they have beach houses. And when their beach houses get torn apart by monster hurricanes and flooded, I think they're going to realize that, hey, maybe there is something to this global warming business. But I think that it's going to take some kind of catastrophe before people wake up and the politicians feel the heat.
Well, at present rates of increased emissions and global warming, attendant global warming, would you take a guess, or do you know anybody who would take a guess about where the breaking point would begin to be, where we might have an event of the proportion you're talking about?
Well, I think Florida, with all the hurricanes, was a wake-up call, not in the sense that it was directly related to the greenhouse effect. It could have been a fluctuation. But we are going to have more monster storms like this. And, these people vote. And they're going to say, I can't get insurance. My beachfront property, no one wants to buy it. My nest egg for retirement just evaporated. And no one's doing anything about it. And just remember that hurricanes get their power from warm water.
Sure.
And the temperature of the water is heating up.
So these events, it could happen any time, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In other words, trying to get an idea of, with what we see in terms of the scale of development.
And I think in 5 to 10 years, we're going to see monster disruptions of the weather. Look at Europe. There were tens of thousands of people that suffered, and many died because of the heat wave that paralyzed Europe over the summer.
Yes.
Many of them children and elderly.
Oh, yes.
And I think we're going to see more monster typhoons and hurricanes. Japan recorded a record number of typhoons. And Florida, of course, got hit so many times by hurricanes. And that's going to be commonplace. We're going to see very common extremes of weather, extreme heat, extreme wetness, and extreme drought. And I think that these things will gradually become part of everyday living. We're going to be used to the fact that Florida is unlivable. And so I think that these people are going to get very angry. Farmers are going to get angry that their foods are rotting on the vine and dust bowls are being created.
Well, you actually began to see a little bit of it after this last hurricane season. There were people who very seriously talked about, that's it. I'm out of here. I'm out of Florida. Well, I'm sure a lot of them after the hurricanes quit probably calmed down and remained. But if there was yet another year of this, or even worse, and it keeps getting worse, it wouldn't be very many years before people said that in Florida and meant it and just flat left.
Yeah, I think in 5 to 10 years, you're going to see major changes in property values, major changes in people's lifestyle and pocketbooks. And it's not 20, 30 years. We're talking about monster storms, extreme weather conditions like the drought and the heat wave that hit Europe, the drought that's currently affecting the Midwest. Right now, I'm in San Francisco doing my book tour for Parallel Worlds.
Yes.
And we've had a monster set of rainfall in Northern California.
Yes.
Unprecedented, in fact.
Well, I'm
here.
20 miles from Death Valley, Professor, and we've never seen anything like it. Roads are washed out. It's like pouring water on marble. It doesn't absorb. It's an amazing time we're having, but I'm always... I'm so afraid to say anything and relate it to a seemingly larger change because, of course, it's only a macro moment in the environment and the weather. It's just a weird moment. Given it's a weird moment, it's hard to convince people that it's part of a bigger picture.
Right. Well, it could be a fluctuation, but these fluctuations are going to become more commonplace. We're going to see more and more of these fluctuations. They're going to be more extreme, because there's more energy driving these things.
All right, Professor, what about the critics who argue that, yes, greenhouse gases have increased before and the world has gone through many cycles of ice ages and so forth and so on, and yes, maybe we're moving toward an ice age or moving toward whatever, but, this whole thing about man's part in it is so absolute bunk. That's what the skeptics say.
Yeah, but you see, if you take a look at the weather conditions on the planet Earth, again, going back hundreds of thousands of years, it's peaking right at the time of maximum industrial activity. And scientists can now actually measure the increase in temperature almost day by day by looking at rush traffic. I read one release on the Internet showing that by looking at the carbon dioxide emitted by cars during rush traffic, you can actually see the micro increase in temperature during the daytime because of rush traffic. And weekends, it went down because no one drives their car on weekends so much, but on Monday, and you see these cycles. So we can even see it now day to day. Forget the 5, 10, 100-year cycles now. You can actually see it day to day in terms of micro changes in temperature because of traffic jams and the lofting of enormous amounts of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Well, I wonder, though, if these are local changes or are they the larger picture? In other words, yes, sure, cities with asphalt and buildings and all the things attendant with cities, and then, of course, the emissions as well and the smog and all the rest of it are going to have a sort of sub-environment that's localized pretty much. Does that translate to the world scale?
Well, it does in the sense that you can actually see now in the cities not a constant temperature, but the temperature fluctuations due to cars. You can actually see that now in the evidence. So it's just not asphalt. It's the fact that on weekends, temperatures drop a little bit, and on Mondays, temperatures rise a bit because of the carbon dioxide being generated right before our eyes by economic activity.
No question about it. What I'm asking is, does this translate to the world's environment, or is it a localized only condition?
Well, it shows that carbon dioxide will, in fact, in the real world, raise temperatures.
Oh, I see.
Some people thought that because of cloud activity, because water rises in temperature, creates clouds, clouds reflect the energy back into outer space. Therefore, you get a compensating fact that clouds will cool the Earth, and clouds are created by global warming. But we've taken that factor into account now, and we find that that's not enough. The temperature still rises, even with cloud activity reflecting light back into outer space. We still see the effect that man-made carbon dioxide has a net increase in temperature even with this cloud activity. That was one of the main scientific criticisms of the greenhouse effect.
Yes.
That there could be compensating effects.
That's right.
Like a cloud activity. But we also have positive feedback. When the tundra of Alaska melts, it releases methane gas. Methane gas is even more of a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, even more of a greenhouse gas. And so we have an accelerating greenhouse effect in Alaska as the tundra thaws out and methane gas is released, and therefore it accelerates this whole process.
Now, there are some who even say, hooray for global warming. I mean, I can see that it's bringing changes. I don't care if man's hand is involved. Frankly, where I live, this is just a metaphorical person out there. Where I live, I could use several degrees of temperature rise. I would love it. What do you say to those folks?
Well, I think as far as economic activity, Canada could be the main recipient of the benefits. They could have the next breadbasket.
There you are.
We're blessed with the Midwest that has a tremendous breadbasket. That's going to turn into a dust bowl. The next breadbasket could be in Canada as Canada heats up. So, yeah, some nations may benefit, but it's not going to be us. Our temperatures are going to be more like Mexico. And Mexico is very hot, as you know, in certain parts.
It sure is.
And they don't have breadbaskets like we have breadbaskets in the Midwest. No, they don't have a corn belt and a wheat belt. And, Canada is going to have huge corn belts and wheat belts at our expense.
So it may well be, then, that a Canadian is absolutely justified in saying, global warming? Bring it on.
Yeah, at the expense of somebody else.
Yes.
And they could be us.
Yes. But could that Canadian be wrong, or is he totally right? In other words, yeah, sure, bring it on. And, in fact, he will be better off. Or would there be some other unexpected occurrences as a result of this?
Well, many other unexpected occurrences like a disease, malaria, dengue fever, diseases spread by vectors like mosquitoes will start to rise. West Nile virus was unheard of a few years ago. Now many metropolitan cities have West Nile virus. Many people think that's just the beginning as mosquitoes start to head north, as more diseases start to occur.
I'm one of those people. All right, Professor, hold on. We'll resume in a moment. By the way, yes, of course, we'll open the lines for Professor Michio Kaku, whatever subject you might like to probe. From the high desert, the soggy high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Actually, I don't think it gets any better than this. One of the brightest men on the planet. Dr. Michio Kaku is my guest. He's a theoretical physicist, co-founder of the string theory, and an amazing man. In a moment, we'll get back to him, and we're about to start picking up some telephone lines. So stay right where you are. It just hit me like a rock. I should interview Michael Crichton. State of Fear was a remarkable book, and just remarkable. And not just based on that, but what else he has done. So many of my favorites. As the professor said, he's a remarkable science fiction writer. But this is over the top. I should interview Michael Crichton. That would be a very, very, very interesting interview. So if anybody's listening at the network who pays attention to that kind of thing, mark me down. Find Mr. Crichton for me. And once again, Dr. Michio Kaku. And speaking, I eat books. I spend all my time reading books, too much time probably. His book, Parallel Worlds, A Journey Through Creation, Higher Dimensions, and the Future of the Cosmos. Just a baby, just coming out. You're going to be pretty prolific in the book world, Doctor.
Well, I hope to educate the public to the enormous revolutionary advances taking place just within the last 5 years because of all the satellite data that we have pouring in from outer space. And I think there are a lot of books out there to be written because our old viewpoint of a universe is going out the window. Uni means one, and it's going to be replaced by a multiverse or megaverse. And that's the theme of Parallel Worlds, that we're way beyond the era of just speculation and idle dinner table chatter. We're now in the realm of hard science with satellites, gravity wave detectors, laser optics. All these experiments now are being brought to bear on the multiverse, which is...
when do you think it possible, Professor, that some sort of concrete... warm barrel evidence is discovered?
Well, it could happen pretty soon. First of all, in the year 2011, just 6 years from now, LISA will be sent into orbit. The most ambitious NASA satellite ever sent into orbit. 3 satellites connected by laser beams to make an equilateral triangle in outer space. The triangle will be 3 million miles across, and it'll be connected by 3 laser beams, making a triangle. And any gravity wave, like a gravity wave from a colliding black hole, or even remnant gravity waves from the Big Bang itself, which is still circulating around our universe, that'll hit the 3 satellites, jiggle the laser beams, and immediately we should see the interference pattern of the shock wave of the gravity wave. Now, just remember that we have baby pictures of the Big Bang, but these baby pictures of the Big Bang are when the baby universe was about 300,000 years of age. So think of a baby being born. We now have pictures of the infant universe at about an hour after birth. We want a picture of the Big Bang as it's emerging the uterus, as it's coming out of the womb. And the radiation from the instant of creation should have signals, perhaps, from other universes on the other side. The frequencies emitted by the Big Bang will have a fingerprint.
In other words, we should find anomalous magnetic activity.
Gravitational activity, exactly right. And the anomalous gravitational waves that Lisa will pick up in 2011 should signal the possibility of parallel universes. So we don't have to create an atom smasher the size of the universe to prove string theory and inflation. We have an atom smasher. It's called the Big Bang, and the radiation is still circulating around the universe. It's very faint, but Lisa should be able to detect it because it's a huge observatory, 3 million miles across, connected by laser beams that will be so sensitive it'll pick up the signature of string theory. We should be able to verify the presence of higher dimensions in parallel universes, we hope, once Lisa gets off the ground. And then in 2 years, in 2007, outside Geneva, Switzerland, the largest atom smasher conceived of by the human mind will be turned on outside Geneva in 2 years. It's so big you can put the city of Geneva inside it. It's that big. It's huge. And we should be able to smash atoms to recreate conditions not seen since the instant of the Big Bang. And I personally hope that we find sparticles out of the atom smasher, super particles. And these would be, again, the higher octaves of the superstring. And if we find that won't nail superstring theory to the wall, but it'll give a tremendous boost to superstring theory and the theory of higher dimensions if we find sparticles. That'll be the first hard evidence that this is the correct way to go.
That'd be a big moment. All right.
That's right. Echoes from the 11th dimension.
All right. Joel in Houston, Texas has a couple questions. One, is it theoretically possible to unleash the energy in a string in perhaps the same manner that a nuclear reaction, in other words, a weaponized reaction or a controlled reaction, unleashes what we used to call blinding energy in an atom?
Yes, in the sense that atoms themselves are made out of strings. All the particles we see in the universe are probably nothing but modes of a vibrating string. And when the string snaps, when the string changes vibration, it releases energy.
Right.
So the energy we see from the sun is actually energy released from strings that are vibrating at a different frequency, in a different mode. And that energy is seen to us as sunlight. That's also the energy of the stars, the energy of hydrogen bombs. And the ultimate energy is the Planck energy. That's the energy of the string itself.
Right.
And that's the energy at which universes are created. That's the energy at which baby universes form. And so once a type 3 civilization has access to the actual string energy, we should be able to release cosmic energy, the energy of interdimensional space.
Since we're talking about type 3s for a second, again, a couple questions in that category. Don't you think a type 3 or even a type 2 would want to play with, study, experiment humans, much like we do orangutans?
Possible. The Federation of Planets, like in Star Trek, they're a typical type 2. They've only colonized a tiny fraction of the alpha sector of the galaxy. They live in mortal fear of the Borg, which is a type 3 civilization.
Right.
Or the Q, which is type 4. And it's conceivable that if there's a nearby type 2, they would have colonized a few nearby stars. And if we are within that radius of a type 2, then it's conceivable, that we could encounter a civilization just a few thousand years ahead of us that doesn't have a star-spanning empire, but only has colonized a handful of stars. And that would be a type 2. And if we're within that close distance, then we may be able to make contact with it. But to really span the galaxy, that would require type 3 to do that.
James in Indiana has another type 3 question. He says, true, a type 3 civilization would be uninterested in us, but at the same time, wouldn't a civilization that's been evolving for millions of years be facing problems of space for their large population, perhaps, and looking for planets to colonize? Though they might be uninterested in us, we might have an interesting place.
Well, they would terraform different planets. Many Earth-like planets out there probably only have microbial life and just germs, basically. And they would have huge oceans and resources and energy supplies. So there are plenty of planets that have just microbial life on them. So I would suspect that by the time you're type 3, you really get energy from the stars. You don't get energy from planets anymore. You don't get energy from coal and oil. That's type 0 thinking. A type 3 civilization simply gobbles up whole stars. They put stars in their gas tank.
So it would look at least occupied from their point of view.
Yeah, so again, I think they're going to be benevolent in the sense that we are savage because evolution drives us to have resources and mates and food and shelter. They've already solved those questions. By the time you're type 1, they've already solved the question of food supply and shelter for their people. And we're talking about an immortal civilization, a civilization that is unstoppable by the laws of physics. Nothing known to science can stop a type 2 or a type 3 civilization.
And we're so close.
We're so close to making that transition, but so far.
To the phones, quickly. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Professor Kaku. Hi.
Hi, Art and Dr. Kaku. I've enjoyed all your books immensely.
Oh, thank you.
Your next one. I have a couple of questions for you. Would the multiverse, and I've read some of the things that Dr. David Deutsch has written about that.
Mm-hmm. Right, at
interesting work. Would the gravity that you talked about earlier from the other universes, would that ultimately cause our universe to be closed and ultimately collapse rather than facing a heat death? And my other question is...
Well, one at a time.
Oh, okay.
Just relax. Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, well, David Deutsch at Oxford talks about the multiverse in the sense of a quantum computer. Ultimately, silicon computers will be obsolete. Silicon Valley will turn into a rust belt. And the next Silicon Valley will be a quantum valley that uses quantum computers that actually compute in these other universes. But in my book, Parallel Worlds, I talk about the cosmology of these universes. That is, what would it take to actually live in a parallel universe? Could you actually create a machine that could boil space and open up gateways to such a parallel universe? And as far as the heat death or the big crunch, we believe that our universe will not have a heat death or a big crunch. It'll have a big freeze, entropy death. It's going to freeze to death because of something called dark energy. Dark energy is going to blow the universe apart. Our universe is accelerating. It's not slowing down at all. Think of a soap bubble that's expanding. We used to think that our soap bubble universe is slowing down, but it's speeding up. And as it speeds up, it's going to get very cold, so cold that all intelligent life will eventually die. And that's why I advocate that any type 3 or 4 civilization build a machine to literally flee to a parallel universe that's a lot warmer. So I think that if there is a neighboring universe, then perhaps we should flee to it billions of years from now, and we have plenty of time to do that, because no life form can exist when temperatures reach near absolute zero. That's the law of physics. It's a law of physics that all intelligent life in our universe must die unless we leave.
Caller.
Okay. My other question is, how will we reach type 1 status in the near future when we're facing global peak oil production? How will we overcome that to get to type 1 status?
Oh, now there's even a big argument about whether there is peak oil or not. There are many saying peak oil is now or about to be, either way, and there are others who say hogwash.
Well, there is something called Hubbard's peak. And if you just take a look at the graph, the charting of the amount of oil that we've taken out of the earth,
yes,
it does look like a bell-shaped curve, and we're at the top of the bell. Now, whether it really is a bell or not, we don't know, but we seem to be on the top of the bell-shaped curve right now, which means it's all going to be downhill from now. And just remember that Hubbard predicted back in the 60s now, that U.S. production would peak, and everyone thought that he was Cassandra and a Chicken Little. Yep. He was right. U.S. production did peak exactly when he said it, and applied to the world now, the world seems to be obeying the same bell-shaped curve, and we're at the top of it, which means that from now on it could be downhill, which means that we have to go to renewable resources like wind power and solar power and hybrids. Yes. And hydrogen power.
Well, the critics say, oh, nonsense. It is the horn o' plenty for oil, and it will always be there, and what is this baloney that we're going to run out of oil? Never.
Well, we'll always have oil, because we'll always find oil with new finds, but the rate at which we find oil is decreasing now. I repeat, the rate at which we find new oil supplies is decreasing, and the total production is a bell-shaped curve, and we're at the top of the bell-shaped curve. Now, who knows what's going to happen in the next decade? But it's ominous, just like it was back in the 60s when Hubbard first predicted this for U.S. production. Now, world production is undergoing the same transition that the U.S. went through back in the 1960s, and that gives you pause, because it could cause a major economic disruption of our economy unless we begin the transition slowly now to an economy free of carbon. It's a warning, basically.
Yes. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Professor Kaku. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Tony from San Antonio. It's a real thrill to speak with you and Dr. Kaku, Art.
Welcome.
My question is about the holographic universe. Are we holograms? Where are we stored if we're holograms? Are we in these brains or membranes between the dimensions? I'd like you to talk a little bit about that, and I'll listen on the air, Doctor.
Yes, believe it or not, that's a hot topic amongst string theorists right now as to whether or not we really are ghost-like holograms of another universe. This idea was first proposed by Jacob Bekenstein decades ago when he looked at a black hole. The information stored on a black hole is proportional to its surface area, that is, the area of its event horizon. Now, when you throw a book into a black hole, you would assume that the information grew by the volume of the book. However, it doesn't go that way. The information of a black hole grows as the surface area. So you can really judge a black hole by its cover. So this means that a two-dimensional surface encodes all the information of a three-dimensional object. Now, this means that perhaps there's an ultimate limit to how much information you can store in a given area. Now, the movie The Matrix, for example, asks the question, can you put the universe on a CD-ROM? Can all the information of the universe be coded in a finite number of digits and placed on a CD-ROM? If Bekenstein is right, then the answer is yes. Perhaps the universe is a hologram and can be placed on a CD, a gigantic CD, and maybe some kind of deity puts the CD in some kind of CD player and has pressed the play button, and here we are on the Art Bell Show because someone has pushed the play button.
But we're just marionettes on strings.
Now, string theory has yet even another twist to it.
That's part of string theory.
Yeah, the biggest thing in string theory in the last 5 or so years is the holographic universe. This really startled string theorists, but it turns out that a 4-dimensional universe can be encoded in a 5-dimensional universe. Now, we used to think that these dimensions are totally different, but now we find that you can have a holographic projection onto a 5-dimensional universe. So in other words, there are some people who make the claim that perhaps we are in a hologram, that perhaps we're nothing but images of another universe. And
isn't such a claim just designed to give us a big headache?
Well, the math is there. I mean, when I saw these results coming out of Princeton, at first I said, no, it can't be. But I looked at the math, and my God, that's what the theory seems to predict.
That's where it came from, Princeton?
It came from the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, right. And the holographic universe idea is just jumping out of string theory right now. Several hundred papers have now been written on the subject. You can go to the web and look at what is called anti-de Sitter space holography. And anti-de Sitter space conformal field theory duality is a very fancy way of saying that perhaps we're all holograms, and perhaps somewhere out there there's a CD-ROM with our universe written on it.
So you're saying you can buy into the math behind this concept?
Yeah, well, we have to follow the math. We don't have experiments to test string theory yet, because, of course, LISA will be the first attempt to test some of string theories, and also the LHC in Switzerland will be the first attempt to test aspects of string theory. But the math is incredible. No one thought that a holographic universe would emerge out of string theory, but there it is in bright daylight.
Has anybody ever asked you, Professor, if LISA goes and does its thing, and string theory were to get blown out the window, what would your fallback position be?
Well, we physicists don't do physics for the money. We don't do physics because we want to have our name written in stone in some place. We do it because it's fun. We can't imagine doing anything else. So even if string theory turns out to be the theory of nothing rather than the theory of everything, it has already generated so much gorgeous mathematics, so many brilliant insights into the structure of things, that I think it will live forever. It will live forever because it has opened up so many doorways.
All right, Professor, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour with Professor Michio Kaku. Always an absolute adventure for the mind. String theory, yes. That would be us, out at the end of the strings, being jerked around like little marionettes, going through life as a CD-ROM in the sky dictates. Yikes. We'll be right back. You're on tour this morning with one of the greats, Dr. Michio Kaku, who is one of the world's greatest theoretical physicists. And the latest ideas, one to really contemplate. Actually, if you are a really avid reader, I would suggest you go grab his new book. But a week this book has been around, or will be. Parallel Worlds. Everything we've been talking about this morning, Parallel Worlds. A journey through creation, higher dimensions, and the future of the cosmos. Pretty big stuff, actually, huh? In a moment, we resume. Don't touch that dial. Professor Kaku, isn't this holographic scenario going to be utterly disagreeable for most people unless it's the old man with the beard that pushed the play button?
Yes, some people may find it hard to believe that the movie The Matrix could have anything to do with the world of theoretical physics. But yes, we physicists realize that black holes are holograms. String theory has given added credibility to this. You can actually calculate the information of a black hole, and sure enough, it's proportional to its surface area. It's proportional to a sphere, and it's finite. There's a finite amount of information you can cram into a black hole, which means that, in principle, you can digitalize reality. And under Newtonian physics, for example, the weather cannot be predicted. There's simply too much information necessary to code for the weather. So that's why we have chaos theory. Chaos theory was created to handle the fact that Newtonian mechanics cannot predict the weather. However, now we have the fact that in quantum physics, black holes are holograms. They encode all information on the surface of the event horizon. And Bekenstein even calculates that perhaps a Google 10 to the 100 is the total amount of information content necessary to create the entire visible universe. That's the first attempt I've seen to actually calculate how big a CD-ROM you need to encode all physical reality.
And that was how many times bigger than Google?
A Google 10 to the 100, a 1 with 100 zeros after it.
That's a lot of
That was the first estimate for the amount of information and necessary to code the universe. And this is all in my book, Parallel Worlds.
And what I forget, it was about a week away. Is that
this
correct?
week?
It's
the
this
book
week.
Is coming out this week. If you're at the bookstore, you'll be some of the first to get a copy of my book. I'm on a book tour right now. I'm in the Bay Area, speaking in Los Altos and Palo Alto and San Francisco. And then I'll be heading on to Chicago later this week and Washington, D.C. next week.
Is there a lot of people there in the Bay Area? Is there any place people in the Bay Area and its surroundings can go to get the times, dates, and all the rest of that?
Well, you can go to my website, for example, mkaku.org, mkaku.org. tomorrow around noontime, I'll be at Stacy's bookstore in San Francisco. Tomorrow night, I'll be in Los Altos at the Main Street Forum in Los Altos. Tuesday morning, Tuesday night, I'll be at Café Scientifique at Palo Alto. And Wednesday, I'll be doing a lot of radio interviews with NPR.
That's very ambitious.
Yeah, it's a city a day, and so I'll be hitting a lot of cities. And then in February, I go to England, and I'll be touring the United Kingdom.
Do you enjoy it? Book tours are serious matters in terms of plunking down right in the middle of your life and changing it.
That's right. It's a big disruption. You're hitting a city a day. You're doing radio in the morning and afternoon, and then at night you're doing a lot of book signings. And the next day it's another city.
That's right. How do you feel about that?
Well, when I was a kid growing up, I wanted to know about, the fourth dimension and time travel and the unified field theory and Einstein. And I couldn't find any good books. There was just nothing out there at all. And I vowed that when I grew up, and I became a theoretical physicist, that I would write books that the average kid could understand so that they didn't have to go through the same horrible process I went through as a kid, knowing that there was good stuff out there, knowing that the universe was fantastic, incredible, beyond comprehension, and yet no good books could explain them to me.
Well, now there are.
Right.
But that still didn't, I'm not sure that answered how you feel about being on tour.
Well, it's rough, but it only lasts for, 2-3 weeks.
So you can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you can also see the joy in young people's eyes when you make contact with them.
Of course.
That feedback, I can see why politicians love the idea of, pressing the flesh, because you get a feedback, you get a sense of energy. And when I meet these people and they tell me that finally, a credible answer is given for all the questions they have.
Must be very satisfying.
Yeah, it's very gratifying.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Hi, this is Sheldon in Santa Maria, California, listening on 1240 KSMA.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go back to the many worlds theory.
Sure.
And I was thinking that if you're creating new realities with the same person in each reality, and they all have the same identical mind in each parallel world, could it be that the human mind itself may be a quantum computer?
Well, a quantum computer is a computer that is made out of individual atoms, and by changing the spins of these atoms, it performs a calculation. So in that sense, the mind is probably more like a neural network, which is what is called a learning machine. However, the mind itself exists in a quantum universe. So the mind itself is not a digital computer. It's not a Turing machine. The mind is a neural network. It's a learning machine. There's no Microsoft in your head. There's no operating system. There's no subroutines. Your brain has no operating system. There's no Windows for the brain. The brain is a learning machine.
Thank God.
However, real quantum computers, we think, will be developed perhaps in the next several decades. The first one was developed a few years ago, but full quantum computing won't come for a few more decades, and that will replace the silicon computer when it takes place. So I think the mind is a neural network, but it does exist in this quantum universe, where conceivably in one universe you're dead, and in another universe you're alive. So in some sense, your loved ones in another universe are still alive.
Excellent.
Again, the science meets the metaphysical in a way. It's so amazing. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Kaku. Hi, you have a great program.
Thank you.
Many years ago, when I was in my 20s, I'm in my late 50s now, I spoke to Dr. J. Allen Hynek when I was living in Illinois.
Yes.
And my question to him was, Dr. Hynek, what are the chances in this vast, unlimited universe of ours of there not being other life forms similar or more advanced to us?
That's a fascinating way to put it. Let's put it to Dr. Kaku. Doctor?
Well, I think the chances of intelligent life in outer space is perhaps 100%. I bet the house on it.
100%?
I think 100%. I bet the house on it.
Well, I guess in a way you might be. You might be. I mean, if you look at string theory, it almost with the alternate universes, it almost demands it.
That's right. You can count the number of stars in the visible universe. There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy.
Yes.
And we've counted. There are 100 billion galaxies in the visible universe. So the entire universe consists of 10,000 billion stars. That is the total number of stars in the visible universe as seen by astronomers. And it's hard to believe that we're the only ones with intelligent life on it. Among these 100 billion times 100 billion stars in the universe. And plus, if we have a multiverse of universes, many of these universes in the multiverse have stable DNA. They have autocatalytic self-replicating molecules like DNA. And they would have life forms on them, too.
The numbers almost seem, with multiverses, the numbers go beyond calculation almost.
It's beyond calculation, in fact. Yeah. So I bet the house on it, that there's intelligent creatures out there, probably even type 3 civilizations.
There you go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Hi, this is Jeffrey calling from New Orleans.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Because I have so immense differences with Dr. Kaku, it wouldn't be enough time to go through them, but I'll say it very simply. Because I accept the supremacy of the law of identity, that which is what it is, I have a lot of problems with string hypothesis because it hasn't been proven objectively by experiment or observations in physical reality.
All right, well, what about Lisa? I mean, do you consider that a good chance for proof?
That's only one of many things that has to take place. To give you an example of the differences, when I look at a cycloplex, which you call a black hole, what I find is that it's a dark star with the gravitational field being strong enough to prevent light from escaping, rather than some kind of a hologram, which leads me to polyuniverses, which I can't even detect. And as far as I'm concerned, the only universe we've got right now is the universe we're living in.
Okay.
Well, look at it this way. Black holes used to be considered science fiction. For decades, science books would say that one day we will find a black hole in space. Now the Hubble Space Telescope has photographed hundreds of black holes in outer space.
It sure has.
And the Chandra X-ray Telescope, in one sector of the universe, has registered millions of black holes in outer space.
By the way, Dr. Kaku, can you make any case for a manned mission to save Hubble? Is that something we should be doing in your estimation, or have we gleaned as much information as we can reasonably get from Hubble? Is it not worth the trouble? What do you think?
I think it's definitely worth the trouble. We have telescopes coming online now on the Earth that rival the accuracy of the Hubble Space Telescope.
Is that right?
These telescopes actually compensate for the thermal disturbances in the atmosphere that cause twinkling of the stars. Stars don't really twinkle. It's the atmospheric disturbances that causes the light to waver.
So we've done what? Come up with software to...
Well, we have laser beams. Laser beams that are shot in the atmosphere, and the laser beams register all the thermal currents, and then we can compensate by taking the mirror, chopping it up into pieces, putting a motor on each piece. And so we have a flexible mirror that realigns itself millisecond by millisecond, and that way we can have near crystal clear pictures of astronomical objects without having to worry about the atmosphere so much.
That's absolutely incredible. I did not know that, number one. And does that then account for some of the scientific disinterest in fixing Hubble?
Well, there are some people who say that we don't need to save Hubble because we have this new generation of telescopes on the Earth.
Are you one of those people?
No. I think that Hubble is $1 billion spacecraft that has done a lion's share of work. It has not even passed its peak yet in terms of what it could discover. And why throw away a perfectly good instrument which has given us gorgeous photographs of black holes and supernovas?
Oh, it has.
And planets and stars. So I definitely think that we should save the Hubble Space Telescope. Otherwise, it's $1 billion waste.
It's a lot of money. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Hi.
Hi, this is Armando from Ventura, California.
Okay, you're going to have to yell a little bit. You're not too loud. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a question for the both of you. That's okay?
Sure.
I was wondering if you were aware of a man who was doing a virtual map of America with the astrological markers.
With Astrological markers?
Yeah, early Americans found astrological markers like these huge cones, these huge stones placed around.
No, the answer is no. I wasn't aware of it, Professor.
Oh, okay. I was trying to find his name again.
Okay, no, I'm sorry.
Dr. Kaku.
Yes.
I hear parallel universes, but I was just wondering if that meant a direct reflection of our material world, of what we see now, or is it possibly in phases, like more relative to what's happening at the moment?
We're talking about real universes that you can move in. These are not virtual universes on a computer, but real worlds with perhaps real people and real beings living in them. And like I mentioned, we physicists have talked about several mechanisms by which we may be able to move to some of these universes. And in my book, I end on a speculative chapter where I actually give you the blueprint of what a machine would look like that would allow you to go between universes. But these are real spaces. They're not fictional, and we believe they exist. And like I said, the Large Hadron Collider is going to be turned on in 2 years. LISA will go up in orbit in 6 years. And it's going to be the biggest game in town now, with billions of dollars of hardware that may detect echoes from the 11th dimension.
If that happens, how hard will it rock the physics world?
Oh, I think it'll be like a tidal wave that hits the physics world. Sorry for the illusion. But I think it's going to rock physics to its core. We have something called the standard model of physics, the quark model, in other words. It's been around for 30 years. No improvement on the standard model in 30 years. But it's the ugliest theory known to science. 36 quarks and Higgs bosons and leptons and neutrinos and all these horrible particles put together in what is called the standard model. I like to think it looks like an aardvark with a giraffe and a shark scotch taped together and then calling it nature's finest creation of evolution. It's a horrible theory, but it works. It's the most successful theory known to science, accurate to within 10 billion, 1 part in 10 billion. But we want to replace it with music. Music. The standard model would simply be the lowest octave of the superstring. And so Einstein spent his years searching for the mind of God. We now have a candidate for the mind of God, and that is cosmic music resonating through the 11th dimension. That is probably what the mind of God is.
The mind of God.
And that's what string theory promises us, the ultimate theory of everything.
One more call. International line, you're on the air with Dr. Kaku. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine, sir. Where are you?
My name's Dave. I'm calling from Toronto, Ontario. And I have to tell you, being able to get through and listen to your show today has been an amazing blessing for me. First of all, when you said Canada's going to be a great place to live, you know what? That kind of worked for me a little bit. I've been living here for 30 years and kind of sick of these winters, to tell you the truth. But on another note, I was just wanted to ask Dr. Kaku to introduce the subject. I believe I was on the receiving end of light coming through a wormhole. That is to say that I saw what I ended up researching to be a galaxy. It was about the size of a quarter at arm's reach. Kind of a long, complicated story, but to cut to the gist of it, if wormholes were something that are standard in our universe, swirling around us all the time, if we were looking down or up into a wormhole, will we be able to recognize the space that we see through the wormhole as space, as in local space?
All right, but hold it right there and let's get the answer. We're way short on time, Doctor.
Okay, a wormhole would look like the looking glass of Alice. If I have a rotating black hole, it makes a ring, and the ring spins rapidly so it doesn't collapse. The centrifugal force keeps it afloat. And the ring would be the frame of the looking glass, so that if you stuck your hand through the ring of the black hole, your hand would wind up on the other side of forever. So it would look like conventional space, but at the center of the ring, you should see light coming in from an alternate universe. That's what we think would look like if you passed the event horizon and looked at a wormhole very, very close.
Does anything that goes into a wormhole come out?
Something comes out called Hawking radiation. When you throw a book into a black hole, it emits a very faint glow, which contains, we think, the information of the book, and that's called Hawking radiation.
It's what I wanted to do with Michael Crichton's book, but I couldn't get it there.
But anyway, we physicists believe that there is a chance that there is a wormhole at the other end of a black hole, because if you throw stuff into a black hole, it has to go someplace, and it could, in fact, blow out in a white hole, and the white hole, we think, could be a Big Bang.
It has been an honor to have you here. It always is. And as soon as you can come back, we'll have you back. What can I say? I hope they go out and buy your book. I hope you enjoy the book tour, and you're going to meet a lot of very nice people.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure being on your show.
Take care, Professor. Good night. That's Professor Michio Kaku, no doubt. One of the great minds in this world we live in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take a bit of a break and come back and do this again tomorrow night as we carry you through the weekend. Or actually, you carry us through the weekend. That coast-to-coast AM weekend. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Good night, all.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be on this fine evening. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, I think it's appropriate as we look at the world news that we talk about war, because we're about to have one. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there under the impression that we're not going to have a war because they heard that Iraq caved in and served up, the 12,000 pages of information. And so a lot of people thought, oh, gee, great, no war. Don't kid yourself. There's about to be a war. There's about to be a war, for sure. Iraq is preparing to destroy its own oil fields, is the news tonight. Water supplies, power plants, blame everything on the U.S. and our bombing during the war that they also know is coming. In fact, the stock market knows the war is coming. Everybody knows the war is coming. So they'll blame us. The officials briefing reporters at the Pentagon said they have evidence that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has plans to wreck his own infrastructure to force a humanitarian crisis and turn international opinion against the U.S. and the British in advance, as we advance into his territory, that we are just raping and pillaging as we go. Saddam Hussein missed his last chance to come clean with the world, according to the White House on Wednesday. Another key sign, war is coming. His last chance. Has blown his last chance. This is President Bush. The president, in fact, is debating whether to formally declare Iraq in violation of a UN arms resolution that threatened war unless Saddam disarms. In a series of meetings, President and his advisors swung back and forth on the issue of whether Iraq is in material breach of the UN or not. So they're debating that in the White House, whether they're really in violation or holy mackerel. This is war we're talking about here. And, a lot of people understand that what we're doing with the United Nations now is just a little dance. We're doing a little political dance for the world stage. So all the players can sit out there and, watch us go through the formal paperwork kind of motions of getting this done. But, all right, here's the part that I don't get and the part that I would like you to comment. I've got more war stories. I mean, it's coming. It's about, Britain is mobilizing their troops right now. We're could be within days or more likely weeks of war. Not very many weeks either. It's coming pretty quick. It's all, and I was wondering, they haven't really, we would be going to war, I presume, to rush in and destroy the weapons of mass destruction that we must know that he has. I mean, that's what we're saying, right? Or we think that he has. Which is it? The UN, they haven't found anything yet. Well, hey, big surprise there, right? And already they're making noises as though the report has nothing in it that is a material breach, or is in fact a material breach, and then others are apparently in the administration are saying no. Is that the best? Is that going to be as good as it gets? You know, what I want to know is from you. What do you think about war? Are you willing for the United States, our country, to go to war very soon now? By the way, if you specifically don't understand why you're going to war. That's my question. Are you still willing to commit to war? Are you willing to, on the word of the president, who would say they are in material violation, or we have decided they're in material violation, would that be enough for you personally to send your son or your daughter to war? Would that be enough for you to pick up a gun and kill if you had to? You know, I'm willing to acknowledge there may be a need for this war, you know, but they haven't laid it out yet. Not specifically. What the hell do we know? I think we should be told that. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a war. If we know he's got atomic bombs, or we know he's got a virus or something or another that could go around the world, destroy the entire world, at least destroy a good part of the U.S. and millions of our citizens, and we know he's going to use it, then let's go get him. I'm all for that. But, you know, they haven't told us yet. Usually you get to understand the basic reason for a war. And I mean specifically why you're going to have a war. In this case, we're going to go and attack them. Or you might view it as a continuation of the last war. I don't know. But we are certainly going to launch great numbers of lives into the next world. We are going to launch many dollars into the ether to send those people into the next world. Some of the people going into the next world, they're going to be our people. Maybe even a bunch. I notice CNN, for example, now is beginning to have things about how the U.S. is going to attack Iraq. You know, what our strategy is going to be. We're going to go in and, in essence, I guess, try to behead them. You know, it's what you do in most wars, I suppose, right? You take the top off. The government put Britain, this is from the London Times online, the government put Britain's armed forces onto a war footing yesterday, telling troops, reservists, and munitions manufacturers to get ready for conflict with Iraq. With the UN Security Council preparing to discuss President Saddam Hussein's 12,000 paid weapons declaration tomorrow, the Ministry of Defense finally switched, listen to these words, from contingency planning to deployment. Those are serious words. That means they're beginning to move things and troops. The British are beginning to move things and troops. Thousands of reservists, mainly in the medical field, have been approached to make sure that they'll be available for call-up if and when required. So Britain is already on the move, tactically already on the move. So we're about to have a war. And again, this may be an impertinent question, but I'm not sure it's not one we all have a right to ask, if not demand to have answered, and that is specifically why we're going to war. I mean, what the hell? Let's have the answer. What is it? Did we give them things? Is that why we're not being told? Did we give them things that without question they can now use to kill millions of Americans? Is that why we're not saying? Or do we have intelligence, I could understand this, for example, of certain facilities located in certain places in Iraq that we wouldn't want to make public, where we know exactly what they're doing? I just would like to be told, at least as specifically as possible, why we're going to war. And I'm not sure that I have received that information yet. So, well, you know, countries, they usually know why they're going to war, right? It's not that I'm against it necessarily, because I may well be for it, but we just haven't received the evidence, and that's my complaint right now. It may be forthcoming. It may be when the president responds to their 12,000 pages of fiction, you know, that he'll specifically tell us, but it hasn't happened yet, despite an awful lot of strong political pressure to cause it to occur. So I'm watching and I'm asking you, whether you're willing for you and your country to go to war and kill or be killed in order to accomplish a goal that you're not specifically aware of, only generally. Think about it. So there you have it. I would like your comments on war, if you get a second, how you feel about it. I don't think it'll be a problem getting comments out there. And I think I'd like to have you answer my critical question. And one last time, I think it's really simple and straightforward. Are you willing to go to war if you specifically don't understand why? That's my question. That's a pretty good question, isn't it? This is kind of interesting. Officials at one of the nation's two main Marine Corps training centers are trying to figure out and control an outbreak of a bacteria that has now sickened more than 100 recruits, possibly killed an 18-year-old private. My gosh, the outbreak of Streptococcus A that began at the Marine Corps recruit depot last week prompted the base to now suspend all strenuous physical activity for all 3,000 recruits until at least Thursday, when the men's health will be reevaluated. Major General Jan Hulley, the depot's commanding officer, said Monday he ordered the training suspension to prevent more recruits and instructors from overexerting themselves and getting sick. Let's give them a chance, said the general. I'd rather err on the side of safety. The action coming less than 24 hours after Private Miguel Zavala of Greenland died of a bacterial infection. He had sought treatment for a rash, get this, that quickly spread over his entire body. He died within hours. He died within hours. You think about that. You get a little rash over here. And pretty soon, in minutes, it's here. And then pretty soon, within a very short time indeed, your entire body is covered in rashes and you are dying. That's what this thing does. Pretty bad, huh? Pretty bad stuff. Oh, here's an interesting story. Within ice that covers a salty, liquid Antarctic lake, scientists have found and revived microbes that were at least 2,800 years old. Oh, my. The discovery announced today points to probable life within the underground lake there and suggests at the Antarctic now, an underground lake. They found life there, and they thawed it out. Huh. It's a similar ecosystem, scientists think, to one that might exist on Mars. Basically, one of the scientists involved here said, John Priscu of Montana State University, the quote there, in a frozen state, they'll come back to life if you add water. So, they're up in the Antarctic, and on the one hand, here we're having trouble with all kinds of new diseases and weird stuff in this country right now. God knows enough is going on, right? And so we're drilling down in the ice to great depths at the bottom of a frozen lake in the Antarctic, and we're dragging things up and melting them and bringing them back to life. Oh, that I got a kind of a, and by the way, even if we weren't doing that with our little stoves and whatever else we're going to use to warm up these bacteria that we're dredging up from the bowels of the earth, check this one out, because if we're not there, it won't matter anyway. Headline in the science journal Nature is Record Melt in Arctic and Greenland. So you see, even if we don't go up there and hurry the thing along with our little stoves, it's going to melt all on its own anyhow. Ice covering the Arctic Ocean and Greenland shrank by record amounts this summer, new research shows. The rise in seasonal melting has led some experts to estimate that 20% of the Arctic Sea could be lost, gone by 2050. 2050, that means that a lot of you alive right now may well see the Arctic, all the ice in the Arctic start to melt, and there we will have a brand new sea. Now, so that's the kind of change that's, they now know is underway. It's melting. So if these little things aren't freed by those who are going up to dig them up right now, it might not matter, because it looks like Mother Nature is going to uncover them and melt them anyway. That will have meaning for us, folks. All right, listen. There are a number of things that you should see on the website tonight. The first one is funny. And it's under more fun photos, and it's called, and this is one sent to me this week. Somebody sent me this. I thought it was a riot. The question is, what exactly is a son of a bitch? And the answer actually is here. As they say in the little heading here, a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, it absolutely is. You've got to really see this picture, and I'm sure you would agree with that extreme caricature, right? Son of a bitch. That's a bad thing to call somebody, right? But it applies here, and when you see the photograph, you will know. That's at artbell.com. No question about it. So that's up there. Keith has written a farewell message to all, and I think that's worth the read. He's been with me, as you know, for years. Again, a little plug for the CD of the website. The website's going away forever. And as the program ends, as I retire December 31st, going into, I might add, the new year, I will be broadcasting into the new year by hours at least. 2003 on the way, so I'll carry you right on through the end of this year. Anyway, the website's going away, and there is a commemorative CD that you can check out available of this website and all its years of really fine service to this program. And so I suggest you read the message. Then there's also the next item down. What I've been doing lately with ham radio here is pretty cool and pretty fun. And I just started fooling with it the other day. And it's called Slow Scan TV, and we're playing with it on 75 meters, usually around, for you hams out there, usually around 3845, something like that, which is the designated frequency for that kind of thing there. The other day I got on 20 meters, and I was just beginning with this. What it allows you to do is send still pictures of a sort over radio. And so here I was sitting on the 20-meter band in the middle of the day, actually toward afternoon, to be totally honest, late afternoon, and this fellow comes on frequency and says, let me send you a picture. That's right, again, we can send pictures now over ham radio, and I said, okay, what's your call, where are you? He said, let it be a surprise. Which I said, okay, fire away. So he cranked up and let her go, and this picture is up there. It was a fellow named Gerald in South Africa, in Johannesburg, South Africa, and he said hi to me with the picture. And conditions weren't great, so there's a little noise there in the picture, which you will see. But that came to me by radio, not over the Internet, by radio, straight from Johannesburg, South Africa. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I put that picture up on the website. You can go take a look if you would like. There's a whole bunch of things up at the website to see right now. At artbell.com. There's also a new ghost photograph up there. And, I've just been getting, I don't know why. I honestly don't know why I've been getting so many good ghost photographs, but I have. They come rolling in, and I mean high quality ones, so you want to take a look up there. This, I think, is, in view of the war and what's going on with the scientists who are digging up the bacterial life and all the rest, I think this just goes right down that alley. Are you ready? Several scientists got together and decided they could do anything that God could do. Oh, they could change weather and create life and so forth. They met with God, the scientists did, and told him he could leave. We didn't need him anymore. God said, well then, okay, let's have a contest. The one that makes man first wins. If I win, I stay. If you win, I'll leave. The scientists all agreed. God reached down and picked up a handful of dirt. The scientists reached down and picked up a handful of dirt. God said, no. Get your own dirt. Anyway, folks, it's coming. It is indeed, and I thought, yes, we might have a little chat about war, perhaps, if you're interested. Those are the numbers, and we'll be in open lines in the next 30 minutes. Then comes one of the greatest minds in the world right now, Dr. Michio Kaku. And we're going to talk to him of many, many things, very many interesting things, and I'm sure war as well. Stay right there. All right, here we go. Into the night, if you're ready. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Nick of Los Angeles.
Hello, Nick of L.A. How you doing?
Rather than making a contribution, I'm glad you're back, incidentally.
Thank you. So anyway, what's up?
Rather than making a contribution, I'm asking for one. About a month ago, somebody called in, and it really shook me to the core when he said it's very possible Saddam Hussein is playing a game that years ago he moved all his weapons, the big ones, to Sudan, to safe havens. He can bring them back anytime he wants. And that asking anyone in the audience, please call in about this. Has anybody in our leadership, the military, our country or our allies, taken this into account and planning to reverse the proliferation in Iraq? I am very scared about that call.
That's probably, it could easily be right. I think my point was that none of us know for sure. We don't know. They haven't told us yet exactly what he's got or what we know that's causing us to go to war. And that's a pretty serious thing. We don't know why we're going to war yet.
I just think it's so much like Saddam Hussein to play this trick and
maybe
take us for a sucker, and we're doing all these dance with him to find the weapons, and there's just absolutely nothing there. It's all out of the country, and he has any number of ways with Sonny to bring him back in when he needs them.
God knows he had plenty of time to get them scattered to the wind. So
I'm asking callers who have serious knowledge about this to call in, if not today, soon.
Well, okay. I hope you're right. I hope there is serious knowledge about this out there, but right now I don't think there is. Could Saddam Hussein have done that? Well, yeah, heck yeah. Sure he could have. Could have done a lot of things. I mean, these things could be buried so deep nobody's going to find them. I don't know. I don't know about the whole thing right now. I don't know why we're going to war. Not specifically. I have a general idea that we think that there's weapons of mass destruction, being hidden. But before the first American troops have to stomp across Iraqi soil, we really ought to know fairly specifically why we're doing it, I think. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
All right.
Hi,
I'm calling from Canada. I prefer not to give my name, if that's okay.
Well, sure it's okay, but you must be going to say something that you don't want to be responsible for then.
Well, I don't know who's listening, You could have some Homeland Security type who doesn't like what I'm going to say, but...
they're listening.
Yeah, well, so let them listen. I'm not going to give my name. Do you remember the Gulf of Tonkin resolution?
Yes, I do.
Yes, well, that was the load of trumped-up hooey that Lyndon Johnson foisted upon Americans in order to ramp up, the war in Vietnam.
Yeah, we're pretty warrior-like people, We are.
Yeah.
There's no use denying it. In the world, when you look around at the various nations, we're actually, where would you say? would you say we're at the head of the class? Would you say we're just behind others who make war more frequently? We make quite a bit of war.
Well, I don't know if you heard Nelson Mandela say maybe a month or two ago that he thought that the United States was the greatest threat to peace in the world today.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. Well, actually, I probably do agree. But I think you're being fed a line. You're being fed a line, the same kind of hooey that Lyndon Johnson fed you back in 1964 over the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which was hardly an incident at all.
Well,
I think you're being fed by W.
When we are told that one of our major assets, as in an aircraft carrier or a large ship, like a prime asset of this country, was fired on by another nation, that's definitely war. On the other hand, when you crash airplanes into big buildings and kill thousands, that's war too.
Yeah, but you have no proof that Iraq had anything to do with that.
Well, actually, you're quite right. I don't know that we do have that proof. We might. I mean, it might be true, but they have not presented it.
Well,
to
let's
us
see
yet.
it. You just can't say, we think or we know he has weapons. You got to be able to prove it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear that lickspittle in Britain, Tony Blair saying the same thing without having proof either. Lickspittle, yeah, that's what Tony Blair is.
Lickspittle.
Yeah.
That's a new one. I hadn't heard that.
I think it's descriptive enough words so you get the idea what it means.
Yeah, well, I do. I just hadn't heard it wielded before.
Yeah, my father once called our former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, a lickspittle in terms of the way he did his little dance with Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, all right. Well, my question for you is pretty straightforward. You ready for it?
Yeah.
If it is proven to your satisfaction that they have big-time weapons of mass destruction, and I said proven to your satisfaction, does that then justify the war ahead at that point?
Well, what if North Korea's got him too?
No. That's a yes or no question.
Okay, no.
No, see, I didn't think so. So you're anti-war then all the way. It doesn't matter what. Huh?
No, because I don't think he's necessarily going to use them unless you invade the country.
See, that's where you and I go off on a big fork in the road, because if they really do have these weapons, they've already used them. Hell, they used them on the Kurds. Would they think twice about using them on us? No.
Well, America was supporting Iraq when they used them on the Kurds. I never heard America complaining about it then.
We did. We bitched. I saw it on CNN.
Oh, barely a whimper.
Well, I know. It was a whimper bitch, but we bitched a little.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying. The thing is, if he's got him, it's like, who doesn't? I'm hearing now that Iran's supposed to have nukes. Well, are you going to invade Iran too?
And Korea, yeah, I know. There's Korea.
North Korea.
But there is a difference. There is a difference, sir, and that difference is that this man is, it appears, suicidal. Did you see the story tonight about the scorched earth? They're going to burn down everything in their country. They're going to kill a bunch of their own civilians, and they're going to blame it on us. If and when we attack, that's going to be their tactic, to kill a bunch of their own people.
Well, who's saying that? I mean, that could be just another story being propagated by, Bush and the military-industrial complex in your country.
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
You got to ask hard questions, is what I'm saying.
Right.
I think every American has not only a right but a duty to ask these questions and to get some really, really good answers.
Well, okay, but you do at least admit that in your case, even if the answer were that they had these horrible weapons, you still wouldn't. It wouldn't justify.
Well, I think he's more likely to use them if you invade Iraq. He hasn't done anything, in like over 10 years now. He's basically been effectively caged in. And so why all of a sudden now is he this big threat?
Well, all I can say is that there's people up there that know things that we don't know. And damn it, I do agree, you see, I'm not against the war. Not if they have weapons of mass destruction and the will to use them. And that'd be stuff our CIA would know about. History is he has used them. So he really hates us a lot. And so the odds are he would use them. Now, the caller points out, in the case of a war, he's definitely going to use what he's got, whatever it is. And that's a good point. Other side of the coin, if they definitely know he would use some terrible weapon against us as soon as he's able to, then That's a different story. If they tie the 9/11 situation back to Iraq in any way at all, financing, whatever. Well, you see, this is information I think everybody, so that's where the caller and I differ, but this is information that I think everybody has a right to know. I am complaining about that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello, going once. Going twice. Are you there or not? Gone. First-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Scott from Southern California.
Hey, Scott.
Big fan. Thank you so much for all your years.
You're very welcome. What's up?
I guess my question was, first of all, I think you did make a really valid point in that something that they know that they don't want to tell us because they think that we supplied it to them. I think it's that combined with, it is a personal vendetta, and I don't think that can be completely overlooked.
You think this one falls from Daddy?
Well, it sounds so simplistic, Art, but I do believe it's a factor. I think combined with all the other evidence that he's seeing that we don't know about, that might just throw it over the top. I wanted to bring up a story
wait a minute, though.
A story was brought up.
No, slow up. What you said is too important. You really are saying that after everything else, part of the reason we're about to have a war is because Bush hates Saddam. Now, you can't really mean that, can you?
Well, I think Saddam played a part in his ending his father's political career, although his points were high. If you look at how those points went, the fact that he didn't oust Saddam, after the victory of the war set in for a while in the United States, I think after we looked at after the dust settled, we went, he's still in power. And I do make a prediction, Art, and I'm not happy about this, but I think he's going to outlast another Bush.
You really think so?
I do believe so.
In what way?
I just think the man's incredibly resilient, and he's just in a region that he can stand behind a religious factor.
How could how could our current Bush wind up any war that we're about to have without having the head of Saddam Hussein on a platter? I don't think it could be allowed to happen politically. Do you? Do you really? I mean, if we're going to go to war, his head's coming back on a platter, dead or alive, one way or the other, period.
I think this man has a style of fighting that the Western mind can't understand.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. Although, if you go back to the last war, the style was basically to surrender by the thousands, tens of thousands.
Fight again another day, Art, and he's fighting again another day against a new opponent.
Yeah, that's true. So,
I'm not a fan of Saddam Hussein, and
I'm not either.
and I appreciated the comments of the Canadian caller. And
well, straight out, sir, are you willing to see your country go to war unless it's laid out for you about why we're going specifically?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir. I can't do that. There's too many lives in the balance.
So the implication, if what you and others are saying is true, and you are admittedly an awfully small sample so far, there would be a big anti-war contingent suddenly, wouldn't there? If it's not laid out for us, there'd be a whole big anti-war thing out there, huh?
I think there is an anti-war sentiment, but I think that we know that we have two energy people in leading our government.
What do you mean? You mean oil energy?
Well, we have Mr. Cheney and Mr. Bush.
Yeah.
Two men that appreciate the power of energy.
Yeah, and they appreciate the economy too. You know, the president just had his top economists march out. Now, you see, they didn't walk out. They marched out. They were, even though they were given an opportunity to resign, we all in the real world understand what given an opportunity to resign means, don't we? They were told, arrivederci. Or whatever you say when you say it, with the Texas drawl. The economy, you see, isn't so good. Now, see, that's a war thing, too. The economy is a war thing. It is now. The economy's in real trouble. That's why they were let go. So there could be the appearance of a new start, but it's not going to do a damn thing. The economy is moving at its own speed up or down or sideways or whatever way it's going. It's doing its own thing. What the president generally says it does cannot affect the economy. Except for one thing that definitely a president can do that does affect an economy. Just one thing, and that'd be war. Oh, yeah. President can go to war. And if you go to war, that's the one thing a president can do that will absolutely affect the economy. Look at the last time we went to war with Iraq. It was the economy, the market was going down, 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 down. And then the war started, and as soon as the war started, the market went up, 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 up. The minute all of the jitters and the war worries and the rumors and all the rest of it, that's negative stuff and people sell. But once the damn war starts and it's obvious we're going to win, then the market goes up. So, come to think of it, gee whiz, that's the one thing a president can do that will affect the economy. So what do you think? Does that make it more likely in your mind? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Where are you, dear?
I'm in South Carolina.
South Carolina. That's a long ways away. All right, welcome to the program. What's your first name?
My name is Anita.
Nita. Okay, Nita, what's up?
I'm just agreeing with everything everybody else has said so far. It's kind of interesting. We're kind of anti-war, but we would probably rather see some individual be snuck into the country and take out the old Saddam Hussein and not get anybody else involved.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think the other day the president signed something saying if you can find, whoever blew up the buildings in New York and Pentagon, why, go ahead and kill them. And that was sort of a blanket statement, Osama bin Laden and on down the chain.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's a possibility.
There is that.
Kind of anxious about the war and kind of suspicious about what's going on. But
do you feel like, and I think it's a pretty important question, it's one the government damn well ought to be asking, in my opinion, and that is, do you think that you have received enough information so you understand that it's something we've got to do, go to war? Have you yet received enough information to believe that we should go to war?
I have heard no proof that we should go to war.
No proof.
Listening, I have seen no effort or no intent to tell us anything, and I feel terribly uninformed.
Yeah. Me too. Me too. And so if we go to war, not knowing any more than we know now, that'll be an interesting precedent for this country, won't it?
There are a lot of people that are almost brainwashed into thinking it's fine. That George Harrison song, Brainwashed, comes to mind, his new album.
Maybe we don't need a specific reason anymore. The other caller mentioned the Gulf of Tonkin. It's true, it never happened. The whole Gulf of Tonkin thing was made up to start the war. Everybody's sort of known that. But maybe they're finally going to end the facade, and they're going to just go ahead and go to war for no reason at all. Or at least no real, true, given reason, even if it's a lie.
Yeah, that sounds like that's unfortunate, though. We try to elect presidents to sort of look after the interest of the common man, and all our common men are over there getting ready to get themselves killed, and we're sort of not even knowing what we're going for. I was there in the 60s, and I was wondering what we were going to Vietnam for, too.
So it would be your opinion that there would be a big, I'll tell you this, from what I'm hearing, you and along with the others, it had better be awfully fast, because if it were to drag out at all, people like yourself would begin to make a lot of noise, wouldn't you?
Well, yes. I don't know that anybody cares to listen, and I think there are a lot of people in this country that'll go along with whatever they're told to go along with, and that scares me, because the 60s weren't like that. People were not afraid to speak up, and now if you speak up, you're in trouble.
So you think that a lot of people who would be against it wouldn't be willing to say anything because they're afraid of their own government?
Oh, afraid so. That's what it seems like to me. The fellow from Canada isn't even from the United States, and he didn't want to give his name because he was...
Yeah, you raise a good point.
brother. All right, well, listen, thank you very much for calling. Your thoughts are very clear. Even if the rest of it isn't. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM. You're about to have an encounter with one of the best minds in the world, that of Dr. Michio Kaku. Dr. Kaku is an internationally recognized authority in theoretical physics, also the environment. He holds the Henry Summit, I believe it's professorship in theoretical physics at City College and the Graduate Center of the City of University, New York. His goal is to help complete Einstein's dream of a theory of everything, a single question, perhaps no longer than 1 inch, that'll unify all the fundamental forces in the universe. He's lectured around the world. His PhD-level textbooks are required reading, many of the top physics labs across the world. He's written 9 books now, last 2 books, Hyperspace and Visions. They became international bestsellers. They're widely translated in all kinds of different languages. He hosts a weekly 1-hour-long radio program on science on several big stations about the country. His commentaries on science can be heard on 60 radio stations nationwide. He graduated from Harvard, 68, summa cum laude. Number 1 in his physics class. Number 1! Received his PhD from the University of California, Berkeley Radiation Lab in 72. Held a lectureship at Princeton in 73. Joined the faculty at City University of New York, where he's been a professor of theoretical physics for 25 years. He's been a visiting professor at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton and also New York University. In a moment, he didn't hear the first hour we just did, so I thought we'd ask him the same question y'all just tried to answer. Once again, the voice of Professor Kaku. Professor, welcome back to the program.
Art, glad to be back on again.
Happy to have you, as always. All right, I'm going to lay it out for you, and I'm going to ask you just the way I ask the audience. Right now, if you read tonight's news, let's see, there's a story about Iraq planning to destroy all its oil fields, food supplies, power plants, kill a bunch of civilians, and then blame the whole damn thing on the U.S. bombing, should a war begin. There's another story about our president who says now Saddam has missed his last chance to come clean with the world, and they're saying that there may be a material breach. In the 12,000-page document turned over, they found or they're arguing about whether there's a material breach. It looks like president's going to war. Gold just went higher than it's been in a whole long time. The economy is in very tough shape, anticipating the war. Seems like war is absolutely inevitable. We're doing this little dance with the UN, but, Britain is actually beginning to mobilize their troops now. It looks certainly like war to me, and so I was asking my audience the following question. I think it's a really good one. So far, I've heard it said that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction or might have them or something, but we haven't been shown the proof of that specifically yet. I sort of feel that, if he's got them and we know he's got the intent to use them, then there might be justification for us to be going to war. But if people aren't told actually why they're going to war, I don't know that they'll like that. And history has shown that the American people don't like it when we go to war and we don't understand fully why we're doing it. That's a pretty good precedent back there in Vietnam. And so my question to you is, are you willing to support this country, America, going to war against Iraq, even though you do not specifically understand why we're doing it? In other words, we know what they've got. Even if we gave it to them or some stupid thing like that, whatever. Do you have enough information now to say we should be going to war?
Well, I think you asked the big question. As Winston Churchill once said, if you're about to go to war, you have to understand the full consequences of what you're unleashing on the world. 2 things. First of all, there could be a backlash against us throughout the Middle East, even bigger than the one that already exists. And just remember that Pakistan is just barely holding on right now with a pro-Western government. And if the government of Pakistan is ever toppled, just remember that they have about 20 nuclear weapons in Pakistan. You can stop talking about, half assembled or a quarter of assembled atomic bombs or pieces of atomic bombs. Pakistan has about 20 fully assembled atomic bombs that could fall into the wrong hands.
Do you have any idea how big they are, by the way?
These are Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons. About 5 of them or so were detonated several years ago in the face of India's nuclear weapons, just to prove to the world that Pakistan can, in fact, detonate Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs.
So they would be bombs that would destroy an entire city.
That's right. We're talking about approximately 20 kilotons, 20,000 tons of TNT.
Yeah.
Imagine 20,000 boxcars of dynamite, okay? That's like several miles long caravan of dynamite, and that's what you can do to a modern metropolitan city. And Pakistan has on the order of about 20 of these nuclear weapons that could fall in the wrong hands. So there's a lot at stake, not to mention, of course, the government of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan, all pro-U.S.
Now, wait a minute there. I'm not so sure about that. I don't think, Professor, I don't think Saudi Arabia is pro-U.S. at all. They give a little bit of lip service to that, but frankly, Saudi Arabia has financed a lot of the nasty doings that have gone on. They really have.
Yeah, but take a look at the big picture, okay? The big picture is we have relative stability there because Saudi Arabia, has the hand on the spigot, as they say.
Oh, they do.
And, so far it's been relatively stable for the West.
Yeah.
So I think we have to look at the second big issue, not just the consequences of what happens if Jordan, Egypt, and Pakistan get destabilized. We also have to look at the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Let's not dance around this or that. Let's talk about what's really at stake, and that is oil. That's how we got into this mess when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait to take control of the oil supplies in that area. Yeah. It's really about oil. That is the architecture of our U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. That's what it's all about. And my particular point of view is that we should gradually wean ourselves away from oil. Oil gets us into big trouble. Oil exacerbates the greenhouse effect with global warming. Oil also puts us in bed with dictatorships like the one in Egypt and feudal monarchies like the one in Saudi Arabia. Oil gets us into big trouble because that's what this whole war is really all about when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait about 10 years ago.
Right.
And that's why I think that what we really ought to do, if we're really serious about this, we really ought to embark upon a national program to start to get into a solar hydrogen economy. A solar hydrogen economy would make us less dependent on the most unstable regions of the world. I can't think of a region of the world more unstable than the Middle East. And here we are, our jugular vein comes out of the Middle East.
Let me stop you for a second. A solar hydrogen economy. Tell me, as much as you know, about how economically feasible, viable, and really clean it would be. In other words, you use solar power to separate and create the hydrogen, which you then store and then people use as fuel. Is there any hole in that idea anywhere?
Well, the only hole is not a technical one. The only hole is economics.
Okay.
Right. Right now, solar hydrogen is within striking distance of electricity. It's not there yet. We're still talking about prices that are maybe 50 to 70% more expensive than what you can get from oil and coal.
50
However,
to 70%.
However, that's because it has to be jump-started by mass production. Take a look at nuclear energy. The only reason why nuclear energy got off the ground is because the U.S. federal government subsidized, to the tune of about $100 billion, research in reactor safety, the nuclear fuel cycle, and jump-started nuclear. The same thing with solar hydrogen. If you give tax credits and research and you jump-start this technology, then you could begin to create a mass-produced technology which would reduce the cost by about 50% and make solar hydrogen competitive with the electricity coming from the Middle East.
How do you sell this idea to an oil man?
Well, that's the whole trick. The Bush administration, let's face it, George Bush's whole family tree comes out of oil. They are Texas oil men inside and out.
Yeah, well, they probably bleed oil and then maybe a little blood.
Right. However, it may be forced upon us. In other words, I think that we will go into a solar hydrogen era, not because we want to, but because there's going to be massive instability in the world, which will force us to go to a solar hydrogen economy. The Middle East, like I said, is a tinderbox. It could blow up at any time.
You mean you think it's going to get so bad that there's going to be like a cutoff, which they did one time before? Something at least that drastic is what you're saying? That they're going to get together and they're going to say, the damn warmongering United States, we've had it, no more oil. You think they'd do that?
I think there could be massive disruptions in oil, and it could be a real wake-up call when we realize that the feudal monarchies of the Middle East that have been reasonably stable in terms of giving us the oil, they may begin to listen to the angry voices out there in the mosques. And when that happens, they may decide to turn off that spigot for a while just to see us squirm. And at that point, we're going to say to ourselves, oh, my God, we should really think about the solar hydrogen alternative rather than being so dependent on oil from the most unstable region of the world. Okay?
All right, well, let me just circle back to the question so it doesn't get lost, because we're going down a lot of good places, but I really do want to get an answer to it, and that is, do you either publicly or through private channels know enough so that you would say, are going to war against Saddam Hussein to go in and ostensibly destroy whatever weapons of mass destruction he has, whatever it is we're going to do in Iraq? Do you know enough that you would say a war is justified?
Well, I've been reading everything I can about what's there.
Yes.
So far, there is unanimous agreement among nuclear experts that Saddam Hussein does not have a nuclear infrastructure. It was pretty much dismantled during the last Gulf War of '91. Whether or not he has chemical or biological weapons is much more difficult because, of course, you could put a lot inside a vial of liquid, and the infrastructure is much smaller.
All right, but you're pretty sure there would be a consensus of those who know that there are not yet nuclear weapons there.
Yeah, that's pretty much a universal consensus between hawks and doves, that he just does not have a nuclear infrastructure because, of course, it would require billions of dollars to maintain this, to enrich uranium and process plutonium. Chemical and biological weapons, you get into a gray area, okay? And I personally, to answer your question, I personally am not totally convinced that we have the smoking gun. In other words, we don't need a lot of bluster. We need just one solid fact to convince the man in the street, especially the men in the mosques, okay, to convince these people that Saddam Hussein has been cheating his pants off. Okay? And I haven't seen it yet. Now, that doesn't mean that he hasn't been cheating. Okay? God knows he's cheated before. All I'm saying is that I haven't yet seen the smoking gun.
Well, then you answered my question exactly the way I answered it for myself. I mean, we haven't had the goods laid on us yet, and I don't know how much support there's going to be for whatever we're going to do if they don't do that. And I know maybe it's embarrassing. I mean, maybe we gave them, who knows, some godforsaken bug that will crawl back to kill us. Maybe we did. But even if we did, I think we need to come clean.
Yeah, I think scientists as a whole during the Cold War did investigate all sorts of hideous designer germs. They played with smallpox. They played with dengue fever and Rift Valley fever and all sorts of incurable diseases.
Did you hear the First Lady the other day?
No.
She was on the news that we run here at the top of the hour saying, I wouldn't hesitate for a second to get my children smallpox vaccines. And so when the First Lady says something like that, that probably means something.
Yes, I think we're paying the price in some sense for the excesses of the Cold War. The only place where Saddam Hussein might have gotten some smallpox is from a renegade doctor in the Soviet Union. And I think that's one of the prices we now pay for all the scientific devilry that was cooked up during the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States. With the Soviet Union breaking apart, a lot of that technology is slowly leaking out. And I think that let's hope that we can contain some of these renegade scientists and materials from leaking out of the Soviet Union anymore.
Do you know anything at all about if we were attacked with smallpox? Professor, do you have any idea how bad it could be?
Well, I'm in New York right now. I'm in Manhattan.
Right.
And we had an outbreak years ago that was contained by a massive, absolutely massive vaccination program that was initiated almost immediately. And it shows that, yes, if you have the will and you have the dollars and you're willing to vaccinate hundreds of thousands of people almost instantly, then perhaps you can contain an outbreak. However, if someone were to deliberately infect a nation that is unprotected, it can
in many places at one time.
That's right. I mean, vaccination itself is risky, and there are people who should not get vaccinated, people with medical problems and even eczema, a skin disease. And I think that it's a pretty nasty germ. I mean, look what it did to the Native Americans who were not protected, right? Up to 90% of them were wiped out, after Columbus. And so I think that it's a pretty nasty germ that we're dealing with here. It's one of the biggest killers of humanity.
So, in other words, it really could be devastating. I mean, it really could take off in a bunch of places at once if they came after us that way.
Well, if you were Saddam Hussein or if I were Saddam Hussein, right, the thinking is that he probably has sleeper agents around the world to unleash all sorts of devilry just to spite the United States and get back at the United States when he's cornered. I mean, a cornered rat will do all sorts of strange things if they're cornered.
Did you happen to hear the other day where the United States again reiterated the fact that anybody uses any weapon of mass destruction on us at all, and they were referring to that kind of thing exactly. We would not hesitate to use a nuclear weapon. We said that quite loudly a few days ago.
That's right. But remember, if Saddam Hussein's going to go down, okay, he may want to take, a few million Americans with him, okay? And I think that, he certainly has the potential if, in fact, he got access to smallpox or got access to mustard gas.
So then in answer to the question, you're saying that an intentional attack, could cost a few million American lives. Few million is what you're saying, right?
The worst-case scenario, okay?
That's pretty bad.
As Winston Churchill said, when you go to war, you have to know the consequences of the forces that you are unleashing. And Saddam Hussein, if he's cornered, during the last war, we now know that he did not unleash a lot of the chemical weapons and biological weapons that he had because, of course, that would be the coup de grace, and that would be the end of Saddam Hussein. So he held back, okay? This time, knowing that he's going to die, knowing that he's going to go down, he's not going to hold back, okay? And we have to understand the consequences of this. Both politically, in terms of the stability of Pakistan and Jordan and Egypt and Saudi Arabia, but also militarily in terms of the fact that this cornered dictator could unleash lots of stuff if he knows that he's going to go down too. We have to be prepared for that.
What would you do?
Well, like I said, I would...
Well, yeah, I know about the alternative
energy. Try to see the bigger picture. Oil, and also, the United Nations. It's kind of a joke, the United Nations.
It's a dance.
So many resolutions.
Oh, it's a big dance we're going through.
If the United Nations had been strengthened in the last 10 years, these resolutions would not be laughed at by Saddam Hussein. They'd be taken seriously. But unfortunately, I think we've sort of let the United Nations atrophy. It's issued all these proclamations saying that Saddam Hussein should disarm. He's laughed at us, okay? And now we find ourselves in big doo-doo. So I think we're paying the price for allowing the United Nations to atrophy because now we're trying to prop it up.
All right, Professor, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We've let the UN atrophy, huh? Now we're paying the price. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM. War. Nearly certain war. That's certainly something that'll put you on the ground to think about it for a little while, huh? War is coming, definitely. Days, probably weeks, but really, really soon. It's on the way. On December 15th, CNN reported a large triangular object hovering over Baghdad, I am told. Now, that's very interesting. Isn't that interesting? In fact, I actually managed to get a camera shot, I understand, of something triangular hovering over Baghdad. Not to be confused with the green tracers that were fired at it, but, somebody saw something just hovering, described as looking like the Phoenix Lights. over Baghdad. I thought that was pretty interesting stuff. You got to wonder about the kind of craft we have. I don't wonder. I saw one of these things close up myself. You know, it either was defying gravity or, well, I don't know. I saw one of them out here though, and they put something over Baghdad. I mean, is there little question in your mind, Professor, that war is coming?
Well, I think all the indications are that the Bush administration wants regime change, as they say, as the foundation of their foreign policy.
Yeah.
And it does look like George Bush is hell-bent on war, yeah, regardless of the outcome of the UN inspections. I think he's gearing up the U.S. military for war, yeah.
How much do you know about the high-tech toys that we have or probably have, Professor, that we could bring into play if the inevitable occurs?
Well, the biggest change between now and what happened in 91 is the fact that our munitions, rather cheaply, $20,000 a piece, can be outfitted with GPS positioning devices. Back in 91, things were done by lasers, and if it was smoky or it was foggy, the cloud cover would disperse the laser beam. Lasers don't go very well through fog. However, radio does, and GPS systems can lock onto satellites. And these GPS devices are very cheap. They only cost about $20,000. And you could take a dumb bomb and, quote, make them smart by inserting one of these portable GPS positioning devices on them. And so about 10% of our munitions dropped during the Gulf War were smart, and 90% were dumb. In this war, it could be the reverse. It could be that most of the munitions will be smart, that is GPS guided. But I think that there could be potential danger there. We could begin to believe that our weapons are so smart that they work all the time, and of course that's not true. We see bombs falling into schoolyards and hospitals all the time.
And even if that doesn't happen, tonight's headlines say Saddam is prepared to crank out casualties, destroy his own infrastructure. Actually, the scorched land policy. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. Again, put yourself in his position. If he's a cornered rat and he's going to go down with the ship, he wants to take as many of us as he possibly can to make his mark on the history books. I think he's sort of resigned himself now that he's going to go down. And if so, he wants to take as many Americans with him as he possibly can.
So how do you feel about living in New York?
I live not that far from the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And it was, of course, rather shocking when the whole thing happened, and sort of makes you feel vulnerable.
Well,
had two great oceans protecting us for so many generations.
In the case, though, of these bugs that might get released, you know damn well New York, Washington, Los Angeles, Chicago, and then on down the list from there, I suppose. You can be like New York is going to be like first.
Yes, unfortunately, that's one of the prices of living in the great metropolitan center of New York City, and that is that there's it's one of the most densely populated areas of the entire country. 8 million people lie within the boundaries of New York City, and even if you chop up Brooklyn, Brooklyn would be, I think, America's second largest city if you just chop up New York City. So I think we have a tremendous.
That's what I think he has in mind, chopping up New York City.
I think that's something that we have to come to grips with, and we have to say to ourselves, is it worth it? I mean, the instability in the Middle East, not to mention the instability in our own cities, if something like this happens.
Well, maybe it's worth it. I feel like I haven't been given enough information yet to make that judgment about whether it's worth it or not. For sure, if we knew he had some awful thing and he absolutely had the will, in fact, the intention to let loose on it, then by all means, kick his butt first. But I don't think we're anywhere close to that standard of proof yet, or at least not publicly.
Right. And I also think, going back to the United Nations, our favorite whipping boy, right? This is going to happen again and again and again. Okay, now Iran apparently is building nuclear weapons.
So I've heard.
The wire services just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Look at North Korea.
Yeah.
We're going to be going through the same song and dance over and over and over again.
Didn't we always know that was coming?
Right.
Proliferation, we knew that, right?
That's right. And again, this is one of the prices we paid for the Cold War. When we allowed these this technology to escape because they would be anti-communist weapons. And now we see that they're falling into all sorts of different kinds of hands. For example, North Korea, we now know, got most of its uranium technology from Pakistan. And Pakistan, in turn, was allowed to get this technology because Pakistan was against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan during the Reagan years. And so a lot of nuclear technology flowed into Pakistan during the 80s under Ronald Reagan, which now is flowed into North Korea. Okay? All in the name of anti-communism.
The big problem is that today's trend almost always turns out to be tomorrow's enemy. I mean, it just happens again and again and again. So if we allow some country for political reasons, because we're friendly, to get weapons now, or did then, well, then it may well be that in a few years they won't like us.
Well, that's what happened. We armed the Afghan rebels. You know that, right? $1 billion went to the Afghan rebels in the 80s.
All those shoulder-fired missiles and everything, sure.
So that's where they got their Stingers.
Absolutely.
Stingers can take out an airline, commercial airline. That's what a Stinger missile can do.
And we're worried about that right now because, of course, they shot at one and they missed, but those missiles are out there. They're definitely out there.
Our biggest enemy is U.S.-made weapons. Okay, U.S.-made weapons that fell into the hands of the Taliban because we gave it to them during the Afghan war.
Well, aren't we the biggest producer of, big guns?
Yeah, that's right, and that's why we have to worry about what happens when our own weapons eventually fall into the hands of terrorists. That's why during the Afghan war just last year, that's why our jets had to fly so high. You could barely see them up there.
Yeah.
And the reason is they were fearful of U.S.-made Stinger missiles taking them out. Okay? And I think this is a tragedy that's not told to the American people, that our own military is absolutely frightened of U.S.-made weapons like Stingers.
Well, we make good weapons, so we should be frightened of them. But, I mean, I guess we've got to, stay a few generations ahead of what gets leaked out to them. That's a crazy world, but that's about the truth of it, isn't it?
Yes, but we have to realize now we're pushing nuclear. Now we're pushing the fact that Pakistan got the bomb mainly because we essentially allowed them to get the bomb, and then Pakistan sold it to North Korea. And it's no surprise that North Korea is looking at uranium enrichment technology because it came from indirectly the United States.
Yeah. And we really knew that North Korea was proceeding with a bomb. Our CIA damn well knew what they were doing. They had to know. If they didn't know, then they were deficient.
And that's why I say that instead of the UN issuing these toothless proclamations that are useless and a laughingstock of the world, it should be built up because we're going to have to face Iran, we're going to have to face North Korea, we're going to have to face God knows how many countries that want to beat their chest and say that they have the next bomb because their mortal enemy on the other side of the border has the bomb.
Yeah.
And this is the price we're going to pay unless we begin to strengthen the United Nations and diplomacy and negotiations, or else we'll have to take on all these small nations aspiring to become the next superpower in their region.
Do you think that we're past the danger of nuclear annihilation? We haven't talked about that in, a lot of years. I mean, ever since the fearful hide under the desk when I was a kid, cover up, duck and cover and all the rest of that. I mean, ever since then, we haven't really talked about that because, we assumed when the wall fell, so did the danger. But
I think there are two dangers. One is accidental war because, of course, all these nuclear weapons, they more or less still exist. The so-called dismantled weapons can be remantled almost any time.
Remantled.
And they basically disassembled them. They unscrewed the cap. And they took the nuclear pit out, as they call it. However, they can put the pit back in within a matter of seconds and reassemble these things. So I think that instead of getting rid of the plutonium, we've simply stockpiled the plutonium. For what, God knows. And I think it means that we still have several hundred tons worth of the deadliest material, plutonium, lying around.
Well, how likely is the scenario, I'm sure this has been kicked around plenty, that if there would be a nuke or 2 or 4 or 10 used, India, Pakistan, whatever started it, that then it would be a sort of a join hands thing, and people would align and take sides, and other bombs would start to go off, and before you know it, we're back to that scenario, that nuclear annihilation scenario. Is that possible from something like this?
It's possible things could escalate. Let's say China gets involved, of course, sure. Because China is India's big rival.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And all of a sudden we're talking about big powers suddenly being sucked into something and taking sides. Look at World War I. World War I started with the assassination of an obscure Archduke of Yugoslavia, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And it touched off one thing, touched off another, ricocheted across the corridors of power, and all of a sudden the entire world was engulfed in World War I. And I think with so many loose nukes around, and with the nuclear weapons proliferating into the most dangerous areas of the world, like between India, Pakistan, and the Middle East, I think it's not going to be a very pleasant place to be.
How many nuclear weapons? I've always kind of wondered about this, just sort of a civilian question here, but how many nuclear weapons would it take to go off to have a really nasty effect on more or less the whole planet?
Well, Carl Sagan did an estimate of this, and they estimated that as little as 100 megatons, okay, which is just nothing but a handful of nuclear weapons.
100 megatons.
Would be the lowest number necessary to set off a nuclear winter. Other calculations perhaps put it a little higher. However, at the height of the Cold War, each superpower had about 30,000 atomic and hydrogen bombs in their arsenal. Many times, thousands of times, the number necessary to set off a nuclear winter and block the sun, and we would go the way of the dinosaurs.
What is the biggest bomb we have? Do you know?
About 20 megatons. At the height of the Cold War, the Russians detonated an 80 megaton bomb.
80?
80, yeah. They claimed it was 100, but it's recently recalibrated down to about 80 megatons. That was the biggest bomb ever detonated in the history of the world.
That sure is a big bomb.
It's a huge bomb. It created tremendous amounts of fallout. It was logged on all the seismographs around the country. It really scared the hell out of a lot of people when that big bomb was detonated. Our bomb tends to be smaller, less than 20 megatons. 20 megatons is the largest of the bombs. And again, that in turn is 1,000 times bigger than the Hiroshima bomb, which was only 20 kilotons worth of TNT.
Yeah. Oh,
these are pretty powerful weapons. And again, with the Soviet Union falling apart, who knows whether one of these things will eventually wind up on the black market. It only takes one, to create international panic. And the Russians have thousands of these things that they can barely account for.
That they can barely account for.
Yeah, their monitoring system is very deficient. All sorts of reports have stated that they're loosely guarded. And the Russians, of course, as a matter of national pride, keep saying that they can keep track of these damn things. But it only takes one to fall through the cracks, and these things are very powerful weapons, enough to wipe out the greater New York metropolitan area from Connecticut all the way down to New Jersey. It can wipe out the tri-state area here. Just one nuclear weapon of that size.
One bomb of that size.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, everybody should at least bear in mind, shouldn't they, that if we begin a war, which seems a sure thing now, that it always has at least a potential, perhaps albeit hopefully a small one, of ending up that way.
Well, let's hope so. But like I said, if Egypt falls or Jordan is destabilized or God forbid, if Pakistan has a regime change, we're in big trouble, okay? Like I said before, these terrorists, they see suicide as part of national policy. Okay?
Yes.
And if Pakistan's 20 or so nuclear weapons were to land in the hands of fundamentalists, that would change the entire equation. I mean, think about this. Mullahs, fundamentalist mullahs that hate the United States in charge of up to 20 atomic bombs, that really gives one pause.
Oh, it does.
And the government there is not that stable, as you know. It's just barely hanging on with its fingernails.
And there's no way you can think right now that charging into Iraq full bore, which we're getting ready to do, is justified by what we know so far about what might or might not be there, because it could absolutely result in more harm than safety for the world. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Well, we could be the bull in the china shop, with a very delicate balance of power in the Middle East. And God knows where all the Chinaware is going to fall if the bull starts some kind of, big war in the area. If you look at the last Persian Gulf War, the big victor of that war was in some sense not the United States, because, of course, Saddam Hussein survived. The big victor in that war was Islamic fundamentalism. That's where Islamic fundamentalism got its big start, was in the 1991 war, a war fought in the backyard of these fundamentalists, and that was their big shot in the arm. And so the winners of war are often, not who you think they are. World War I and II were fought between the great German Empire and the great British Empire, but who won those wars was not either Britain or Germany, but it was the United States and Russia. Okay? So the people who win these wars sometimes are totally different than the people who started these wars. And I think the big winner of the last Persian Gulf War was not the United States at all. The winner was Islamic fundamentalism.
Well, it certainly has blossomed since then. There's no denying that. I mean,
yeah, all this talk would have been unimaginable in 1990. Can you imagine this kind of talk happening in 1990 when Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan were deemed stable? No one even considered these possibilities. Now it's after the Persian Gulf War, and look at how Islamic fundamentalism has grown. And again, the victors of war are often not who you think they're going to be. Okay? The United States, in some sense, did not win the 1991 Persian Gulf War because Saddam Hussein is still in power. And, in fact, it helped to unleash the current wave of anger against the United States.
If we go sweeping into Iraq and come back with the head of Saddam Hussein on a silver platter, or its equivalent, will we have won?
See, we know we can do it.
I know. Okay? I'm saying, will we have won?
Well, I think we'll win the battle, but we may lose the war.
How do you imagine we would lose this next war?
Well, I think, every general fights the last war, okay?
Yeah, of
But
course.
I think, we have to look at the next war afterwards, okay? And unless we begin to put a lid on all these weapons of mass destruction through negotiations, we're going to have to put a lid on these weapons of mass negotiations through war. Okay?
Well, they lie.
Again,
I mean, everybody lies about it, of course. Proliferation and research and development, they all lie.
Like I said, Iran is next. Are we willing to take on Iran? Okay? They're beginning to develop these weapons. And what I'm saying is, if these UN proclamations meant something, for God's sake, okay, if the international body politic, nations upon nations, were to say, yes, let's believe in these resolutions and make them have teeth rather than being these teethless resolutions, then perhaps we wouldn't try to curry the favor of the United Nations when we need it.
But that means the UN has to have teeth, and the members of the UN are chamberlains. They don't have teeth.
Well, I think we've allowed it to atrophy in that direction. I think we sort of washed our hands of it. We think that it's anti-U.S. and therefore we don't need it, and then when we need it, then when we want to have this grand coalition, okay, then we realize how much it's decayed, okay? See, George Bush needs the United Nations because so many people say that we need to have international consensus.
Oh, he needs a rubber stamp from the UN.
Well, he needs a rubber stamp. But see, that rubber stamp...
Professor, hold on. We'll pick up on this when we get back. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Well, now, with regard to war, you've had quite a number of opinions laid upon you. That would be the opinion of several of you out there, and then one of the greatest minds in our country about war. So, there you are. Plenty to think about, far from the majority, certainly, on this issue, but at least he certainly answered the question. Professor Michio Kaku is my guest, and he'll be right back. Well, all right. Hard as all of this is to segue from, I wanted to get the answer to that question from the professor, and I feel like I definitely got it. Now on to some more interesting things in many ways. As a suggestion for the show, the professor said, we might discuss some of the Christmas movies, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, and so forth. Whether civilizations in space might be able to master these technologies, as exemplified in these movies. And so we have a number of them here, and I'm not necessarily going to take them in order. Now, I said there was just a big sighting, in fact, CNN had it, of a triangular craft above Baghdad, just like the one that was above Phoenix. Now, let's ask about levitation of machines. the ability of something to seemingly defy gravity. Oh, in fact, let's even start there. Professor, I have the hardest time, and I still don't understand what the hell gravity is. Gravity holds us here. It gives us weight. It makes things drop onto the table when we drop them. But I've never properly understood what gravity really is. It because the Earth has mass and so we're pulled to it? Is that gravity, or what's gravity?
Well, Newton thought that gravity pulled. It was a force that pulled you to the floor, but of course that leaves open the question, what is force? Einstein introduced perhaps the most realistic scenario.
Yes.
And he said that gravity doesn't pull, space pushes. Okay?
Yeah.
So if I have a bed sheet and I put a ball, a very heavy rock, let's say, on a bed sheet, everything, of course, sinks into the rock on the bed sheet. And if I then hurl a marble, a tiny marble around this rock, the marble will orbit. And there are two ways you can look at it. You could either say that the rock pulls on the marble, but that's not what's really happening at all.
No, what happened is the rock is making an indentation, so the marble is slowly circling toward and will eventually hit the rock, right?
That's right. So in other words, the bed sheet is pushing on the marble. Not that gravity pulls, but the bed sheet pushes on the marble, deflecting it into the path of a circle, okay? Yeah. So let's say I have a crumpled sheet of paper and put little ants on a crumpled sheet of paper.
You guys always use ants.
Right, well, that's because we think that we are the ants. Well, the ants would say that it's impossible to walk in a straight line on a crumpled sheet of paper because there are forces, invisible forces, pulling you to the left, pulling you to the right. Now, we know there's no pull at all. It's just the crumpled sheet of paper that pushes the ant to the left, pushes the ant to the right. Now, this crumpled sheet of paper is space. Space is invisible. That's why we can't see this force of gravity, but it's caused by the curvature of space-time. So believe it or not, the reason why you're sitting in your chair in your living room is not because gravity pulls you to the floor, but because the Earth has warped the space around you, and the space around you pushes you down to the floor. Okay?
Are you sure about that?
Well,
are you sure that's what gravity is?
Right. Well, we now have satellites that have tested Einstein's general theory of relativity to within experimental error, 1%. Now, remember, back in the 1920s, when Einstein's theory was first verified, there were a lot of error bars, and people could still quibble about whether Einstein was really right or wrong with the deflection of sunlight.
So then is it the mass of the Earth that is bending or deflecting the space that's providing the pressure? Because obviously gravity is related to the Earth, because when you're not on it, you don't have gravity.
That's right. The more Earth, the greater curvature.
So it is directly proportional and can be measured by the mass, the amount of mass of whatever. Right?
That's right. And, of course, for small gravitational fields, this approximates Newton's old theory. But for black holes, okay, we see that Newton's theory has to be thrown out the window. For black holes, we really do see that spinning black holes behave as if you have a spinning bed sheet. If you have a spinning bed sheet with a depression inside, it looks as if you have like molasses being dragged around the black hole, right, around the bed sheet. We see this now. We actually have photographed this with the Hubble Space Telescope. You can actually see space like molasses being whipped around by the black hole, eating up star systems and clouds of stellar material. You can actually see what is called frame dragging. And again, for a low gravitational field, it's really hard to see the difference between Newton's theory and Einstein's theory. You need stars before you can see the difference. But with black holes, it stares at you in the face. You can really see that space-time looks like molasses. That's being churned around by a spinning black hole. And we photographed this now with the Hubble Space Telescope. So we now have visual confirmation of Einstein's theory, not just experiments with satellites and laser beams, but visually you can see it.
All right, if we absolutely then understand what the force gravity is, wouldn't that be the first step in I don't know if I want to say defying it, but the first step in, eventually defying it or finding a way to neutralize it, or in other words, coming up with something that will float.
Well, you're talking about anti-gravity, right?
Yes. Probably anti-gravity or some understanding of the force that is gravity that would allow us to circumnavigate it or to manage it or to use it as a propulsive device, or you get the idea.
Yeah, well, anti-gravity is very, very difficult because you have to have a negative matter, and we've never seen negative matter. Negative matter would fall up; it wouldn't fall down. We've looked for negative matter in the oceans, in the air, in outer space. We see no evidence of it.
We've never seen a bit, even a tiny little negative matter.
No, if there was negative matter in the Earth, this is not antimatter, by the way. Antimatter we think falls down. Okay, antimatter is positive energy; it falls down. Negative matter, okay, it was different from antimatter, would actually fall up. If there was negative matter when the Earth was very young, it would have fallen up billions of years ago and would be in outer space, almost by definition.
So even deep within the bowels of the Earth, there wouldn't be...
We looked at the bottom of the oceans for exotic kinds of particles like negative matter. Now, recently, we've gotten a lot of interest in negative matter because negative matter can be used to drive a time machine. Okay, all the recent work of the last decade or so in time machines is because we think that negative matter is so exotic, so bizarre, that you can actually use it as a gasoline for time machines. Okay?
Boy, you're singing my song now.
Right, now we've never seen negative matter, and it may be in outer space. One day an astronaut may come by negative matter, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, what would the nature of, as we understand physics, what would the nature of negative matter be other than the fact that it would fall up, you said? I understand. I can grasp that. It would fall up.
Well, we have a good grasp of antimatter because antimatter is ordinary positive matter with a negative charge, reverse charge. So a proton would have negative charge. Now, negative matter is totally different.
Right.
Negative matter has negative mass, okay, which is different from antimatter, which falls down.
Negative mass.
We don't know anything about it.
That means it's less than a thing. It's not, right?
That's right. Okay. Now, negative energy, on the other hand, we have duplicated in the laboratory. This is the famous Casimir effect. We have actually duplicated negative energy in the laboratory. Some people have claimed that you can use that for a time machine, but it would be very, very feeble time machine. You wouldn't be able to teleport anything more than a tiny subatomic particle backwards in time. But the Casimir effect already exists. We measured in the laboratory several decades ago, in fact. It's very tiny, but it gives you negative energy. If you had negative matter, you can manipulate it, and you could then begin to warp space and time so that this molasses that I talked about, right, would actually bend on itself, and you would get wormholes opening up. Okay, so negative matter almost immediately opens up a wormhole in space and time.
If you could get your hands, I'll have to use this, I suppose, metaphorically, on negative matter, how would you contain it?
Well, you see, with antimatter, that's a problem, because antimatter annihilates with ordinary matter, and you would blow yourself to smithereens.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Now, negative matter, we don't know too much about it. We just plug this into Einstein's equations, and all of a sudden a space warp, and in fact a wormhole opens up whenever you put a piece of negative matter into Einstein's equations. So think of the molasses again, or our bed sheet. All of a sudden you have two regions of the bed sheet connected by a tunnel, and that tunnel would be then held open by negative matter. We don't know anything about it. It would be subatomic matter.
Would it be potentially containable in any way you can even imagine?
Well, it's too early to speculate because we have no theory of negative matter other than just putting it into Einstein's equations. If you put it into Einstein's equations, all of a sudden magic happens, and all of a sudden the bed sheet twists and turns and bends on itself. This has been well known for decades, but only within the last decade has been a lot of research because, of course, these wormholes would be time machines.
Well, if for example, our astronauts in the International Space Station were to encounter negative matter, which I suppose is more possible there than it is here on Earth since all ours has already fallen up, it probably wouldn't be or possibly at least, wouldn't be an agreeable meeting, would it?
Yes, it wouldn't be too agreeable because if you got too close to it, you may not be able to get back very quickly. You may wind up in a different time era. The negative matter opens up what are called transversible wormholes. Now, let me explain. An ordinary black hole also opens up a wormhole, but it's a one-way ticket. It's a one-way trip through the black hole, and you never come back. The black hole has an event horizon. Negative matter does not have an event horizon. There's no point of no return. They are transversable. You can go back and forth
really?
between them.
Really?
That's why they've engendered so much interest ever since the group at Caltech showed, about 10 years ago, the first solutions using negative energy and negative matter, showing that they would create wormholes that are quite nice. Transversible, reversible, you can go back and forth and come back.
Well, gee, this is the first I've heard of this. I mean, normally you have said that time travel would require such immense amounts of energy, perhaps the management of the energy of the sun or better, that we couldn't do it. But if we were to get our hands on some negative matter, all of a sudden we've got a swinging door.
Right. However, that's the trick, though. We've never seen it in a laboratory. We look for it. It would be fantastic. It would, of course, have tremendous amounts of potential for practical use. And at the present time, I think most physicists have given up looking on the Earth. We would have to look into outer space and hope that some astronaut could find it, but it's not for us. We don't find any on planet Earth. Everything on the Earth falls down. Okay, every experiment.
Is there much evidence that there would be negative matter even in space? I suppose negative matter could be eternally traveling from one magnetic influence to another, or bouncing off them, whatever it is it would do, right?
Yeah, it's conceivable. Again, no one's ever seen any, so we can't make any experiments. And negative matter, by the way, would not fit into the so-called quark model of today. So we would have to modify the quark model, but it's a term that easily fits within Einstein's equations.
If negative matter were out there, let's say there was a ball of negative matter out there, and it was traveling along, would we observe anything about space, or the space it was traversing, that would give it away?
Well, let's say the negative matter was spinning in a ring, okay? Then a wormhole would open up, and if you fell through the ring, you may wind up in a different piece of space and time.
No, but I meant, our astronomers, I mean, would there be anything about space? Would negative matter be invisible in all probability? Would it be disturbing space to a degree that somebody could notice that anomaly with a telescope? Would we know?
Well, it would warp gravity in a highly unorthodox way. But it would take probably a large chunk of negative matter before it became optically visible. That is, starlight would bend around such an object in a bizarre way. Okay.
All right.
And then you can start to infer that there's something out there. Now, this is how, by the way, we detect dark matter. Dark matter is ordinary matter, but it's invisible, and it makes up most of the universe. We know that dark matter is out there because the Hubble Space Telescope has seen light deflected around galaxies, as if galaxies were surrounded by dark matter. And so here we have something that's actually invisible, dark matter, which makes up 90% of the matter of the universe, bending starlight, and we now use that to create maps of dark matter which surround different galaxies.
Are you suggesting to me that dark matter would create a stable portal, theoretically, a stable portal in which to go forward or to go back in time?
Yeah, negative matter, right. Yeah, dark matter, we think, is ordinary matter in exotic form.
Negative matter would allow this portal near its presence to go forward or reverse and
That's right. The group at Caltech were experimenting in their minds, of course, with theory, saying that if I had a little bit of negative energy, which of course already exists, we could open up a wormhole, but the size of that wormhole would be less than that of a subatomic particle. So it's kind of a useless device because it's a time machine, but only if you're smaller than a subatomic particle.
But I take it it's like a firecracker, the energy as compared to matter.
Right, but negative matter would be stable, okay, and you'd have to have, again, large quantities of it. But in principle, it would open up wormholes, and the larger the wormhole, the larger the amount of matter necessary to stabilize the wormhole, okay? And that would then connect two regions of space-time. Anytime you have negative matter, it opens a wormhole. Frank Tipler once showed that several decades ago. But now, of course, we're looking for these things, and we have theories of time machines that have been proposed. And a quick and dirty way of doing it is to find this already existing in outer space rather than having to create the energy of a star on the Earth.
Yes,
okay?
Yes.
However, I should point out, once again, we've never seen it. You have to put it into Einstein's equations, and then it opens up a wormhole. But so far, no one has ever bagged such an animal yet. And maybe the space program will one of these days.
Yes, indeed. We're looking. You admit that we're looking. If we saw something that we thought was it, we would try and grab it.
Right. Well, yeah, the way to do it is to look for deflection of starlight.
Right.
That's how we find the existence of passing black holes and dark matter, by looking at the distortion of starlight as measured by telescopes and the Hubble.
Suppose some authorities came to you and said, my God, Dr. Kaku, we have found a region or a small segment of dark matter, and we're going to take a spacecraft to try and retrieve it. How, and they ask you for advice on how you would get and bring back this dark matter.
Negative matter, right.
Negative matter, I'm sorry.
The way to do it is to send space probes. We would have to send instruments because potentially this is dangerous. You were talking about gravitational effects that we've never seen before in the laboratory. Negative matter, like I said, falls up. It repels ordinary matter.
Well,
and so...
Professor, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll pick up very, very interesting. Negative matter. If it was whizzing along up there, we'd send a robot to go get it, but then if it was going to fall up, how could we bring it down? That's exactly what we'll ask when we get back. That is absolutely fascinating stuff. A time machine, coming and going. All we need is a little bit of negative matter. Well, isn't this something? After all the talk we've had on the near impossibility of time travel, because of the obstacles we'd have to overcome power-wise, we now learn something called negative matter would allow a stable portal back and forth. It would be a time machine. Negative matter. It's just a matter of finding some negative matter, which might be in space. And my question still stands for the good professor, and that is, if he was consulted on how to go get it and contain it and then bring it back home, what suggestions, I wonder, would he have? All right, then. Just like in a science fiction novel, all of a sudden, scientists find, through whatever spacecraft we have monitoring such things, that there is some negative matter traversing an area between, say, our moon and the Earth, an eminently available kind of area, you know, so we could get a robot, a spacecraft up there and scoop up some of this negative matter, or at least have the opportunity to do so. If they were to come to you and say, well, Professor, what do we do? I mean, do we scurry it into a lead box? Do we have electromagnetic force fields holding it in place? What would you suggest we do with the negative matter? I mean, we get it, then what?
Well, because it is repulsive with respect to ordinary matter, all we have to do is put a net around it. The net would repel the negative matter, but if the net were symmetrical, okay, it would repel negative matter evenly, and you could trap negative matter with an ordinary net, okay?
An ordinary net.
Right. You can't do that with antimatter, because if the net were to touch antimatter, it would explode.
Right.
But you see, negative matter, by definition, is repulsive under gravity.
Yeah.
So a net around it would repel the negative matter evenly.
You could scoop it up like a butterfly.
That's right. And, however, like I said before, we've never seen any. We don't know its properties. You would have to send probes into it to test its nature, because it could be quite dangerous. And it could warp space and time in totally unpredicted ways. So I think that a lot of caution would be preserved if at some point in the future we ever got one of these damn things.
Would you recommend that it be put in orbit instead of attempting to bring it home right away?
Well, I think it should be kept at a good safe distance from the Earth, because we don't know its basic properties. We know that planets are held together by gravity. Gravity pulls evenly, and that, by the way, is the reason why the Earth is round.
Perhaps then you'd recommend that it would be landed softly, if possible, on the moon.
Possibly, or simply kept in outer space, because it is repulsive. It would not want to land on the moon. It would want to be in outer space. And we would, of course, want to see whether we could machine it. Okay, and the ideal configuration might be a ring. In which case...
A ring?
In which case, if you go through the bullseye of the ring, you may find yourself on a different piece of space and time than when you first started. Okay?
Oh, no, that's interesting. Not just a different time, but a different space as well. In other words, if I theoretically went through this ring, Professor, I wouldn't just be, I don't know, back or forward a few years or many years, but I would actually be in a different place as well?
That's right. You would be distorted displaced both in space and time simultaneously if you were to go through a wormhole, or what we physicists call a multiply connected space.
Right.
Think of sheets of paper that are parallel, that are joined at different spots. And these two sheets of paper may exist in parallel with each other, except once in a while they intersect.
Would I live through it?
Well, if you have a large enough, a massive enough object with a large enough wormhole, then you may be able to walk through it, yeah. We've calculated the tidal forces when you walk through one of these things. It's possible that if you have enough of this matter, you could walk through it and not feel anything more than simply being on an airline flight through one of these things.
What do you imagine that I might step into on the other side?
Well, it depends on how you solve Einstein's equations. Einstein's equations do allow for space to be bent back in on itself. And, of course, before we walk into one of these things, we should calculate the geometry of it and estimate to our best degree of accuracy what's on the other side.
Send a cat or two through. And
right, and then send a probe through it.
But let's a probe, okay?
It would be transversible. So the probe could come back.
And send photographs,
and
pictures.
Send photographs, right.
Yeah. What do you imagine, Professor, that we might see in those photographs? I mean, would we see our own world at a different time? Would we see a different world? Would it be a different dimension with a different race of people walking around? What are the possibilities?
It could just be our own universe displaced dramatically in space and time. A wormhole that simply connects our own universe with itself. Okay,
which would mean
it's a gateway to the future or a gateway to the past. Okay, and of course that then gives us the question as to what happens when you shoot your parents before you're born.
Yes.
Then you would have a time paradox.
Which you have really always answered by suggesting that, we live in a bubble, and essentially another bubble would be created if you killed your grandfather, and there would be then two infinitely continuing timelines that would break off. Is that the only possible answer to that?
Well, the simplest resolution to all these paradoxes is to have the timeline fork. The river of time would fork into two rivers, and two universes would open up, and there'd be no contradictions whatsoever. You could alter your past, but in some sense it's somebody else's past. Somebody else who looks genetically the same as you, you've altered his past, but your own past is fixed. You cannot really change your own past. You're not going to disappear.
Is this an answer we've come up with simply because of the impossibility of any other answer?
Well, the other possibility is that you fulfill the past, but that's kind of boring because then it was such that you were destined to go back in time to complete the circle.
Right.
So it was written, it was destined that you would then go back in time, and then of course that leaves the question of free will. What happens if you don't feel like going backwards in time and fulfilling your destiny, back in time at some point? So, some people have said that maybe great conquerors or scientists were actually time travelers from the future. But then, of course, that raises the question, what happens if they altered their own past? Could they not then make themselves vanish because their own past was impossible? Could they just accidentally kill their ancestor before they were born?
Is there anything that would happen potentially to the traveler? In other words, if Dr. Kaku stepped through, would his memories of the past and where he had been versus where he is now be intact, or would he simply be part of a new reality in every way, including mentally, just step into what you would feel has always been there?
Well, I would disagree with the science fiction writers who say that your memory is going to change and your whole being is going to change if you create what is called a time quake, that is, go backwards in time and create a time paradox which then ripples back on you into the future, right?
Yeah.
I think a much simpler solution to the problem is that time forks. Time simply forks into two rivers. And then you don't have any paradoxes. The quantum theory has within it the ability to bifurcate universes. And if the universe splits off, then basically you've altered somebody else's path.
But what I'm saying is, would you be aware that you had done
Yes,
all of
you would
this?
be fully conscious. Locally, according to Einstein, you would be in an ordinary space-time frame. So as you went backwards in time, you would never notice any of these bizarre distortions. Of course, people around you would notice these things. But locally, space looks flat. Okay, so locally, time beats normally for you, and you think you're pretty much at rest. Okay, well, actually, what you've done is you've whipped around the universe.
Huh. Is there any rule or law that would tell you when you took that one step how many years or how much space you'd be traversing? Or would it all be just a guess?
Well, it would be a guess. However, in principle, if you knew the location of all the stars, if you knew the location of all the objects in the universe, you could just plug that into Einstein's equations, and then Einstein's equations would tell you at what point in the past or the future you wound up.
Would this be a specific or controllable thing? In other words, would the amount of negative matter always reliably determine that you were going to go back to 1967, for example, every time you walked through, and only an adjustment of the amount of energy or the amount of negative matter would change that?
Well, of course, it would take a supercomputer to do this calculation, but in principle, if you knew the location of the stars, the location of the distribution of negative matter, you could plug this into Einstein's equation, and it would predict where you are going to wind up when you go through the ring. Okay? Now, whether it's tunable or not, that's another question. Whether you can fine-tune it so that you wind up on yesterday, exactly, 24 hours previous to where you are, that would require an enormous amount of tuning, and I tend to doubt that you could tune it that much. But all I'm saying is it's probably predictable as to where you're going to wind up. If you know the geometry of these configurations, Einstein's equations are quite explicit. You will wind up at a certain point in space and time that's calculable.
That's incredible. All right. Scientists, as we know, recently have claimed teleportation. They've said that they've teleported, I think, a molecule of light or some such. I can't exactly
A photon of light.
Photon of light. Yeah, there you are. And they've done that. It's a first step, first really small little baby step, but doesn't that put us pretty close to understanding, to take, an understanding that will allow much bigger steps?
In principle, the proof of principle is the hardest thing to do. Eventually, we want to teleport an electron, not just a photon of light, but real atoms across this device. And I suspect that maybe within a few decades, we may be able to develop a virus. A virus is not that complicated. We're talking about a bunch of molecules put together in the form of a virus, and perhaps even, teleport primitive life forms this way.
Well, a virus is a sort of primitive life form itself, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problems are enormous. The technical difficulties involved in what is called quantum entanglement are really stretching the borders of our technology. And it may take centuries before we can do anything more than just teleport a bunch of molecules, okay? So I personally think that teleportation is really for type 1 or type 2 civilizations. We are talking, I think, on a time scale of centuries before we can do anything more than just a few subatomic particles. And of course, that doesn't help you.
While we're on the subject of viruses, scientists, I just read a story, it's dated today, and it says, within ice that covers a salty, liquid Antarctic lake, scientists have found and revived microbes that were at least 2,800 years old. Now, what they did is they drilled down up in Antarctica into this ice. I didn't know they were doing that. Well, I guess I did. And I knew they were drilling, but I didn't know that they were reviving. Basically, the scientist involved was quoted saying, all you got to do is warm it up and add water. And these damn things are there and alive.
Right. I think it was 28,000 years. By drilling into the ice caps.
28,000? It says 2,800 here. This is from I think nature. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, maybe you're right. But if you drill into the ice, you know how far backwards in time you're going because we can calibrate the ice layers. We know when certain volcanoes erupted, for example, and volcanoes laid down a layer of soot. And by drilling into the ice, you can see these layers of soot as you drill deeper and deeper into the ice. And by this way, you can calibrate how far you are digging.
Absolutely. But, I was just wondering, is this really smart?
I think it's not such a great idea because who knows what kinds of things you're going to find down there. Maybe, better let sleeping dogs lie, as they say. Because, who knows what kinds of diseases existed back then and whether or not we have any immunity to them. I think we ought to test these on mammals before we begin to unleash these things into the environment.
That's exactly my thought. That's exactly my thought. I said in the first hour, I also noted then that, even if we don't have scientists going up there with their drills and their little heaters, then we've got stories like this. Record melt in Arctic and Greenland. Mother Nature is busily doing it for the scientists. I mean, things are melting like crazy, and eventually one of these little guys is going to melt and warm up all on its own.
Yes, I think this is one of the areas where we have to be very careful. Another area where we have to be careful is where scientists are creating artificial life. They're actually taking pieces of cells and taking the minimal number of genes necessary to sustain life.
I read the story the other day.
Right. And I think that that gives you pause because who knows what kind of bizarre cells you're going to create, and cells reproduce. That's what they do. They reproduce.
In fact, they're designing it to reproduce. And in the story they said that, there might be some danger, but they said we're specifically hobbling these little guys so that should they jump out of the petri dish, they wouldn't be able to survive in our atmosphere. We're intentionally, in some way, design our little lives so that they can't survive in our environment.
Until they mutate. And let's say they mutate so they can't live in an oxygen-bearing atmosphere.
So you're saying that's a possibility?
Yeah, I think that nature is much more clever than most scientists give her credit for. And there's always a chance that a mutation could rearm or re-enable this microbe to exist at room temperature in a normal atmosphere, in which case, God knows what we've unleashed on the world. And again, we're talking about a very small probability, of course, of this happening, but you cannot recall a genetically modified organism. You can recall a Ford car that has a defect in it, but you cannot recall a germ that has mutated so that it can survive in our atmosphere and under normal conditions, and it will multiply. That's what they do.
Well, is this enough of a danger, Professor, that somebody ought to go to these scientists and say, hey, guys, listen, you might be, of course they really know, but I mean, there is this possibility, and, other controls really ought to be in place before we gene mix anything else to life here.
We have to be very careful. Like in the Arctic, for example, they're digging up corpses of individuals that died during the last flu epidemic of the 1920s. It was one of the greatest flu epidemics of all time. We have no traces of this flu that we can look at with our DNA analysis. So we're digging up corpses that are buried in the ice for many decades. And this is being done under extreme conditions, security conditions, because we don't want this flu to get out because it devastated tens of millions of people last time it got out.
So what's the rationale for digging it up?
Well, they want to find out now that we have DNA technology, we can begin to look at exactly what is it that made it so dangerous. We can actually see on the genetic level how it was armed, how the genes armed themselves to the point where it could just wipe out whole populations. It killed more people than World War I. And so
you don't think there's any possibility that they would dig it up and then it would be turned over instead of the scientists you would hope it would go to, but it might get turned over to our biowarfare people who would try and figure out how to make it even more dangerous than it is now. They wouldn't do that, though, would they?
Well, it's happened in the past at Fort Detrick.
They would do it?
At Fort Detrick outside Washington, D.C. They have a whole rogues gallery of different kinds of designer germs, one of which, by the way, almost escaped several years ago. It was actually in the newspapers. And, of course, people said that if it wiped out Washington, D.C., we would, of course, not have any big, effect on the nation's politics anyway. Okay. But the point is that it is outside Washington, D.C., and we are experimenting with designer germs right outside the nation's capital.
How close did it actually get to getting out?
Well, the newspaper reports are sketchy because, of course, it's been classified. But it's kind of scary. Even the fact that it was mentioned, the fact that there was an incident, gives you pause.
Professor, hold tight. We're at the top of the hour. Well, I just didn't know about that. I wonder how close whatever it is came to getting out. Isn't it strange that Dr. Kaku would mention this thing about the simple first genetic structure that we're creating? We're actually creating life. I went off on this for almost a week. I totally went off on it when I read the story, because that's what we're doing. We're getting into the creation business. We are creating life. And to that life, if it could point to its maker, it would point to us. I did. I went off on this whole subject real heavily for about a week, Professor. I just was startled when I read this story, and I don't know that it hit everybody the same way, but to me, that was the first step in putting us in the creation business. I mean, if you could eventually ask some more complex organism that we would create in the same manner about its creator, it would point right at us. We would be its creator. That puts us in the God business, in the creation business, it seems to me, or at least the first step in that. Is that out of line?
No, I think that's where it's headed for. And I should caution that initially we are talking about tiny microbes that you can't even see, and the chances of this happening are very close to zero.
Yeah.
However, you can't rule it out because, of course, mutations happen quite rapidly in the microbial world.
Well, that's what nature does, right?
And that's what nature does. I mean, the microbes do mutate. That's
this
what we
is
have,
evolution.
That's evolution. That's what we have, germs that are resistant to antibiotics. They evolve. Mm-hmm. They evolve to be resistant to antibiotics. And these little microbes that we are essentially going to design from first principles will have the minimum number of genes necessary to survive. And they may survive in ways that are totally alien to ordinary life. Yeah. And if some of them escape into the environment, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, I do a little, and that's why I went so heavily off on this, and it's not like a lot of people got it. It's like, this is such an incredible thing that's being done right now. I think that a public debate about this is not forthcoming, mostly because the American people are, by and large, kind of ignorant about science.
That's right. However, if you live in Mexico or Latin America, you know all about killer bees. Killer bees were accidentally released in Brazil in the 1950s. A few queens escaped from the station there. And these Africanized killer bees then began to displace the weaker European honeybees. And now they're creeping into Texas and they're creeping into California.
Big oops.
And you cannot recall these things. And again, this is an extreme case, but it shows you that life will prevail, that life forms will struggle to survive, and that, organisms will mutate to survive in the environment. And even though they can't survive now, perhaps a mutation will make one of these things survive in the future.
So shouldn't there be, I don't know, some kind of public debate? Maybe the public isn't capable of it. Some panel, some congressional or Senate committee looking into all of this or something?
Yes, but unfortunately right now, like you said, most people are ignorant of this problem, and I think some oversight is called for. We are talking about big stakes. It's not just an academic question of some scientists getting their name in the lights and winning a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
We are talking about creating life forms with unforeseen consequences. And again, 99% of the time it's going to be perfectly safe with nothing to worry about. However, it's that 1% that bothers me.
Bothers me too. For example, let's move quickly to cloning. I mean, that's a close relative. Cloning, oh my goodness, is it moving fast? I've got a story right here that says that, let's see, the race to clone the first human appears to have intensified after claims that a second team is about to begin experiments to clone babies for 7 infertile couples. An announcement that the first human baby clone will be born within a few weeks, made last week by controversial Italian fertility expert Dr. Servino Antori, was greeted with a mixture of skepticism and contempt. But now his former partner, Dr. Zavos, has dismissed Dr. Antori's claims and announced that, well, instead, he is pursuing his own program with a specialist in animal cloning, a professor at a European university. And he says he is just about to clone himself, a human, and then store it in nitrogen at an undisclosed location, or that it already is, and is about to be used. And he's going to create the clone. So here we go.
Right. See, we know that it's possible to clone a human. That's known. The problem is you have hundreds of defective embryos and fetuses that are created, horribly deformed creatures that will never see the light of day.
Monsters.
And it's a hit or miss process. And we've now genetically looked at the genes of cloned animals, and we find hundreds of mutations. And of course, you can't see them, visibly when you look at a cloned sheep or a cloned pet. However, we know at the genetic level that hundreds of mutations are introduced. So this is unethical. We are creating, if you clone a human, you would have to create hundreds of deformed embryos, and the human that is born is going to have hundreds of mutations in them, and it is totally unethical. And just because some idiot scientist wants to have their name in the newspaper, we're going to see these scientists perform unethical experiments. And I personally think it may take decades before we iron out this hit or miss process by which the cloning process takes place. Now, in the recent Star Trek movie, that's also based on cloning when Jean-Luc Picard's DNA gets cloned. But that's in the 23rd century, okay, where they have plenty of time, hundreds of years, to iron out the defects in the cloning process.
Having said all this, though, do you doubt for 1 second that they're really in Italy or wherever right now they're doing this?
There probably are. However, these unfortunate women will give birth in January to deformed fetuses. If they even reach that far, these individuals will probably be horribly deformed. And I think at that point, people are going to be shocked at the brutality of these scientists who just plunge ahead with this very untested technology. So I think we're playing with life here. We're not just doing a science experiment to get your name in the newspaper. We are talking about life, and this life will be deformed. Sad to say.
So it's going to happen.
Yeah. However, at Stanford University, I think they've taken a more measured approach. All they want to do is clone stem cells, embryonic stem cells, and that in turn can open up a cornucopia of new therapies to cure diabetes, cure heart disease, cure diseases of the kidneys, spinal cord injuries.
Well, why should we believe that stem cells could be cloned safely without serious mutation if your thought is to use these stem cells in research and cures, which I'm sure it is? Why should we imagine they would be cloned any more safely than Dolly or Harry or Antonio in this case, I guess?
Well, to take an adult cell that's already differentiated into skin, for example, and you have to do violence to it so that it reverts back to its embryonic state and then it starts to reproduce. You have to do a tremendous amount of genetic violence to an adult cell to do this. Embryonic stem cells are embryonic. They naturally, practically naturally want to, develop into different kinds of or tissues of the body. And so we're not talking about the genetic violence that is done to adult cells that have already differentiated. We're talking about stem cells that naturally want to become kidneys and pancreas cells and lung cells. And so I think that within 10, 20 years, we will see the beginning of a human body shop. Already we can begin the process of cloning skin, bone marrow to a degree, and I think within 10 years or so, perhaps the first liver or portions of liver will be grown in the laboratory, unless, of course, the Bush administration puts a halt to these tests.
Well, that was going to be where I was going to go next. I mean, there's a big controversy about it. You know, they say stem cells can only be obtained from fetuses, right?
And they're going to be discarded anyway. There are literally thousands of these fetuses sitting in liquid nitrogen vats from fertility clinics. They're going to be thrown away, and they're going to be discarded and flushed down the toilet or put into a trash compactor.
And the most, or the strongest argument that you could muster that we should not do that would be
that we're talking about a new generation of medicine. Medicine that simply doesn't try to stimulate the immune system, but medicine based on replaceable human body parts to extend the human lifespan, to increase longevity, to make the human life more fulfilling. Look at Christopher Reeve. Here's a vital individual that's just sitting there immobilized because his spinal cord is severed near the top.
Yes.
We can grow new kinds of nerve cells with embryonic stem cells if the government will provide funding for this new technology. This is proven in the Petri dish. We want to then prove it with animals and eventually with humans. And it's a technology that's sitting there unless ideologues get their hands on it, in which case we're going to have a brain drain, not a brain drain to America, a brain drain away from America. Okay? Scientists are going to go where the funds are, and the funds are going to be in Europe. And the funds are going to be in different countries which do not have ideologues that are deciding science policy.
You do understand the sensitivity to it, right?
I understand. I also understand the precious nature of human life. And why should we condone suffering? Why should we condone human suffering when it's needless? Okay? I mean, within our own family tree. I mean, think of our relatives who are suffering from debilitating diseases. In fact, for example, diabetes will be an epidemic as baby boomers start to age. They have, of course, an awful lifestyle. They're overweight. They load themselves with sugar. We're going to see a massive explosion of diabetes, which is going to strain our Medicare system. And it could break the bank when baby boomers start to age. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be better to simply, grow new Isles of Langerhans for the pancreas of these individuals so it doesn't break the treasury of the United States? Look at the cost of medical care in this country. It is skyrocketing. And it's going to get worse as baby boomers start to age and as their pancreas wears out and they become diabetic and they become blind and they have to have their toes and fingers amputated. Look at Mary Tyler Moore. She's diabetic. She may go blind very soon, and she's worried about that possibility. And why? It is totally unnecessary.
When we could be turning out pancreases by the tens of thousands,
right?
Hundreds of
cells
thousands
that are going to be thrown away.
Uh-huh.
Think about that. Discarded. Thousands of these fetuses sitting in fertility labs and vats of liquid nitrogen. One day somebody will simply turn off the temperature control of these liquid nitrogen vats, and these fetuses will simply decay at room temperature. And that's it. While these cells could be regenerating nerve cells, pancreases, kidneys, lungs, skin, bone.
Conceivably any human part?
That's right. There are 200 different kinds of tissue in the human body. All 200 perhaps can be grown in the laboratory to extend the lifespan and eliminate human suffering. Why should people suffer? That's the bottom line, I think.
That eclipses all in your mind, and I mean all. We should just proceed ahead. There should be no control over this at all.
Well, I think there should be oversight, okay? Because, of course, some individuals will be tempted to bring one of these clones to maturity, in which case you have all the ethical problems of human cloning, and you have all the ethical debates with regards to whether or not somebody will steal a piece of your skin and clone another individual that looks just like you without your permission. So, to our bells, because somebody stole some of your hair follicles.
They'd be working on it now. So oversight perhaps, but not a full stop. We should definitely proceed with this, and that would be any human part at all. You could grow a new arm?
Well, take a look at lizards. Lizards grow new arms. We've seen lizards with their arms broken off. How do they do it?
I don't know. You're the scientist. How do they do it?
They do it with stem cells.
That's how Mother Nature does.
Do they really? Is that what they're using?
That's what they use. This is as natural as stem cells found in nature. Nature does this all the time. Regenerate organs for salamanders and frogs and lizards. Of course, we separated from them about 500 million years ago, so we lost that capability. But other life forms regenerate whole organs. They do it with stem cells.
Of course, a lot of people say, well, look, if God had meant us to regrow an arm, if we lose one, then we damn well have more stem cells in our body, and our bodies would do it. God didn't intend for that.
Well, in which case, let's go back to the caves and turn off sanitation and medical care and not have MTV anymore. If God wanted us to have MTV, he would have put TV monitors in our eyeballs.
A lot of people would lose their arms before they'd give up their MTV.
Right, and the point is, this is a natural technology. Nature uses stem cells to regenerate organs in the animal kingdom. It's as natural as nature.
I heard, I think earlier actually in tonight's show, I read a kind of an interesting thing to the audience. I wish I could find it here. Oh yeah, here it is. Scientists got together, several scientists, decided they could do anything that God could do. They could change weather, create life. They met with God and told him he could leave, that we didn't need him anymore. Well, God said, let's have a contest. The one that makes a man first wins. If I win, I stay. If you win, I leave. Scientists agreed. God reached down and picked up a handful of dirt. The scientists reached down and picked up a handful of dirt. God said, no, get your own dirt. Did you get that?
Yes, I think I got it.
But you, as a scientist, you'd rather not deal with that particular question, I take it, would you? The question of...
Well, we physicists are the only scientists who can say the word God and not blush. So bring it on.
In other words, that isn't even a concern. As you move forward with science, at no juncture will you ever consider, would you ever imagine that you would have to consider God in any way. Only the perceivable scientific danger to man.
The ultimate question is, where did the laws of physics themselves come from? Okay? And at that point, well, of course, you can argue the Big Bang, you can argue inflation and different kinds of cosmological scenarios, but that all occurs within the framework of physical law. And then when you ask the question, where does physical law come from? Then you have big problems. And that's where some scientists invoke God.
Yes.
Now, Einstein got around the question by saying that God had no choice in creating the universe. The universe is unique. There was no other way to create a universe. And in fact, we think that basic philosophy is correct. It is extremely difficult to create a universe. We try to do this with our equations. 99.99% of the time, our equations fall apart when we try to create a stable universe. And the only thing which seems to work is string theory. It's the only game in town, and it seems to be this unique theory that gives us a universe. Okay, and then of course you may ask the key question. Well, if you're so smart, then you scientists, where did these string equations come from? And at that point, we just throw up our hands and say we don't know. We just know that perhaps they are unique. They are the only game in town. You cannot create a universe in any other way. But why not have nothing? Why not have nothing instead of something? Well, the very fact that we are here discussing this question means that something has occurred, that is, intelligent life exists, which means that the universe was set into motion. We do have stable protons and stable DNA, stable enough to create life and consciousness. And that, to me, means that a universe must have enormous constraints on it.
But you really wouldn't hesitate to get into the God business, would you? Or what many call the God business.
I would hesitate to create new life forms, because we simply don't know what the hell we're doing.
Or would you just not call it the God business?
Well, I would not get into creating new life forms, because Mother Nature has had millions of years to iron out all the problems. We've only had a few months to iron out these problems of cells that we're creating out of a test tube.
All right, Doctor, hold on. So I guess he'd just say, well, hey, it's my dirt, too. Let's start even here. Or probably wouldn't imagine the conversation in the first place. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. It is. And Dr. Michio Kaku is here. You know, on the dirt thing, have you ever heard such a pregnant silence in your whole life? I mean, it was just
It was dead silent. We'll get right back to Dr. Kaku. Once again, Dr. Michio Kaku. Dr. Kaku, welcome back. In a lot of areas, we really are approaching what a lot of people consider to be, the creator's arena of things. And I take it that, being serious here for a second, you really wouldn't stop yourself from proceeding for that specific reason. You would rather do it because of real scientific danger in proceeding in some of these areas.
That's right. When we scientists play God, I think that in terms of theory, like the Big Bang, the unified field theory, string theory, it's okay for scientists to imagine being God, to create a universe out of our equations. However, equations can be recalled. Organisms cannot.
Yeah.
And I think that if we create new life forms, most of the time they're going to be harmless. They will not survive, and so there's no big problem. But they mutate, and I think we have to be extremely careful that one of these days, just like the killer bees that escaped from this bee station in the 50s in Rio de Janeiro,
something's going to get loose.
I think that something could get loose, and I think that
in fact, you said
unforeseen.
Something almost did get loose, and you alluded to it and said, well, it's classified, and we can't really talk that much about it. How much do you actually know? Do you know more than you can talk about?
We just know that at Fort Detrick, outside Washington, D.C., which, of course, houses much of the designer germs that we've been playing with, even in spite of the 1972 biowarfare treaty that we signed with the Soviet Union, that there was an incident that took place, years ago where it almost escaped. And we have many biosafety levels there. The people there look like people from a space movie with all these gloves and spacesuits to protect themselves from germs.
Right.
And it only takes one mistake, one careless mistake for some germ to escape from that laboratory. And that's the price we pay for playing, tinkering with germs like Ebola and Rift Valley fever, dengue fever, and different kinds of germs for which we largely don't have cures.
You heard about this nasty little thing going around on cruise ships, this Norwalk thing. It's kind of puzzling. It seems to be affecting cruise ships, and again and again and again, despite all the scrubbing and everything that's done, we just keep hearing about these new ships coming down with this Norwalk thing. And
well, apparently, 100, as little as 100 particles of the virus are enough to set off this Norwalk-like illness, and you can't even see 100 viruses. And that's all it takes to be placed in the nose of a test subject to induce the symptoms or to ingest it into your stomach. So I think we're talking about something that is very common. It's one of the most common illnesses in the United States, but it doesn't propagate very far because most people don't spend weeks at a time in a cruise ship. A cruise ship is the ideal incubator for these things.
Well, see, there's something I was going to bring up. A cruise ship is like a little enclosed environment, protected in the long run by miles and hundreds of miles of salt water. It's just isolated out there on the water, and it would be almost the ideal place to test something, wouldn't it?
That's right. In fact, when European cities got off the ground, 5,000 years ago, that provided an ideal environment for ancient illnesses that we've always lived with. These diseases are millions of years old to propagate in cities because of the close contact that we've had.
And of course, I'm not saying they're doing that, of course. I'm just saying, theoretically, it would be an interesting...
I think it's natural. I think they've traced it to a few individuals that came on board with the illness that then infected everybody else. It just takes one individual to infect the entire ship. And I think that's the price you pay for being in this confined environment, which is ideal for germs, and they propagate like crazy. A handshake, a sneeze, fecal matter, anything in the air could set this thing off.
You and I have talked a lot about black holes before, and here's an interesting Associated Press Science article. The headline says, Telescope sees black holes merging. In a looming collision of giants, two supermassive black holes are drifting toward a violent merger and an eruption of energy that is going to warp the fabric of space. It is all happening in a bright galaxy only 400 million light years away. Now, Chandra, I guess, found this X-ray observatory is 400 million light years away, a nice, safe distance to observe a couple black holes kissing.
That's right. The nearest galaxy to ours is only 2 million light years away. And we think that galaxy that you mentioned is a byproduct of two colliding galaxies. When two galaxies collide, their black holes begin to dance around each other.
Really?
And if you take a look at Andromeda, actually, our closest neighbor, you actually see two blips in the center, which means that Andromeda probably ate up another smaller galaxy years ago. And by the way, our galaxy may be on a collision course with Andromeda, and the future of our own Milky Way galaxy may be to have a hostile takeover, and the atoms of our body may very well wind up in the center of Andromeda, orbiting around the black hole at the center. So Andromeda apparently has eaten other objects in the past, and we see that in the belly of the galaxy with our radio X-ray telescopes. And that's where we may wind up eventually if, in 10 billion years we actually collide with Andromeda, which is about twice as big as our galaxy.
If a collision of that sort occurred, I take it we would see it coming for a very long time.
Millions of years, right? I wouldn't worry about it. However, it would be quite dramatic seeing Andromeda get bigger and bigger with time and seeing the two star clusters collide, basically. Individual star collisions will be rare because, of course, a galaxy is basically made out of nothing. But when stars do collide, it would be spectacular. And when the two black holes at the center collide, it would be quite something. There's a black hole at the center of our own Milky Way galaxy.
Can you imagine an Earth involved in such a collision? When the time got near, what would be the first things that somebody like yourself imagines would begin to occur that we would notice?
Well, we would notice the fact that dust clouds are colliding with other dust clouds, heating things up. And so as we got closer, we would see the blackness of outer space glow because, of course, clouds are much larger than stars. And stellar collisions would be quite rare, but we would see a flaming of dust clouds in the sky, and we'd probably see a few stars passing by us as we got closer. And, the sun goes around a black hole, which is at the center of the Milky Way, and that black hole and the black hole in Andromeda would be gravitationally attracted to each other, and they may execute this dance that we see in this galaxy that you mentioned, which is much older than ours, we think. And we think that, yes, our atoms, too, may eventually wind up in the belly of Andromeda. We may be a very big lunch for that galaxy.
But, I mean, physically on the Earth, how would it proceed? Would it be a slow but sure change, or would there be an instant of catastrophic ending?
Oh, it would be very gradual.
Gradual.
Our sun will probably turn into a red giant in 5 billion years. And so way before we get eaten up by Andromeda, our sun will actually begin to get larger and the sky will be on fire. So it's not going to be pleasant when the oceans boil, the mountains melt, and the sky's on fire. And even within a scale of 1 billion years, the nearest astronomical catastrophe is when the Earth's wobble around the sun starts to get larger and larger. You see, the moon is leaving us slowly but surely, and the moon helps to stabilize the spin of the Earth. If it wasn't for the moon, the Earth would have spun like a gyroscope that's out of control.
Now, I know about the moon, but I didn't know it was leaving.
Yeah, the moon is gradually leaving us because of tidal forces. It's a very slow leaving of the Earth. We can actually measure that, by the way, with laser beams. We can shoot laser beams off the moon and calculate how far the moon is to within a few inches to a few feet.
Well, is there ever a moment where the moon will get far enough away from us that all of a sudden we release, in essence, its hold on us? The amount of mass is only so much, the amount of gravity so much, and its hold suddenly gets released and the moon just goes shh.
The moon will always be influenced by the gravity of the Earth. However, it'll get farther and farther away from the Earth, and it will cease to stabilize the Earth, and the Earth could begin to wobble quite dramatically in 1 billion years. And we think that Mars, by the way, is entering that phase, is already in that phase, and we think that the polar caps of Mars weren't always the polar caps of Mars. And this could be done with supercomputer calculations. They can calculate what the Earth is going to look like billions of years from now. And we know that after about 1 billion years, the moon will be so far from the Earth that the 23-degree tilt of the Earth that gives us summer, fall, winter, spring
Yes.
could wobble, and wobble quite dramatically.
Wobbling is probably not good.
Not good at all. It could mean that the pole caps could move as the Earth begins to spin in different directions. So the Earth has been quite stable for 4.5 billion years because of our moon. However, that's not going to last forever.
Would the passage of another planetary body of equal or greater mass than the Earth itself, a nearby passage, also cause this kind of wobble? I mean, just theoretically.
Well, theoretically, yes, it could definitely tug on the Earth. We do know that when stars explode or what have you, there's the possibility that planets could be set adrift, and we wouldn't see them. They would be dark planets just drifting in out of space because they are no longer tugged by their own star's gravity. And this is purely hypothetical. I don't
they
think
would
it's gonna
become
happen.
rogue planets.
They would become rogue planets, right. And if they came by the Earth, yes, definitely it would cause the Earth to wobble out of its orbit. And it would create huge catastrophes on the Earth. Flooding, the weather would go berserk, earthquakes, large portions of the Earth's crust would gradually begin to shatter. It would not be very pleasant if a nearby planet came close to the Earth.
And these nearby these rogue planets do indeed theoretically exist. In other words, they're not under a major influence of any particular body at all. They
That's
simply
right.
are.
They've basically been released from the gravitational pull of their mother star. And again, I don't expect it to happen, but if it were to happen, we would have very little notice because planets do not give off light. And so anything wandering in the vicinity of the solar system could definitely
We wouldn't see
the
it.
spin of the Earth.
We wouldn't see it coming.
We wouldn't see it coming. That's right.
Until when if such a thing would occur, Professor, would we ever see it come? I assume that we would. In other words, as it got within a certain distance, our astronomers would begin to notice, now just where did the light from that star go? At some point, wouldn't it?
It'd be very difficult. We would notice that the Earth's orbit was gradually being perturbed, that 365.25 days was no longer the span of the year, and we would have very little notice. Now, of course, scientists have also found the wandering black hole in our galaxy. That is more noticeable because it warps starlight. And that's how we identify this wandering black hole, by looking at the bending of starlight as it moved. A planet, however, would not do that. A planet would not bend starlight. It would be totally invisible. And it could creep up right next to us, and we never know it. And again, I don't expect that to happen.
I
but we're talking theory, that there could be rogue planets out there.
We certainly are. All right, I'm going to squeeze in a couple calls here. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Professor Kaku. Hi.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm in Walton, Kentucky.
Okay.
And I've been wondering about the gravitational effects on mass in its other form, energy.
Mm-hmm.
If you had, say, a mass of 1 gram and converted it to energy, would the gravitational effect on that mass survive that transformation?
Well, the gravity would be the same. Gravity responds to both matter and energy. So the gravitational tug, which is very small, from a gram of matter, would equal the equivalent energy, which is the energy of several hydrogen bonds, I think, that would be released. And again, it would be very small, but according to Einstein, the gravitational effects are indistinguishable from a distance between matter and energy. They both enter in the equations in the same way. And so in Einstein's equations, matter and energy are almost interchangeable. So the gravitational effects will be identical. So when we look at the sun, this actually becomes a practical question. You know, how much of the energy of the sun contributes to the gravitational tug of the sun? And there we have to factor in the energy and the matter when we calculate the gravitational pull coming from the sun.
Well, what about this force known as quintessence? Does that have anything to do with this, or is that an entirely different thing?
Well, there are many theories of dark matter. And it makes up, 90% of the matter of the universe, we think. And quintessence is one possible candidate. We don't know for sure what dark matter is made out of. We just know that it's invisible. It surrounds the Milky Way galaxy. It makes up most of the universe. In terms of matter, and different theories have been proposed, among them quintessence and other theories. My own personal point of view is that string theory has higher harmonics, higher octaves, and a higher octave of the string would be invisible, and that probably makes up most of dark matter because they're stable. The photino, for example, is the leading candidate for dark matter right now. It's stable, it's invisible, it's predicted by the theory, and it could make up most of the visible universe. But again, all bets are off because we simply don't know what dark matter is made out of. We know it's out there. We can photograph its effects with the Hubble Space Telescope, but we simply don't know what it's made out of, which is very embarrassing, that most of the universe is made out of something we don't have the slightest clue as to what it is.
But that probably holds for us then a very bright future, at least a possible bright future, because when we do discover the nature of it, then, of course, we'll be on our way to ultimate control of it, right?
Well, yes, in the far future. Once we understand the mechanisms that make all these things work, that is the unified field theory, in the same way that we manipulated Newton's laws of gravity to give us machines.
Professor, we're almost out of time. I want to ask you this. We've been, you and I have been talking for years now, and, I'm about to retire December 31st, and I just wonder, we've had so many talks about type 0, type 1, type 2 planets. As you observe the state of the world today, are you more or less encouraged or even discouraged, perhaps, that we are going to graduate to type 1 or blow ourselves to smithereens before making the leap? How do you feel today at this moment?
I think I'm a little bit more pessimistic than before. However, I think there are two competing trends. One trend is negative. That is the greenhouse effect, the fact that we're not going to a solar hydrogen economy, the fact that nuclear weapons are proliferating. But the positive effect is that we are gradually having an internet, which is, creating a global connection between all peoples of the earth. And we are seeing the birth of a type 1 economy, a type 1 culture, a type 1 language, which will be English, and the beginnings of a type 1 civilization. So I think it's glorious that we could see the beginnings of a type 1 civilization right before our eyes with the internet, with the European Union, with globalization. And however, there's a downside of globalization. There's a downside of the greenhouse effect, and there's the downside of not going to a solar hydrogen economy.
So all things considered, my question was, given the current state of the world and the direction that we can all see that we're going in, you think, in all probability, we're going to lose the race?
Well, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I think it'll get so bad at a certain point that we're going to have to rein in these weapons. We're going to have to rein in the greenhouse effect. We're going to have to eliminate oil, but only when it gets so bad that the average taxpayer, the average voter says enough is enough. But I think we haven't reached that point yet. The average person is not so frustrated that they're going to get out there and vote with their pocketbook to rein in the greenhouse effect and rein in these weapons and bring on a solar hydrogen economy. We're not there yet.
Professor,
I think it's going to be a close call.
Where we are, though, is the end of the program. And so for all these millions of words that you and I have shared, thank you so much over the years. And again, thank you, for being here tonight.
Right, my pleasure.
Take care, my friend. Good night.
Okay, good night.
Professor Michio Kaku. That's it this night from the High Desert. I'm Art Bell. Y'all have a good night. Good night.